If yesterday showed us anything, the racing will be a matter of attrition. But throw the threat of rain into the mix, and suddenly it gets all the more complicated. Hope you brought your raincoat as we get ready for the Zenith Racing Series here at Watkins Glen International. I am Joe Peak, and with me in the booth is Greg Kramer. But later down in pit lane, we'll be joined by Sloan Paulisner. Greg, there's a few teams that probably had a long night last night trying to turn things back around in time for this morning's race.
Yeah, as you said, attrition was a big deal yesterday. A number of teams not able to bring it home, not only not just running at the end, but not classified. That's part of endurance racing is, the old adage, to finish first you better finish. And bringing those cars home is going to be a struggle here. This track in the dry certainly offers so much grip, Joe, that it can kind of tear cars apart a little bit, especially if you're up on curbs a lot on this track. It's so fast, so much grip. Those lateral loads can really take a toll. But as you mentioned, rain in the forecast, and that tends to maybe take away a little bit of the mechanical stress off the car. But, boy, it doesn't do much at all for the driver's mental stress.
And as you can see from our pictures here above on the drone, it is dry right now. But it's predicting between 70% and 80% chance almost the entire race. So it is certainly expected to change at some point after we get the green flag. We'll go down to Sloan in just a little bit as she'll be bringing us all the stories from pit lane. I'm very curious to hear what the teams are feeling and how nervous they are coming into this race. Let's head down to her and see if she's got any news.
Hey, Joe and Greg. I have to say, I'm not hearing any nerves today. I'm hearing a lot of confidence. Teams have made their overnight adjustments. Drivers know exactly what they're up for today. We'll see how the rain does affect. But I've heard the art of racing in the rain is kind of fun, so I'm excited to see what we've got today. We're moments away from our last green flag of the weekend, and I'm excited to bring you guys along.
Thanks for that, Sloan. As this has been a fun weekend, albeit, as we said, a little bit trying for some of the teams, some getting better results yesterday than others. But at least, Greg, they do have all that data, all that information now to go on. So I'm curious what we'll see different from some of their approaches.
Well, that's one thing that's nice about having this type of format where you have the big long race yesterday, but you get a second shot at it today. You can get a little redemption if you've had issues. If you were in the hunt, you can tweak a little bit, work on things, and see if you can't find yourself in a little bit more of a competitive proposition. But a lot of that knowledge is going to be, sort of erased if it does rain like like we're anticipating. And the teams who have come best prepared for that, who have some knowledge of this track in the wet, for instance, drivers are comfortable in the wet, teams got a good setup in the wet, all of those kind of things can have a huge effect on the potential outcome today. So it's going to be fascinating to watch this one unfold, Joe.
AOA racing team that we just saw, definitely one of those teams looking for redemption. Last two positions on the results for two of their three cars, and then unfortunately only one more up for the final machine. But with them just getting ready to head out shortly, I think we've got our opening grid ready to show you, bring you how things will stand. These were, of course, set by the fastest lap yesterday during the race, which has produced some interesting results we'll go over here in a bit. As you see, the teams continuing to work and get the drivers ready to go here today. Curious if there's anything special being done to mitigate the wet track that they're expecting to happen. Why don't we take a look at that starting grid? As up on the top, it is going to be Dakota Dickerson setting the fastest lap out there. That was late in the race. Remember, that team did not have good results, that 59. And then it's going to be Camden Hibbett, who won yesterday in the number 4 for round 3 racing, starting to the outside. Gavin Vaughn for Nimbus in the number 77, starting on the inside of the second row, with Sam Corey in the 80. That was a team that had a promising start, but then started to fade towards the end. They'll start from 4th. Carter Pease in the number 5 for round 3 racing, starting from 5th. 6th going to John McClintock. And then Rob Eklund for 908 Automatic Racing. Podium finish, but didn't have the outright pace, so they're going to be starting from the back of your ZP2s. Then we get to the ZR2s, and that sees William Alsup starting on the top spot there for Retro Rockets. You've got Ryan Hall and 9-4 Motorsports to his outside in second. Anthony Pacelli in the 178 car, starting from 10th overall, but third in class. Fourth will be Tyler Hoffman. That then takes us down to the ZR3s. Tom O'Gorman set the track ablaze with lap times, and of course he's going to be on the pole for 177's Cameron Performance. Then it's Harrison Motorsports with Sergio Ramirez behind the wheel in the 392. Colin Garrett in the 96. 494 Motorsports starts from third. Then it's Ren Messenger in the number 14 starting fourth. Travis Weltzing in the 330 starts fifth. And then Gino Manley in sixth in the number 85. AOA Racing rounds it out in the 54 team with Sebastian Hastings. Finally, there is the ZR4s and the Lagunatic Racing team with Sheldon Rosenbaum. Didn't seem to get out as much as they would have liked, but they were quick, and they're going to be starting on the pole. Andrew Adleta in Powell Racing to the outside, and what has been dubbed the Green Goblin. Then we've got the Myota team for Cole Lane in the 305 starting third, and our winner from last round, Alex Rockwell, and Rockwell Autosport, will start from last on the field in their Porsche Boxster. So it's going to be fascinating to see them have to fight through and work their way up. Looks like they are heading out on to the pit lane, so we should be getting them going pretty shortly now that they have finished all the preparations. The last of our GT cars working their way on to the grid, and the cars and teams have all done what they need to try and prepare for what is going to be, no doubt, an all-over-the-place race, Greg, because even I don't know how this is going to exactly work.
Well, that's the one thing. This track in the dry offers up amazing grip, and you can find good grip offline as well. And that doesn't hurt, certainly when you get into the wet. It does widen the rain line out just a little bit. But you still have to be mindful of that. And, if you've got the minute we start to get moisture of any kind, I would suspect you're going to see drivers just starting to explore a little bit and maybe moving off of the normal racing line, just getting a half a car width or more off of the apexes, for instance, especially if there's a turn with any kind of banking on it. Water runs downhill, so you want to run a little wider line through there, let that water run down toward the apex. You run up where it's a little bit more grippy and drier. One of the things they said after this repaving that made this track really quite tricky in the wet was the fact that the simple thing was that the aggregate is very micro smooth, and so there's not a lot of place for the water to settle and give you some grip. So it's going to be interesting, Joe.
Yeah, and that banking is something we talked a lot about yesterday. That's a good point, that this is a unique track in that aspect on the road course side. So we'll see how that plays if and when we get that rain. Let's head down, though, as the national anthem is about to play. With that, we head off for our pace lap. Real quick, Greg, do you want to give us a little bit of a talk about this track as we take a look at the track map and see exactly how this place is laid out?
Absolutely. I mean, this place is a legend, right? Watkins Glen, Finger Lake region, down at the tip, the town of Watkins Glen that used to have these races right through town. And when that got changed and eliminated, they said, get them out. And they built this phenomenal track here, became the home of Formula One. And the key corners here, obviously, are the S's. It's all nothing but speed. And then you've got to get through turn 9 well. And it is a very tricky corner. So be mindful of that as we get racing here.
Everybody's managed to leave the grid. That is a good sign, because we have seen at times that some of the teams have struggled trying to get the cars running. And not surprised with all the cloud cover and with it being a bit windy that the teams are having to warm the tires a little bit. I did notice that as we were listening to the anthem, the shots that we were getting. I'm showing 11 kilometers per hour wind currently, and I'm wondering how that's going to affect especially these prototypes that we see that are very reliant on downforce.
Yeah, it's one of those scenarios because these cars are so light, but they do make great downforce. So they're going to be dealing with, if it's a headwind, they're going to have a lot more downforce, but therefore drag. And remember, they don't have a ton of power in these cars. If it's a tailwind, they're going to lose a little downforce, but they're going to be, as a result, a little quicker. But the issue is transitioning through a turn when you've got a headwind or a tailwind. And then as you start into a corner at some pace, suddenly it becomes a side wind. And if you're offline a little bit, it can unsettle the car. So you've just got to be mindful of that. But this is going to be fascinating. It's going to be interesting, too, because with the multi-class format, which is, I call it high-speed chess, where all the pieces move a little bit differently. With spray, with all the traffic out here, with different classes, it's going to be a real mental strain on these drivers to keep things right. And the other thing we were talking about, Joe, the banking in some of these turns. Well, remember, when you turn into what's called the laces, where we are right now, at the end of the chute, that corner actually falls away. So it's off camber. It's anti-banking. And so... it's really easy to push wide. Then you get down here to the toe, and you can actually chuck it in pretty good because right as you make that big turn in, you get a bit of an uphill, and you get suddenly a lot more bite. So there are the little nuances of this track that you really have to have figured out. And, the teams that run at the front, they've got a good handle on it.
And this series, seeing that rain potentially for the first time, is going to throw things a bit askew, but everybody is ready to try and tackle it as we watch our ZP2s get ready to take the green flag. Already the safety car is in. They slowly crawl towards that start-finish line. They do have to stay in those nice clean rows. We saw that yesterday. They did a very good job with that. Looks like it will again as they finally cross the line. Now they can start to spread out as they come towards the 90. It was a clean one at the beginning of last race, but look at the challenge round the outside by the 4. Little puff of smoke as they get onto the binders, but down into turn 1. It looks like Dickerson will hold onto the lead just like he did yesterday.
Yeah, Hibbett slots into second, but 2 cars side by each up through the S's. That is not easy to do. Fortunately, these cars are narrow and nimble, and they're able to make it work. But look at the draft the car in 5th got. Absolutely stunning run, but then you end up in a scenario where there's nothing you can do with it. Has to tuck back in again.
We now come to the start for our GT classes, and much like yesterday, that 41 also is off like a shot. There is nobody to challenge them coming down into turn 1 for the ZR2 classes, but we're 3 wide for the lead. For the ZR3s, the 177 gets absolutely swamped. Started it from the pole, but they fall down to 2nd, potentially 3rd. It's going to be a drag race up the hill between them.
Yeah, and this is where this Ginetta is going to struggle a little bit. It's by design a little less horsepower, but it's a lot lighter. And when it's on free track, especially in the hands of somebody like Tomo Gorman, that car just flies. But when you're in traffic, there's nothing better in traffic than horsepower. And so they've got to get a little bit of an open track for him to really let that machine sing. Meanwhile, we've got a group of BMWs that have just taken off at the front.
I believe that was Tom Hoffman taking the lead. Now, we do have to keep in mind that a couple of those 9-4 cars are actually only testing. That's what they do every race where they're doing some tire tests for the series, and the best way to do that is in a live racing environment. looks like the race control was not all that pleased with the start in some form or fashion. It is under review. We'll see what they have to say about it as we watch the 59 team of Stratus Racing now carry on. Early in yesterday's race, it was alternator troubles that cost them ultimately and sent them way down the order after they spent many, many hours behind the wall. We'll see if they've got that figured out today and if they can start to pull away, because when they were on track, Greg, they seem to have so much better pace than everybody else.
Yeah, and the nice thing is when you have a problem like that and you've got a big endurance race, you've already paid the entry fee, so you could turn it into a bit of a test session and be able to at least get out there and try and figure out what the problem is, what's been going on, and see if you can effect a fix for it. Part of the speed, I'm sure, is coming from Mr. Dickinson himself. Very, very quick driver, but this guy, Camden Hibbett, I've had the pleasure of announcing him in both sim racing and in real world. And this kid is a young up-and-coming phenom, really, really fast, really smart racing head on young shoulders. And he gets after it, doesn't ruffle easy, everything you want in a young gun here right now. And he also tends to understand, and most of these teams are going to have to, right, the endurance aspect here. It doesn't pay to go out hard early and, just try and run away from everybody, use up your tires, burn through too much fuel, that sort of thing. You've got to just pace yourself, be around at the end, and everybody just kind of, it looks like, at least in the ZP2 class right now, everybody's just sort of settled a little bit and just getting in their rhythm.
Yeah, definitely a contrast to what we saw yesterday, where the first, I'd say, about 10 minutes or so, it was actually constant information coming from the race control with decisions and various penalties coming in, which is unusual. Like you said, this series tends to be pretty chill at the beginning. Now, apologies for earlier. I'd said that the Hibbett's number 4 won. It was actually the 77 of Vaughn's team that took the victory. We're also hearing we might get a car in pit lane. I'm watching to see if anybody is going to duck in. So it looks like of our prototypes, none of them are going to be among those with some early issues, thankfully. In the meantime, speaking of the 5 and the 77, a little bit of a battle for second place today.
Yeah, having a good scrap at this stage. And, one thing you can do with these cars, they don't punch a big hole in the air, but they do a little bit. And, one of the things that you have to play the game sometimes in endurance racing, you can see our overall leader, lights flashing, already into some traffic, dives to the inside. That was very close, but great track awareness by the driver in that Mazda, as you said. Would you call that car the Green Lantern? Or
the Green Goblin is what they've nicknamed this one.
Green Goblin, yep. Good track awareness there. Since that prototype making that late move, and just open the wheel up and let them get through. And you're going to see this a lot. You have to, really, in this race to survive, because one, these prototypes are small, tough to see in some of the bigger cars' mirrors. And so you just really have to have your head constantly searching the mirrors in multi-class endurance racing.
So the 305, that's the Myota car, which was struggling yesterday to get the car onto the track, has apparently stopped once again. We'll see if that brings out the Code 60 or if they can get the car running. At times, they've given it a minute or two, and some of the teams have been able to get moving before we have to slow things down. Also interesting to see the Powell Racing team this far back that they're already being lapped. Not sure if they've had issues. We did see a message from Race Control. Our leader got a jump start violation, so the Rockwell Autosport Porsche Boxster is going to have to serve a drive-through penalty. They are going to give away the lead, which they took pretty quickly. Remember, they started from the back of their class.
Yeah, that was really an impressive first lap, and now we're understanding why maybe it was a bit of that level of speed through there if they jump things just a little bit. But it looks like we've had a change here for that second spot as Vaughn, the two guys that had that fabulous battle until very late in the race yesterday, Vaughn and Hibbett continuing to run in close concert, but Vaughn got through. Good timing, too, because we're now under a Code 60.
Yeah, it looks like they have not been able to get that Toyota moving. It's a GT86 that they've been trying to race in this series, and I say trying because it has been a struggle both in the first round that they competed in back at Road America as well as here at Watkins Glen. It continues to flummox the team to get it to put a few laps in before quitting. Hoping they get that turned around for the next time we head out to Homestead down in Florida. But for now, they'll have to once again take it behind the wall and try to get the wrenches under the hood and see what is preventing it from getting up to pace. So early code 60, and it sounds like Sloan is maybe caught up with the team. Excuse me, she is going to be heading over to the team to talk to them, so hopefully we will get some information as to what is causing this issue. We only impressively had 4 code 60s over the entirety of yesterday's race, Greg. It was very clean.
Yeah, and you'd love to see that, don't you? Obviously, there was some attrition that was unfolding, but everybody seemed to be really mindful of, making sure they were out of the way or, get the car around to the pits if at all possible and let the racing unfold. And, that's one of the things that's cool about this series is when you go to the Code 60 and everybody does what they're supposed to do, which is maintain that 60 km/h speed and, just hold their position relative to their competitors. It doesn't, sort of mess up a strategy where somebody that worked hard to open up a little gap and have it all evaporate. But it only works, it's kind of the honor system, isn't it? And yes, timing can catch it a little bit, but it really only works if everybody really honors it. And they've been doing a great job with that here. As we could see some of the EV teams on the site now, and it looks like that car's going to have to go up on a flatbed.
Yeah, not a good sign if they can't even flat toe that one back. As we've been riding on board with Dakota Dickerson during this Code 60. He's another one that you mentioned a little bit earlier that there's some young guns that are extremely talented, very consistent. Dakota's definitely one of those. In fact, it's a trend in these prototypes. There's a lot of younger up-and-coming drivers, and Dakota definitely one of those. Won the F4 U.S. title, actually, in 2018. And that's the other thing that we're seeing a lot, not just here in Zenith, but in a lot of sports car racing, Greg, is the drivers that maybe are kind of getting their start in open wheels very quickly and easily transition over to prototypes.
Well, they do, and it's, the cars are somewhat similar, other than you can't see, the wheels when you're driving a prototype, but there's a lot of similarities in terms of the downforce, the handling, the way the cars plant. And these cars, like a Formula 4 car, don't have big engines, so it's all about momentum, getting that roll speed through the turns, so you exit the corner a little bit faster than the people that are running similar machinery to you, and then you can carry that advantage all the way down there. And so those that learn that craft in the lower ladder rungs, if you will, of open wheel, when they transition into a prototype, they've got that kind of figured out and, can really show. And, of course, Dakota, no slouch in a big GT Porsche. We've seen him with a lot of success in those cars. So the guy's a wheelman, to be sure.
Yeah, he's already been racing over in GT4 and various other series, LMP3s as well. So he is, like you said, no stranger to this style of racing. But came up through those open wheel ranks. And as we tend to expect, the teams are going to take advantage of this Code 60 to top up on the fuel. Yes, it is very early, but we've seen this repeatedly throughout the season. It doesn't matter how early it is. They try to use it to help extend their fuel stint.
Right. And, that's, all part of the endurance game is taking advantage of anything that unfolds and trying to, really tweak it, if you will. And one of the best and easiest things to do is, as you pointed out, stop, put a little bit more fuel in, and that allows you to now run a little bit longer. But it isn't just that all the time, is it, Joe? Where it's like, okay, now I can run longer. Sometimes you might pit at the same time, but you've really been struggling to get by some car in front of you. You pit because you open that window up, you could take a little bit less fuel, maybe jump them in the pits. So that, all of these little things these teams do are very intentional, completely by design.
And I did see it look like, I think it was the the 4 car stayed out. Yeah, there we can see. And they actually just barely came out ahead. That is why we're seeing these teams come in during the Code 60. That was so little time lost. And now we're on lap 4. So that's a 4-lap difference they have over that round 3 racing team.
Exactly. And, that can pay really, really big dividends here as we're back on board and riding the Camberton Performance Engineering Ginetta with Tom O'Gorman on board. And, this is such a cool opportunity for Tomo. He's such a talent. And these cars reward his type of driving style. Really fluid, really quick, not a lot of wasted energy. And it's going to be fun to see how that plays out. Now, one of the records just went by. So hopefully that's an indication that things are going to get cleaned up here and we'll be going back to racing soon.
Exactly. And yeah, you can see they found the escape road on the to the outside of the heel of the boots. So that should hopefully mean that most of them are going to be leaving sometime soon. That's the other Camberton Performance car, which unfortunately did not see as much track time, but they are running in the other class. The ZR2s just ahead. O'Gorman actually currently the leader in the ZR3s as we hop on board just behind the 95, or excuse me, we're on board with the 178 right now. That's the 94 of Ryan Hall. Just in front of us. Ryan, when I spoke to him earlier on Friday, was very excited to get out on track. He's typically more of a racing coach, but he has had experience getting out on track in competition. It's just been a minute, and when he got the call up, he jumped at the chance.
Yeah, anybody who's a real race driver is going to do that. And we go back to green, and look at this. No time wasted. The attempt by Pacelli here in the 178. That little Ginetta trying to get a little bit more roll speed and get after it. And here you see on the straight, you see that BMW just eke away just a little bit. And that's just the different strengths of these cars. And, of course, Clark Camburn, who is the owner of Camburn Performance Engineering, very, very talented driver, too. So these two guys, if they can keep that car running, I think they're in with a pretty good shot in this class for sure.
Well, he's holding right to the back of that bright orange BMW. Let's see if he's got enough momentum, enough of that slipstream to try and challenge, or if he's just going to be hanging on all the way up to the braking. He's going to give it a big look coming up to the inner loop, but yeah, he does not have the overlap. Wisely will get back in line. This is all happening behind Alsup in that number 41 who runs second in the ZR2s, Tom Hoffman. And the 95 is taken off down the road. We don't have visual on how far ahead he is right now. We'll hop back on board with Pacelli, and this time he's going to use that better braking, the lightness of this car to send it up the inside of the chute.
Yeah, what a move, and gets that done, uses all the exit curb into the laces, and now as we talk about down into the toe, and right there you get that compression. You see how he comes off the brake and is already on the throttle, and you've got to carry speed through here because now you're climbing a bit, and a car with a little bit more power, if he gets the exit right, can maybe have a look down into 9, but Pacelli covered that to perfection. And the one thing that these Ginettas are really good at is conserving tires. They're lighter weight, and so they're easy on tires. So if it was going to be a dry endurance race, that's a car, if it's running well, I would think would be right up at an opportunity. But, this wet, a little bit of weight and power doesn't hurt you in the wet too much. So we'll see what happens. But meanwhile, this battle back at it again with the 59 having pitted. And the number 4 staying out front, but Dickerson's only a 10th behind right now.
And it looks like
through.
He's already through.
Yeah.
So he's wasted no time. And the 4, despite staying out, not really being able to hold on to that advantage. The 77 now sitting behind them. And our time and scoring updates to reflect. Dakota Dickerson is on the point. Ethan Barker going to try and hold on to that 4. Late in the race, the Nimbus team was quicker than the round 3 racing, but it did ebb and flow back and forth throughout yesterday, and it wasn't a major difference. It actually, honestly, more so came down to pit stop timing and code 60s that saw the difference. It looks like that 178, after dispatching the first BMW, is now on the back of the black and white number 41, seeing if they can overtake Retro Rockets for second.
Yeah, it's also behind the wheel now, has to fend off Pacelli. And I wonder if the approach here by the Camberton Performance Engineering team, knowing that if it gets wet, and again, it sounds kind of like an oxymoron that, if it's wet, why would you want a heavier car? Well, because if you've got it softened up a little bit, it can really plant that weight on the loaded tires and give you a little bit of extra grip. And I wonder if their thought is here, when it's dry, we're going to try and do everything we can to get out front, open up a margin just in case we lose a little bit of our effectiveness in those damp conditions. But pretty savvy team there for sure.
Certainly seems like they've got it together at this stage. William Alsup, though, with plenty of experience here, he's one of the drivers in the paddock that has a long history in racing, and all the 178 is taking to the runoff. Now, they have not pulled behind the wall, but they are at least on the shortcut of the NASCAR routes. Will this bring out another code 60, or once again, will we get a car rolling?
Wow, I wonder what happened there, because it was almost like he didn't even attempt to turn in and just went straight on. So, that could be an indication, long brake pedal maybe, or throttle stuck open for a second, because made absolutely no attempt to turn. And that's up into a really tricky corner into turn 9. So he wisely just straightened it out and got it stopped. And then you decide, all right, now what can I do from here?
The disappointing thing is this is the car that I mentioned lacked track time yesterday, spent quite a while behind the wall, and they've been chasing gremlins inside of it pretty much the entire weekend. When I went and chatted with them, they were still hammering away on Friday, trying to get it to work consistently. We stay green for the time being as we watch second place carry on, and now promoted up to third, the 94 find themselves back onto the podium. They are trying to keep up with that 41 of Alsup, and we are going to get a second code 60 within the first 20 minutes.
Yeah, that's obviously concerning, but you've got a random car just sitting out there, and with this code 60 idea where it doesn't disrupt the strategy too much, other than when you're only going 60 kilometers per hour, you're not using much fuel, so it certainly helps that. But otherwise, it doesn't cost you a big lead or bring you up if you were way behind. It just sort of preserves the quote unquote purity of the race a little bit. So it's a nice idea to have, and it's executed well here, and that makes a big difference.
The other thing I'm wondering is whether or not the race control, if it is a short one, since that car looks like it should be easy to remove, will hold the code 60. That's something they started doing at Road America to make sure that all the teams have a chance to go by the pit entry and choose to pit under code 60 if they want.
Okay.
But if they choose not to do that, it is worth noting that the 3 team was able to get in, and it looks like the 80 team as well. Not all of the teams had an opportunity this time by it, because I think the code 60 came just after they passed that pit entry. Now, the 80 actually, we're understanding, is stopped on the pits. And yeah, I'm looking down now, and he is halted. There he is on screen.
Yeah, it just came to a stop right in the middle of the pit lane, and obviously that's of great concern, because you get cars trying to get in and out, and not sure what the problem might be, but that's going to elongate the code 60, I would think, here, if they've got to get that. And fortunately, obviously, they can get people out and give it a push, and there's some crew members getting down there and doing exactly that. But really frustrating. You think, all right, I've got an opportunity here. I could duck in and maybe grab a little bit of fuel, and then suddenly you've got some sort of an issue with the car. The question for me was going to be whether we're going to see the number 4 come in under this code 60, since it didn't on the first one, and try and get sort of back in sync. Oh boy, right to the garage.
Wow.
So terminal issue of some sort.
Yeah, not something they feel confident they could fix on pit lane. And let's head down to Sloan because it sounds like she's got a little bit of information. Sloan?
Just caught up with the Nimbus 80 team. We found out that it's a broken axle. And if you guys remember at Sonoma, axles were the topic of conversation. The bumps were not good to the cars there. And we haven't heard of any axle situations this weekend. This is something that the Nimbus team did not see coming. So obviously, not a great start for them. But back to the garage. Hopefully it'll be a quick fix and we'll see them back out very soon.
And you know, I was talking to Barry Waddell earlier this weekend, who is a part of that Stratus and Nimbus teams. Very great coach, a lot of experience. He said that they had been stressing to the drivers heavily to not go onto the curbs around here. I wonder if it was maybe a little bit too much use of the curbs that has rattled some parts loose underneath that car.
Well, you know, this track has a lot of grip, so you get some pretty good lateral load. Now we're getting an update. They think it might be a gearbox, but still, it's the same scenario because, you know, Sloan was talking about Sonoma. Well, that track with that sudden elevation change where you're up and over those rises and they're very abrupt and everything, it just, you know, lots of torque gets thrown through the drive line, and not a surprise, to have some axles, struggling there. Here it's a lot smoother. You've got lateral load, but as you said, you've got all that lateral load, and then you go bounding over curbs, say in the inner loop, and it can have that same destructive type of force. And sometimes the bigger GT cars can handle that, but the lighter weight prototypes sometimes just need to be very, very wary of getting up on the curbs.
We don't have, of course, the real story yet as to what has caused that, but speculation, especially based on what we've been hearing from the teams leading up to today. Right. And watching the 59 continue to lead, already coming up on yet more traffic in front of them. This is some of our ZR3 class cars, so they already made their way through the ZR4 field, but for the second time, they're already going to take advantage of this Code 60 for another top-up. I kind of wondered, because I figured the 4 team, if the 59 doesn't pit, that could give them a little bit of a leg back up, but it looks like they won't be able to really use that. And I can confirm that the 4 is also in currently. There you see them now.
Okay, yeah, and the 77, everybody's coming in here. Interesting thing, up until late in this race that we've had thus far prior to the second Code 60, Dakota Dickerson was the only guy underneath 2 minutes in terms of a lap time. He'd gone a 1:59.1, but just a few laps ago before this Code 60 at Camden Hibbett got into the 1:59.5s. And so my thought, at first was, well, Dakota has got almost a second and a half at least on the field. So Pitt, you're going to come through them again relatively quickly. But I think Camden, showed, all right, we've got pace too. And so they've decided to duck in and try and get a little bit more back in sequence here with what is arguably right now the quickest car in the class.
Let's go down to Sloan. Sounds like there's been a bit of drama happening behind the scenes.
I don't like to say drama behind the scenes, but I did just find out some news that the 305 of the Toyota has been disqualified mechanical. I wasn't given any more information than that, but unfortunately the race is over early for them today.
Thanks for that, Sloan. Well,
that
not
hurts.
really. Yeah, not going to get any more whatsoever from them. And makes sense now. We heard earlier that they didn't really want to chat about what the issues were. It sounds it's understandable now that they were not in the greatest of mood when that car first broke down.
Yeah, and it's frustrating, when you're early in a long endurance race, you've got a mechanical issue, and you think, well, let's get it fixed, we can get out, we can, we're not going to be in the hunt for a win, but we can test and work on things, and then something happens that results in a DQ, and now all of that potential track time is gone. That's a big hit.
Now, I was checking our timing and scoring because I saw that we still had this Porsche Boxster seemingly in the lead, and it is. So I don't think they've served their drive-through yet, and they have to serve that under green. So, unfortunately, they did not make a visit down pit lane in between. I don't know if they're trying to argue their case to the stewards about that jump start or what, but they're trying to hold off the pain as long as they can, it seems.
Yeah, well, they're going to be arguing up until the very last opportunity. But if they feel that it was truly in error, the penalty. But at a certain point, you need to just suck it up, because if you don't, they just stop scoring you, and you can't come back from that. So we'll see just exactly how that's going to play out here, because that car has been running really, really well.
I noticed from our drone shot as they were cleaning up the 178, looked like they had a lot of oil dry down on the track where the car was. Thank goodness that they were able to pull off as quickly as they did then, because that's well off the racing line since they're not using that portion of the track this weekend. But obviously something is giving up a few fluids underneath the car, and they'll need to go and try and get that plugged up, maybe refill a few things and get it back out there. The sister team, the 177, still leading over in the ZR3s, thankfully. But we're down to now only 3 of our ZR2 cars still running. We saw only 2 classified at the end of the race yesterday. That was how bad the attrition was for the ZR2s.
Yeah, and it's interesting because, like I said, this track doesn't have the bumps and the like that can, oftentimes be the culprit in creating issues, but it does have these just extreme side loads because of the grip here. And, that has its own domino effect through a car. And, sometimes you're just pushing so hard and, things will just eventually, you find the weak links, right? And that's when you hope you can go back out and fix it and see, okay, now how can we make this last a little bit longer the next time we go out? So that's what you're looking at. And we're looking at here, you can see the weather, and we just are in this little bit of a window, Joe, but it looks like it's going to be closing here.
I mean, those colors don't look promising.
No.
And for what it's worth, I've been keeping an eye on my my phone's weather app. It said about 14 minutes to rain something like a half an hour ago. And then I checked about maybe 10 minutes ago. It said 14 minutes to rain. Now it's saying 1 minute to rain. So it could be coming imminently, and that radar signal definitely looks like it should be here sooner rather than later. Before we get the rain coming down, we will get a green flag as we go back to racing, and the prototypes immediately have to work their way around the ZR4s.
Wow. That was read to perfection by Dickerson. That Code 60 ended, and he was in perfect position and just launched around the outside of a couple of those GT cars. Hibbett caught behind one of them now, clears it going down into the 90, into turn 1. And he absolutely needed to do that because, this climb up the hill here, these GT cars with that extra power, they can just pull you all the way up the hill. So Hibbett doing exactly what he needed to do.
And I find it interesting looking at this order now. Remember that the 4 team has now kind of been reset back onto the same strategy as those 2 cars ahead. But remember, they did not come in the first time. So I think they spent longer fueling, as lost that track position to Vaughn in the 77 that you see on screen now. So that's why they're now sitting in 3rd, even though they entered pit lane in P2.
I think that's exactly right. And, that's where having the opportunity to play that strategy, even early in a race, it can gain you a spot in the pits when you open up your options. And that's really when when you pit near the end of a Code 60 and top off, what you're doing is literally you're just opening up options, more options for you, decisions. Do we short fill? Do we go for the whole fill and just try and extend this out? Do we want to save fuel for a little while, to be able to make this gap work better? All these things come into play a little bit more efficiently once you get a pit window, or a fuel window, I should say, opened up just a little bit. Watching these cars head up, we didn't talk about this enough. I got a little bit behind myself in that track description, Joe. But to me, turn 9 is one of the most underrated in terms of challenging corners in North America. And it is such a tricky corner here. And if you get it wrong, you're either really slow out of it or you're in the wall, because those barriers are super close. And, everybody tends to be a little overly cautious through there, and probably with good reason.
And I'm glad you brought it up, because I know on the sim side, I have always found that to be the most frustrating corner on this track. It is so hard to get right consistently. And I'm always amazed with these drivers that can just hit their marks every single time through there. But
Yep.
looks like a nice calm restart on this one, besides at least a little drama early for the ZPTs having to work their way, ZP2s, excuse me, having to work their way through the ZR4 class. But now they're off into the open before they get to the ZR3s, maybe within about a lap or so. And they're all trying to make good use of this dry, clean track in front of them.
Yeah, what Camden's got to be a little bit careful here. Obviously he's going to get help there. Boy, Vaughn really got balked behind that GT car, and that's going to allow Camden to make up a fair amount of ground here. And I think we're getting reports from spots around. Oh yeah, look at that windscreen. Rain is starting, Joe.
Here we go. This is where it all starts to get a little bit crazy, and it does look dramatic here on board, but you have to remember that they're going at a higher pace. Although, whoa, that is a little bit of a bobble from the Green Goblin coming off of turn 9. We said it's hard enough in the dry. It looks like it is diabolical in the wet. Now, the cars can change tires to wets if they so choose. We'll see if this car ducks into pit lane. Granted, much like our rules in the dry, they can only use that one set with a single extra tire being allowed to be changed without penalty. It's looking like it is a little sketchy as we rode on board with Vaughn.
Yeah, and the thing is, you've got hot tires, which is nice. You need heat in a tire when it's raining to still give you a little bit of grip. But obviously, this is my first time calling a Zenith race. So, are these cars running? Are any of them running slicks? Because that's when it gets really sketchy. Is if you've got a hot slick and then it rains, very little grip. If they're on a treaded tire, like a 200 treadwear tire, they'll have some decent grip.
So the good news is they do run street tires in this series. So there are some treads, but granted, they're not going to be very deep treads since they are made to last the entire race, essentially. So the teams will have, like I said, have the opportunity to move to rain tires if they so choose. From the visuals we're seeing, I don't think it's time yet. This looks pretty dry to me.
Yeah, for most of the track, it's looking okay. And the interesting thing is, you don't want to overreact, go to rains too soon, because even if we're talking about, regular street tires, if you will, with some tread on it, the rain tires are generally going to be a deeper tread, which one will flex a lot more and generate huge heat, and then they can start chunking off. And the other part of that is usually a rain tire is going to be a little softer compound, which then further exacerbates that heat and chunking problem. So you want to make sure that if you're going to go to that rain tire, that it's wet, so that you can keep moderating those temperatures and let that rain tire do what it's supposed to do.
We saw a message about the 95 heading behind the wall. That's one of those teams that is doing the tire testing, so that's not a major concern for anybody worried about the 9-4 Motorsports team. In the meantime, we still have not seen this 12 Porsche Boxster head into pit lane to serve its penalty. How long will they be allowed to carry on before they come in? Because I don't think I've seen any message about a rescinded penalty on that yet.
Yeah, it's surprising if they haven't rescinded the penalty, unless that is now being discussed, whether they presented some sort of evidence that now the officials have said, okay, we're going to delay enforcing the penalty and give this more of a look, which is entirely possible, of course. But they're getting a nice grace period here, and right now the driver is doing a nice job. Rockwell himself And that Rockwell Autosport development entry is doing a really, really nice job up front. I mean, he's not hugely clear of his pursuer, but putting in a really, really stout drive right now.
We've got a code 60 starting, and it looks like it is in effect. I see the 77 on our track map stopped. Now, I don't have visual from where I'm sitting on if there's been a serious incident, but we haven't seen camera shots yet. It'll be between turns 1 and 2, so we might be able to see here shortly, and that is often a place where cars can spin off, especially with a lack of grip, and wind up slamming the inside wall just from oversteer moments. Really hoping that's not the case for yesterday's winner.
Yeah, that would be brutal. But we could see the EVs in the background, and there is a car that they pulled off there right by Oh boy, I think it's exactly what you were talking about. That's a shame.
They had such an amazing race yesterday. It was incredibly clean. They were super fast, especially when it was needed. They got a little bit of the luck of the green with the code 60s, but that's not going to be the case today. At least from this angle that we've got, that looks like major damage on the car. So even if they do get it turned around, it's only going to be just to get laps in, possibly to make sure and score points, which is important because that's one of the teams that came into this weekend leading the championship.
Ooh, boy, that's a double whammy for sure. And the thing is look at that curb, right? And, that thing is tricky enough in the dry when you run over it. And especially if you've got, these prototypes, very, very low body work, low CG, and you get that curb and you straddle it, and it can just launch you. But if it's damp down there and you get up on that curb, then it becomes, truly diabolical, and it just often spits you off, and there's very little you can do about it. So just caught him out, it looks like, and that's a shame. We get a report that he did get up on that exit curb, so that's just really tough to bring it back from when it's damp.
And so this is one of those lessons for Gavin Vaughn that he's going to take forward about this track and this scenario, no doubt, because it's a very brutal lesson that's going to cost them a chance at 2 wins in a row today, and definitely a good chance at least 2 podiums in a row this weekend. As I still see some little droplets on my window outside of the booth, so I think we are getting light sprinkles. It has not been a torrential downpour, but is certainly at least cost one car so far. We're taking one more look at how things are at this stage with the clouds, and we're coming into what looks to be a little bit of line of a few of them.
Yep. Not the heavy stuff yet, although that looks like it might well arrive. But, sometimes, Joe, it's these conditions which are the most treacherous, because you've been out there, you've been racing for a little bit. The tires have worked with the oil that's embedded in the track. You warm that track surface up, those oils get a little slick, and then you just get this light misting almost that comes down on the track, and it turns it into an ice rink. And you'd rather it just be raining, because then you know exactly what you've got, and it's just easier to deal with than sometimes this light mist and at the slightest second, without any foreshadowing at all. Sometimes the car's gone.
Saw the.
Boy, you better have quick hands.
Yeah, not quick enough in the case of Gavin Vaughn. And I was just about to say, I saw the 59 in and out. Now the 4 is going to join them. So this is at 6:19 left. We've actually, amazingly, almost gone through a full stint.
Well, it's not going to hurt him too bad, but, I mean, that was a good 2 or 3 seconds he sat there.
We've seen that from time to time.
And it's a code 60, so you lose that. It isn't like it's a safety car, so yeah.
And that is something that some of the teams have talked about, that making up time is so much harder in this series because of those code 60s. It is not the flat-out sprint we see in some endurance racing, but at the same time, every second is precious in this series. You can't afford to be stationary whenever possible. Sounds like we might get a replay of that incident So let's see how exactly this works out for the 77 riding on board. Let's see how much of that curb he takes on the outside, if any.
He's giving himself a little protection on turn in. Looks good there, but here pushes wide, up on it, and gone. That's exactly it.
Whoa!
You get up there. Oh, that was that the 4?
Yes, it was.
Wow. Yeah. Gathered that it was, the lightweight hood, obviously, but still sent that skyward.
Well, like you've talked about, these cars don't have a lot of power underneath them, so any sort of aero damage can certainly be harmful to that straight line speed. So
You bet.
I didn't think to, because I didn't know that it had hit that. I didn't think to
Exactly.
look at that when they were in the pit lane. I wish I had paid closer attention to see if there were any strakes or anything that were kind of askew on that car. We'll try and see if we can get some closer shots maybe later on.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right, and that's something we didn't really talk about at the top of the show too much. Is particularly with these prototypes that are so aero dependent, and you've got those little strakes or dive fins here and there, and any contact, whether it's like with the 4 coming through and clocking the hood, or just close quarters battling, and it's one of those things where in an endurance race, sometimes drivers have to do that thing that's so difficult for them, and that's be patient. And just back out because you just ding one of those little dive planes and it just ripples through the entire car. Suddenly you can't, if it was a right dive plane, you're not going to be cornering quite as well, and then that means now you're going to be eating that tire up just a little bit more, and the balance could go. I mean, all these things can happen. So you've got to, it's that real balancing act that makes endurance racing so much fun here. As we see, the number 3 is ducked in as well. So McClintock bringing that in. Sloan, what else are you hearing about the 4?
Yeah, currently down here at round 3 racing. The 3 just came in for a stop. The 5 had just come in, and the 4 came in. I know we were talking about them a little bit, but I talked to a crew member who said that they looked around the car. They weren't really worried about the debris that was caused by the 77. So I guess we'll just wait for it to play out, but they weren't concerned about the 4 for right now.
Good information to have. And
yeah, absolutely.
well, this is normally they're supposed to stay to the right-hand side of that exit line. Obviously, that is being allowed for them to go off far left when they exit pit lane because of all the safety vehicles that they have trying to recover that car. Here's the good news. That's actually the first real accident that we've had on track due to driver error this whole weekend of racing. We may have had a few out during practice sessions, but the couple that we've seen hit the wall earlier this weekend, one was the 14 car blowing a tire in the middle of the inner loops. That really wasn't driver error. And the second one was the 66 having to take avoiding action, trying to avoid a slower car during a code 60 and wind up in the wall in their evasive maneuvers. So impressive that we've gone this far, and this is the first time we've really seen a wall strike.
Yeah, no, it is. And if you look at this track from where the guardrails are around a lot of it, you almost have to drive this as precise as you would a street course, because the guardrails are really close in some very fast sections of track. And so, just because of the grip quotient here and the leg, oftentimes you don't get a whole lot of incidents, but when you do, they tend to be pretty, significant just because of the speed that you're carrying and how close those barriers are. A classic scenario is the exit of the final turn here, 11 onto the front straight. Normally you are up against that wall on the exit, as we saw in some of the onboards that we've seen previously. This is a plenty challenging place, and as I said, you need to be really precise around here.
So we're about 45 minutes into the race at this stage. Let's give you a little update on each of the classes. Dakota Dickerson still at the point for the ZP2s and the Stratus Racing 59. Will Alsup for the Retro Rockets Racing leading in the number 41 currently down in ZR2. In ZR3, it is Tom O'Gorman who leads in the Cambrian Performance 177, and actually, once again, kind of outperforming the class. He is currently 7th overall and ahead of all but one of the ZR2s. Then down in the ZR4s, it is the 777 Sheldon Rosenbaum from Lagunatic Racing, who currently leads in the final class.
What a great racing team name, huh? Lagunatic. You got to enjoy that because, anybody who's seriously into racing is a little bit off the normal beam, and we love them for it, that's for sure. And, Tomo, that Cambrian Performance Engineering car, the Ginetta, is going to be very well prepped. And, Tom is a talent. There's no question. I announced him to a touring car championship and World Challenge. I announced him to a Grid Life championship as well, and he's just so fluid in the car. And we talk about that momentum, and getting through a corner with as much exit speed as you can. And sometimes that means slow in, fast out kind of a scenario. But when you can roll that speed all the way through a corner, you carry whatever advantage you have out of that turn all the way to the next braking zone. And that's something Tom really excels in. And that Ginetta around here, when he's got clear track, that thing's going to sail. And he is really giving it a run. I mean, his best lap here is a 207.3. The ZR2 cars are 206s, 206.7, 206.8. So, and the next ZR3 car is a 209. And, that's the combination of the Ginetta and Tom behind the wheel.
Well, I talked a little bit about it earlier during the pre-race show. He really wowed us yesterday because within maybe about an hour and a half, he took the fastest lap of that car from in the 208s down to the 206s. Just continued to chop off time lap after lap. We were kind of amazed that he was continuing to find that much. There were periods where it was 3-4 laps in a row he was setting personal bests.
Well, that's the thing. If you're one of those drivers that's got it, the gift, for the feel of the car, the bandwidth to understand what's going on and everything, and if you can really read, all right, my tire deg compared to my fuel burn, car gets lighter, should be more responsive, but tires are now a lap or two more used. How much, can I continue to push? And the drivers that can really feel that, Joe, they're the special ones, and they're the ones that as a race unfolds, like Formula One, the really top tier drivers, every lap, the car is getting quicker and quicker and quicker during a fuel stint, and it's because the amount of fuel they burn as a percentage of the car's weight more than makes up for that lap of tire deg every lap, and they can sense that. And Tom was one of those drivers that you in a sports car, he's got that kind of feel, and that Ginetta responds to it.
He definitely makes me a little bit proud on a personal side because he's a fellow Cincinnatian like me, and we don't see a lot of race car drivers come out of our area, so certainly has been wowing us out on the track this weekend, showing up for the first time last time out at Road America, and also doing an incredible job with a first and a second over in Wisconsin. Let's see if they get one better than that and get a pair of firsts here this weekend as we come back to the Green Goblin once again. Atleta currently in this number 769 and running in third. That is unfortunately last of the ZR4s that are still out on track since we've lost the Myota. But they should hopefully be at least somewhat within range to get back into it. That's been the strength of this Powell team, is even if the car does not have the pace, they managed to take a win in the second race back at Road America just by simply keeping the car running and putting the laps in.
Yeah, being there. I mean, that is a huge thing in this sport, is to be able to You get near the end of the race, you've kept yourself in a decent position in class, you haven't taken too much out of the car, etc. It does give you an opportunity at that point to be in the play. And like you said, maybe you don't have that outright speed, but you've done the strategy game well enough that you find yourself in podium contention. And that's a really good day when you can make that happen.
Now, if you like the nickname for this one, we were talking about this yesterday, that they had a different Miata back in Wisconsin, and that one was called the Snot Rocket. So this team has a lot of fun with their cars, and in fact, they're something of a crowd favorite. The YouTube chat tends to constantly be asking for updates and wanting to hear from the team, so we try to give them when we can to let them know how they're doing out on track. But for now, they are on the podium, but they're last in class.
Yep, and it's just a matter of just staying there, being ready. You got a lot of time left. I mean, we still have over 6 hours to go in this one. So, and especially if this rain is going to stick around a while, it's just drive within yourself. Don't make mistakes because others will. And you never know. You might have an opportunity here. And I think Sloan has a little bit more information. She's busy in pit lane for us.
Down here on pit lane with Tyler Hoffman, one of the drivers of the 9-4 Motorsports 95 car or 96 car today.
A little bit of both.
Little bit of both. I was going around pit lane asking drivers, when do you switch tires? Obviously, there's a little bit of sprinkle right now. And Tyler was giving me some insight. So can you explain to me, maybe we'll get down here, but what was the you were telling me?
So the big thing we're looking at is just what the surface is showing us, right? So as we can see below us here on the concrete, it's still dry, right? We know some cars came in, took tires, what we're watching on pit lane, but right now it's still dry. I don't see any spray on any of the cars on track, so we've elected to stay on the dry tires and keep running until maybe this ratio changes, right? So if we've got more, if it's more wet than it is normal concrete color, we can see that the ground is damp, then we'll go ahead and switch to the wet tire, especially if it looks like it's going to stay like that. Right now the weather is a little bit questionable, so we're trying to push the dry tire as long as possible because it should remain to be quicker. But once we start seeing spray and if this picks up, then we'll probably go to the wets.
How do you feel about the paint? I know you were kind of saying it gets a little slippery. Is that something where your crew chiefs tell you try to avoid it, or what's your thought process for that?
There's some places really can't avoid it. We start to be a little bit more mindful on the paint and making sure the wheel's straight, and we're not getting greedy, right? Nobody wants to get caught out. I know some cars may have already had some issues with the paint, maybe related, maybe not be, but just being real mindful of the paint, and nobody wants to get caught out in a 7-hour race. So
yeah, definitely. Well, thank you for that update, and we're wishing you a clean, safe race when you hop back in the car.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Sloan. You can let them know that, it was a car that slipped on the curb. Unfortunately, it was a 77 team that brought out that Code 60, which has now gone back to green, and we are at full racing pace. You may have seen up at the top of the screen that we have a 1-lap penalty for car 12 for a Code 60 violation. That is for speeding under the Code 60, which has been a common theme throughout the season, but is thankfully becoming less and less common. So hopefully we won't see too many more of those cars being docked a lap.
Yeah, you hate to have that happen, but, you've got to enforce it. And, sometimes, that little speeding moment, it's nothing intentional. You're not actually thinking I'm going to close up on somebody or open up a gap. You're talking on the radio, whatever, and, you've been going 100 miles an hour and now you're doing 37. And you just suddenly find yourself having picked up some speed. So it isn't egregious, but you've got to make sure that it's policed. And, the biggest thing in terms of officiating for any series is, sometimes the calls will go your way, sometimes they won't, but it's to be consistent. And that's what you have to do. And, so if you've got something that calls for that specific penalty, you got to enforce it.
Absolutely. It's a safety
late lunch
issue.
Here. Nice awareness by that orange Bimmer here. And you can see that little wider line actually may have given him just that little bit of extra grip.
Absolutely. That is the 94 that's actually battling with the ZR3 car. So this is for overall position, but not within class. The AOA Racing team currently running in second. They're trying to get up to Tom O'Gorman, and it's understandable. They're not too far up the road. They do have a ways to catch them, but they're trying to get past this ZR2 car because they want to be with their class leader. As we check in with the next down on the ZR4s, I believe, the 779. Yeah, this is our leader actually in that ZR4 class, Rosenbaum, that we were talking about earlier. And by the way, that penalty promotes Adleta up to second now for Powell.
There you go. You know, it's exactly what we were talking about is do what you can do, and things will come to you every once in a while, as we now see the number 4 Hibbett coming up, trying to get around some of these cars. Pretty healthy gap right now from Dickerson to Hibbett, about 12 seconds. And this is not going to help Camden here as he's working through some traffic here.
I was noticing that as well, that even on the restart of the Code 60, it was up to, I think it was about 8 seconds that I saw. And it seems like maybe this traffic has not played nice with Camden up to this point. This is where he needed to almost be past them coming up the hill. You could see that BMW gets the legs on him and starts to pull away slightly.
And then the BMW looks down to the inside, and that took away a perfect overtake opportunity for Camden to be able to slice through, and he could not quite make that work. Now he's got to dive to the inside, and that's where you hope the 41 of Alsup there for Retro Rocket sees him, and he did, sensed him coming, and now Camden, able to just roll that extra speed that the downforce on that light prototype gives here, and is able to get through. But just that alone, and we don't know exactly what kind of traffic Dickerson's been dealing with, but that could have held up Camden fairly significantly here.
I just realized that was an important pass with that 94 on the 41 because that was for the lead in the ZR2s. Looked, honestly, a bit easier than I expected. I don't know if there's any issues for Alsup, but we saw something similar yesterday where at times the car just didn't look as fast, and yet there are other times where it was just setting the track ablaze. So not sure if this is kind of a repeat or if they are actually experiencing something.
Yeah, car's got some, pretty aggressive, from what I can see, aero on it. And, so you'd think in the dry here, and again, that can be draggy, but, there's so many long duration corners here that having that little bit of extra aero is going to be big. We got a little video here of somebody getting a
looks like a lug
nut ready to go. Yeah, that's the glue they put on. Then they set it into that right position. Watch it right there. Set it there, and then that's how they will come in and speed up a tire change. Just have those all ready to go.
And that's the other unique aspect of this series is with the open tire rules, you do have some that are the 5 lug nut style, and then some that are a single giant nut on the center of the car. So obviously Ginetta going for that kind of NASCAR style, that they are preparing those tires. I'm guessing those are their rain tires because I don't think they're going to want to incur a 1-lap penalty this early on. So probably just covering things off in case the rain does start to pick up.
Yeah, that looked like a pretty deep tread on that tire that he was gluing those lug nuts onto. So I would agree with you that those were the rains. And, the last thing you want is suddenly you have this deluge and your driver dives into the pits and you're not ready. So they're doing the right thing and just getting, everything laid out so that you don't lose time in the pits. And, that's the biggest key to endurance racing is, you need to have some level of pace on track. But virtually every endurance race, and you know this, Joe, you look at time spent in the pits, and it's usually never somebody with a lot of time spent in the pits that wins.
Absolutely.
So,
preparation is a huge aspect in endurance racing.
Exactly.
This series especially. So I think you're right. This is a very smart, well-oiled team that is just trying to be at the ready to make that call when it needs to happen. It's not going to happen this lap. 177 stays out as they're getting ready to try and overtake the Rockwell Autosports Boxster, and should be a relatively easy pass, with that being the ZR4 class car just in front of them, and should have the legs coming up the hill. An update on Dickerson versus Hibbett, by the way. That's up to 19 seconds now. So
Yeah.
round 3 is continuing to lose a lot of time.
Well, and I think it's, Hibbett's just been caught a couple of times, significantly caught out in traffic. And I think Dakota's just either catching traffic at a more opportune time and maybe being a little bit more effective dealing with it. Because, you look at last lap times, and that's where you can start to see, some of the differences in that. I mean, Dickerson's last lap was a 2:06. Hibbett's was a 2:03.0. So that's a big difference. It's 2.5 seconds, and usually that's always going to be traffic related.
Back down into the chute here for our leader in the ZR3s. The gap looking to me like it's somewhere in the realm of 17 seconds or so to the 14 of AOA Racing, who was on the move, I will say. We saw them making some good passes, not just on their own class, but in the ZR2 class. But the last lap in comparison, unfortunately for AOA, was a 2:08 for O'Gorman, and Messenger with a 2:11.5. So the 177 again is absolutely on fire.
Yeah, Tomo is just locked in right now. You hit the groove like that, the zone, if you will, and it's just feeling good, and you're just driving it. And, I've been watching him. He's doing all this, and this is what I'm talking about. He's not up on any of the curbs. He's just rolling really nice speed. If he does get to a curb, he just barely touches it. And so he's doing this without being extremely aggressive. And that means a couple of things. One, he's not, endangering the car being up on curbs. Two, he's really doing a nice job of taking care of the tires while he's making this type of speed. And that's impressive.
Certainly has been the word we've used a lot with him this weekend, is impressive. Need to get that thesaurus out with the way that he's been running, because I think we're going to have to find a few other things to say about how he has been performing so far. Speaking of good performances, you talked about the Lagunatic team. How about Sheldon Rosenbaum? You talked about some of the sim racers making their way up to real world racing. He's one of those that I've called sim races on in the past, and seeing him now out here getting to run and leading his class is kind of a cool thing for me.
It really is. And these sims these days are such good training tools. A lot of people still have sort of locked in their head that, the sim racing, it's just a game, and it's not. It can be. It can be a lot of fun, obviously, and you can, get together and race and all that. But the really serious sim racers, a lot of them are also real world racers, and they use it as a true sim. And it makes a big difference. I mean, there's been a few people. I announced a Tuesday night league that Full Send Sims has been a part of and created. And Camden's one of the drivers from that. But there have been others that started there that have never actually driven real world, and they, got out and ended up winning their first ever regional race. And it was because, I got in the car and it just, I knew the track. I knew what the car was going to do. The difference is you don't get sometimes that seat of the pants feel, obviously, in a sim. You can get full motion sims that do a lot, but it's really tough for them to give you a real sense of lateral load and decel kind of loads, that sort of thing. But the rest of it, you just work on it in a sim, and you think about it. Apollo doesn't land on the moon without sims. It's that simple.
Yeah.
And sim racing has become a phenomenal tool, not just in terms of getting out and racing and saying, okay, I'm gonna race Watkins Glen here a couple of times before I go there for real, but also now sim racing allows you to learn a track you maybe didn't know, to learn a car you didn't know, without having to spend the money to go rent the track. for a weekend,
A
or
100%.
during the week. It's become a fabulous tool, and you can link in, obviously, with a coach and do some amazing training, with your coach. You could do lead follows, and then he can get out of the sim and just stand and look at your data as you're driving. The elevation in the efficiency and the tech of these sims has been just a boon for, drivers that are coming up through the racing ranks.
It's effectively not just become that tool, but I feel like it's kind of the new karting. That used to be the traditional way to work your way into racing, especially for a lot of younger drivers. But now, especially if you don't have the money, because karting still can get expensive. Sims, while still sometimes can cost a pretty penny, depending on how serious you go with it, it is definitely a lot less than a weekend going at the kart track. And you're seeing so many young people get their first start on the sim before they eventually take the plunge to try and become a serious professional race car driver. But out here in the physical space right now, things get a little bit complicated as we've got two of our different classes, one of which is a battle for the lead. The 41 has caught back up to Hall in the 94 Motorsports car.
Yeah. Really close at this stage. He's done a brilliant job looking at some of the last laps here. And, their margins are ridiculously close in those laps. I mean, 7/100ths the difference. But, he wasn't that far back, and he's been able to string a few together. And now that he's closer, sometimes you just sort of, feel that, all right, I've got him. I've been watching him. I see where I'm quicker. And now I'm going to see if I can get there and then make the big pounce move. And we'll see if he's able to pull that up. A great recovery drive. Well, I shouldn't say recovery drive, but, great drive to close him down again and make a battle of this lead spot for ZR2. ZR2.
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah, ZR2. I know there's a lot of classes out here in this series. And I would call it a great response, I would say. Saw that car go by, said, okay, we can't just rest on our laurels. Let's pick up the pace. Let's take the fight to them. And they finally got their first victory yesterday in this series. But that is amidst that car almost always being very, very fast, just has things always seeming to happen during the race, whether it be penalties, whether it be mechanical issues. Finally overcame that, and you could tell it was an emotional moment for the team finally getting up on the top step. I think they'd like to retain that feeling because they're certainly coming back strong here on Ryan Hall.
Yeah, getting that first win, when you've put so much effort into it, is just such an incredible reward, and not just for the drivers, obviously, but as you talked about, for the entire team. It's just a huge confidence lift, and just a huge shot of optimism. Like, okay, yeah, we can do it. Now we know we can. Now we just have to get after it again. And from this shot, I love this because you can see what I was talking about, how much more aggressive the aero is on that 41 car, in terms of you look at the splitters and all the aero bits on the front and then that honk and wing on the back. And then the 94 Motorsports car, obviously it's got some aero as well, but it just looks like that's a car that they're looking to be smooth, to get through the air with very little drag and rely on mechanical grip around this track. So doing a nice job. Be interesting to see, won't it, Joe, is if we get some significant rain. Normally that's when those really, if you can be fast enough to get the aero working for you, where it can pay dividends.
I've been thinking about that too. We haven't got to see that yet, what that team is going to do on that front. I think we have the 5 car in front of me right now to pit lane, and it does not look like a normal fuel stop because they're now working to take the rear of the car off. So maybe dramas, unfortunately, for one of the round 3 racing cars. There they are now, and yeah, there seems to be something awry that they've got to inspect.
Well, that car just, had let these two through and then just glommed right back onto the back of them for a lap. And so I don't know if they've been having some sort of an intermittent deal where they just didn't have the pace, and these two GT cars went through, and then it came back to them a little bit. But obviously it got serious enough they decided they better duck into the pits here.
And
meanwhile, Rosenboom continues to lead for Laguna Tech in SR4 with Hastings in the AOA racing, number 54, sixth in the ZR3 class, splitting Rosenboom and Atleta right now for the Powell Racing machine.
Yeah, exactly. And we've been seeing that a lot with the GT classes this season, that they do get a little bit mixed up. They're relatively close-ish on pace most times. So you can get some unusual shakeups throughout the field, especially where they're having to race for overall position, even though they are separated from their actual class. But Sheldon just doing a fantastic job up at the front for the time being. Curious when we're going to get them in. We've had a lot of Code 60s, so that has extended much of the fuel stints. Many of the teams have come in. I did not catch to see whether or not Laguna Tech is one of those that had come in and topped up on fuel. But I'm expecting any that have not been in for fuel yet, probably within the next 15 minutes or so, will have to come in, because it's usually for all four classes, they can last about an hour for a stint.
You know, and it's interesting, too, watching these two guys right now, the 94 from 9.4 and the 41 are Retro Rockets. They just both uncorked 206.4s. And Tomo, the last couple of laps, has run 209s. Now, he could either be in traffic, well, there he is, or he just decided to back off and is taking, a little bit better care of tires now and looking after fuel or whatever. But they're suddenly finding some real speed relative to Tomo. We'll see what's going to happen here.
And this is, of course, that battle for the lead in the ZR2s between this pair. While they are running behind the 177, they seem to be picking up speed, as we heard mentioned from Greg, 3 seconds faster that lap alone. So I wonder if this is because of Alsup rocking up to the back of that car. Suddenly Ryan's going, oh, well, I got to go a little bit faster than this, or else I'm going to lose this lead right back.
Well, I mean, sometimes that's the deal, is you get a lot of pressure from behind, and the best defense can be a good offense and just pick the pace up a little bit. And I'll guarantee you what Alsup's trying to do right now is get Hall to do just that. Push a little harder, use up a little bit more tire, and maybe make that little mistake that lets Alsup slide through here. And sometimes it's, you're not going to see big aggressive lunges or the like. It's just that constant, unrelenting pressure that sometimes just pushes you a little farther. And again, looking at the arrow on the 41 car, if he's running that well and he's pushing Hall in the 9.4 machine that much, Hall may be using up a little bit more tire through his mechanical grip to just stay in front here.
Good news for fans of the 5. Carter Pease has taken that car back out on track. Don't have any word yet as to why they were looking underneath the rear of the car, but at least it is now back in motion, albeit they've lost their third position to McClintock in the number 3. So round 3 racing is actually P2, P3, P4 on track currently, while we continue to follow this battle for the top spot, which has now closed in to where we're getting better visual of Tomo coming down the back straightaway. If this keeps up, they're going to retake that GT lead from the ZR3 car.
Yeah, I mean, basically that margin's been knocked down to under 5 seconds, and Tomo had that up to, I think it was about 12 at one point. So these two guys, they've just upped their game a little bit. And Tomo, of course, he's got not only a good lead over these guys, but he's got a pretty sizable margin when you tack it all together of some 25 seconds back to the second car in ZR3 of Messenger for AOA racing. And so, I think he might just be going into a little bit of a drive the gap mode, give up a little bit, keep the tires underneath the car a little bit better, maybe conserve that little bit of fuel that we talk about. And he's letting these guys close it down a bit. And then we'll know if they get it down to, say, 5 seconds and suddenly Tomo starts throwing in some quickies again. that he was just driving the margin, as they say.
Mind the gap and make sure that you don't
Exactly.
get them too close that it disrupts your race. His race is the main thing he wants to focus on right now. Unfortunately, we have lost a few drivers from said race, as I'm showing on my timing and scoring that the 77, the 95, the 80, the 178, and the 305 are out of things. The 392 did not start, so it was only 21 taking the green flag today. And as we follow out of turn one, that's a little bit of a bigger gap than what we saw earlier on. The 41 was much closer these last few laps. Not sure if this will continue to extend, because I'm expecting that 94 to be a little quicker in a straight line compared to the Retro Rockets.
Wow, he just turned a 205.9 to Allsup's 206.3. So that's a very quick lap, dipping into the 205s. And I think that's exactly right, is he's now saying, all right, I know you got the grip and the twisty stuff, but I've got you covered on all the flat out things right now. But now that they get into the twistier bits, you can see that the 41 of Allsup is closed right up on his 6 again. I mean, he's only a car length, maybe 2 now back, and O'Gorman up in front of them. That margin now, boy, that has come down big time in the last couple of laps. It's down to under 3 seconds.
It has indeed. And like I said, that can be a big disruption on both parts, both with the 177, again, really focused on running whatever pace he needs to run for their strategy. But for these two, that could open up opportunities. If it's tough to try and make the pass on a straight line, which is always going to be easier than the corners, then the 41 team could use O'Gorman as a great chance to try and hold up and offer a pick for the lead in that ZR2 class.
Yeah, and I'm wondering too, Joe, if Tomo didn't stop at that last code 60, he may now be in a scenario where he's just trying to hang on fuel, and he's backpedaling a little bit, hoping that there'll be a code 60 coming up or the rain will hit. So when he stops, he can lose as little time as possible, or do the stop and get rains on at the same time. Just speculating, of course, but that margin has gone, is dropped to under 4, went to just over 4 last couple laps ago. Now it's down to almost under a second. And again, these guys are lapping consistently. There he is, 2 seconds a lap quicker than Tomo at this stage. So 41 also got a really nice run through the top of the S's here. And you can see right away, Hall had to move over to defend. And Hall's going to go blowing by on Tomo.
And this is all 3 classes, 3 wide, coming into the inner loop. Dangerous moments. Thankfully, with the huge gap that O'Gorman has, I think he made the wise decision not to push the issue and just allow things to carry on. They go by our leader in the ZR4 class and hopefully can leave him be for now. This did not help out Allsup. He is still split by that ZR3 car.
Yep. Yeah, he didn't get through cleanly, but, hey, that's the beauty, right? The beauty, the challenge, however you want to put it, of multi-class endurance racing. I've called it high-speed chess for years because all the cars move a little bit differently. Look at the run here that Allsup gets coming out of the toe of the boot, heading into the heel. Tomo, again, that car, it doesn't have quite the motor, the grunt of these other 2 cars, but it's so good in the corners. But if he's dealing with a fuel issue where he's just trying to hang on, or if he's maybe pushed the tires too hard, who knows? But now these 2 higher class cars with a little bit more grunt, able to both slide through. And Tomo, still comfortable lead, of course, in ZR2 at this stage. But I'm looking at the times, and Tomo's still lapping a bit quicker than Messenger and Manley in the 2 AOA cars that would be next up in ZR3.
And you brought up something a little earlier that I think is become a very fascinating part of the equation in all of this pit stop strategy. Will the rain come? Will we get more significant moisture on the track? because if you can make that pit stop for fuel the same time that you are changing tires, that's going to be a big advantage. The fewer times that you're stationary, the better. So I agree. I wonder if some of these teams are just backing off the pace, trying to extend the fuel stint, hoping that they get the rain to come so that they can switch then.
Yeah, I really think that's something they're looking at. I mean, everybody's certainly going to be watching the weather pretty closely here, and if they're seeing that, boy, it looks like we're going to get rain coming in, they're going to try and make that work. Eventually, at a certain point, you don't, on a long track like this especially, you do not want to run out of fuel. So they're going to be paying really close attention to that. And I'm just looking at a couple more of the weather apps while we're talking. And, of course, these days, what the weather's going to be depends on the app you're using, right? But I've got 3 of them that I check, and all 3 of them are agreeing that within the next 5-10 minutes or so, for a while, oh, look at this, move for the lead. Allsup tried it, got a good run coming out of the toe. And a beautiful move here by Hall, just saying, all right, I'll give you the inside. You can give it a try here, but I've got better exit speed coming out of the heel and up into turn 9. They're still side by side. You can't do that in 9. What a move.
And it is going to work out in favor of the 41. Allsup gets the pass done. But what's going to happen when they get out of the 90 and up the hill? That is where, theoretically, we're going to see Ryan Hall be able to unleash this car. And you could tell that it looks like Will is trying his best to pull away as far as he can now, knowing he's going to need that gap once they get flat to the floor.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see, I think, all that extra aero he carries, that's the only way he can make that move around the outside of 9. And on top of it, the way he positioned himself, it pinched Hall in the 9-4 Motorsports, number 94, Bimmer, pinched him to the inside, so he had to tighten his exit radius. And what does that do? Slows your exit down. Oh, a close move there. Wow. As the 41 of Allsup went around the outside, and I'm not sure the driver of the Miata quite saw him at that until the very last moment.
It did feel a bit sketchy. Thankfully, I don't think there was any contact between them, and I think they got away with that one. We're going to hop on board with the 94, who is still about 0.8 of a second behind. Last time they crossed one of the timing lines, that's a little farther back than I think he wants, especially on this latter half of the lap. This is where Allsup should start to shine. It's got more of these medium and high-speed corners all linked together in a row.
Yeah, it's this track offers so much, and it all comes to you. And it really doesn't have, other than maybe the 90, it doesn't have any super tight braking. I mean, even into the toe of the boot, again, because of that uphill rise where you get the compression, you can really chuck it in there a little bit. And so all of these corners are fast, they're long duration, and then this one is just diabolically tricky. And there you can see, you get it wrong coming out. Look how close that barrier is. So that's always in the back of your mind as you're coming up through there. And again, for Allsup to have driven around the outside doing that, it looks like, is he ducking into the pits? He is.
Yeah. And I don't have notes on when the last time they visited pit lane, but this is an hour and a half into the race. So I suspect they've probably either been saving fuel or they had topped up at some point. I'm watching them come down to their stall outside my window now, and should hopefully be pretty standard because it doesn't seem like we're getting those raindrops yet. So I don't anticipate any tire changes. And yeah, just the fuel going in. They are giving, I think, a little bit of look at the tire pressures, but otherwise seems to be a pretty standard stop for the team.
Yeah, and he did a great job, put the pressure on, got to the lead, and, then it comes down to what kind of an in-lap or out-lap you're going to drive, and he looked like he put in a pretty good hustle on that in-lap. And O'Gorman, was he just – no, okay, he was just moving out of way of that prototype coming up the hill, but he just looks like the pace has definitely dropped off. He's still in the mid-208s, and he was comfortably running into the, 207s to even high 206s. So again, I think he's just switched gears, pardon the pun, into a little bit of a more conservative mode here. And I wouldn't be surprised that Clark Camburn or somebody from the Camburn Performance Engineering team is in the radio going, there's weather coming, man. Just hang in there for us.
And I will point out that even though his pace has fallen off compared to what we see as possible for that car, he's still quicker than the 14 of AOA Racing. Ren has not closed that gap, and it's now showing in the realm of about 30 seconds, it looks like. So
yeah,
the ZR3 lead is, I think, very safe at this point. Maybe that's the team's concern. Let's take a look at where the weather is now. We've got a big gap, but it does look like there's heavy, heavy rain that is making its way directly towards the track.
Yeah, and there's a couple of different cells, so, even if one shifts directions or whatever, the other one is probably going to pick it up. But we'll see how that plays out. But now it's going to be fun to see. Full tank of fuel, one suspects for Alsop, and see what he's going to be able to put together for some laps. You would certainly think the pace is going to drop a little bit because fuel is a substantial bit of weight percentage on any car.
Yeah,
but you get to a point you just got to stop, and you're going to be very, very conservative on a track like this in terms of pushing the fuel envelope too far, because if you run out of gas, getting it back to the pit lane is going to be a real challenge.
Yeah, I think this will be different than a lot of fans of endurance racing may be used to, or honestly just modern racing in general, where a pit stop usually involves putting on fresh rubber, and we see a lot of times the undercut being the desired way. But like you said, the car will be heavier in this situation, so usually that means you're not going to be able to jump your competition. That said, like we've been talking about, the 41 has so much more downforce. If they're in clear air, I wonder if this will work out to their advantage, not having to share the track with that 94 and be able to run their own pace.
Yeah, it might very well be. And, I'll tell you that, trying to see the number on that car, using an awful lot of that very tricky exit curb down in one.
Well, now he's off the racing line. Briefly.
Yeah,
it's a 96.
Running different. Oh, yeah, that's Matt Million, right?
Yes.
Yeah, he's got some sort of an issue. He's backing way, way off. And, I'll tell you, for O'Gorman, we think that might actually be Colin Garrett in the car. But if he can't bring that home, it looks like it's back up to some form of pace here.
It's under power. Sloan has a little bit of info. Let's go down to her to see if she knows what's going on with this team.
So we have a little issue with driver ID. I have Matt Millian standing next to me right now, and Matt's got some info about what's going on with the 96 with Colin Garrett right now. Can you fill us in?
Yeah, we think Colin's getting some error codes about driveline issues, so we're going to pit him early, see what's going on. Maybe we can reset the car. We're going to fill it full of fuel and put Barry Waddell in, so hopefully we can reset it and keep going, but we'll check it out.
Is this something that you're worried about, or has this happened before?
Hasn't happened this weekend so far, so kind of a new issue. Always potentially a little worried when you start getting error codes, because in my experience, they very rarely get better by themselves. So hopefully we can just plug into it real quick and try and diagnose it and send Barry out.
All right, sounds good. I hope you guys have a great, clean, safe race. Moving on.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Sloan.
Boy, few people to better have in that car than Barry Waddell when they get that stop done. One of the most experienced guys on the planet. I've known him for years. Actually, he was an instructor of mine with some Skip Barber stuff back in the day, and watching what he's achieved over the years, he is for real, especially in terms of being able to pass along that immense amount of experience to students. In terms of coaching, just absolutely one of the best. But, part of the problem that we see, and we see this a lot, Joe, is when you take basically a production-based car and you are going to race it, sometimes they just have these codes buried so deep in the ECU and just something that you've never had experience before with it, like you were saying, triggers a new code, and now you got to figure out how to either dismantle the code or do a workaround, something to get that car back out there, and it's just mega frustrating.
Not ideal in this situation, and we saw it actually back at Road America as well with the Corvette, which sadly was not able to be repaired for today's races. I mentioned earlier they were involved in an incident at the end of yesterday's event, but that was one thing that cost them a win back in Wisconsin. Is they accidentally ran it out of fuel when their reading was not accurate. And that caused all kinds of problems inside the car. They spent laps in pit lane trying to diagnose the systems of that C8 and figure out how to clear the codes that had cropped up because it had ran completely out of fuel. And it looks like they're getting a pretty full tank inside the 96. In fact, they only get a little bit of a splash of the final jug, but it sits stationary. I wonder if they're still working inside there with the driver to try and figure out why it is not at full song.
Yeah, you'd think so. Talking through some of the codes, and obviously, there are buttons on the steering wheel and on the dash, I'm sure, that for code resets and this and that. Many years ago when I was doing World Challenge competition, and it was when the GT3 homologated cars were sort of coming on board with all of the tricky stuff on the steering wheels. And we had a car, it was at Lime Rock, car spun and just high-sided on a curb and got it off the curb, but stalled it. And then just sat there. And my co-announcer was talking about, he said, these cars nowadays, there's so many sequences on, especially like a prototype or GT3 car, whatever, you got to push to get neutral, then to get it to start, then to do all this kind of thing. And, the only response that I could make was, not that I'd ever be given any opportunity to drive one of these types of cars these days. But if I did and something like that happened, I'd have to get out, run over to the crowd, find a 10-year-old. Say, can you get this thing started for me, bud? Because there's just so much of that kind of programming in these cars these days.
Yeah, very electronically complex. But, I mean, it's what makes them so efficient, makes them so fast. And so they're a requirement. So you'd think you'd try to get rid of them if you could. But unfortunately, it has to be how many of these cars are racing these days. As the 59 of Dakota Dickerson, who we watch continuing to lead now up to 35 seconds or so over Camden Hibbett, so about a quarter of a lap difference between P1 and P2. You were talking about Barry Waddell as well. I had a great chance to chat with him on Friday, and honestly, the thing that made me smile the most was hearing him talk about the coaching he's been doing with this team and Nimbus, Stratus and Nimbus, kind of running under the same banner. And Barry's been acting as very much a coach to all the young drivers that are coming up through this team. And the most significant thing he said to me had to be the fact that he really doesn't have to coach them much anymore. He feels like they have grown so much that they kind of handle themselves, and he's having to do less steering for them.
Well, and that's great. And in this era when you can share data and look at things, and if you've got students that actually understand that I can learn from somebody of his experience, and they become the sponge, right? It can shorten their learning curve so quickly. Having a really, really good coach that can take you through the data and say, look, this is where you're a little off, easy to fix, here's what we do, that sort of thing. And, then you just, sort of sit back like the proud professor and watch your graduates get out there and do a job. And I'll tell you, I learned just how knife edge things can be. This is a Barry Waddell story. I was doing a Skip Barber school. I'd done a car control clinic, and then I was doing a lapping day, and you still get coaching, And, there were times, though, when that weekend there was going to be a Skip Barber Racing School event. And so all those cars, Barry Waddell, Jim Pace, all of the guys that were part of it back then, they would go out in between some of our sessions, and they were dialing the cars in to get them to be completely neutral in terms of setup. So when the students got there, all the cars were identical. And now if this guy liked a little oversteer, this guy liked under, whatever, they could set it up. But the cars had to start at a certain baseline. And I was at Road America, and I'm up watching in turn one, and I saw Barry take the Formula Ford in, and he broke at the one board going into one, brushed the brake, dropped it down a gear and shot through one. And I said, well, if he's getting there, I should be able to go to to the 1.5 board. Not going to go as deep as he is, of course. But the other thing that they'd been teaching us in that car control clinic was the old CPR thing: correct, pause, recover. And so I decided to try to get to that 1.5 board. I got there, hit my brakes right, and then missed my down change. And suddenly I was just sideways in this Skip Barber Formula Ford in turn one at Road America. And the CPR stuff came right back to me. And I saved it, and I went around. And it was amazing, Joe, how much making that save gave me the confidence on the next lap to try and get to that 1.5 board again. And that time I nailed it, got the down change right. And I exited one so much quicker than I had previously. And it was just because I was watching what Barry was doing and backing it off a little bit and trying to get to that point. I mean, he's just done it all and can teach it all.
One of my regular cohorts, Joey Atterbury, always likes to say that the best drivers are taking notes always. And yeah, I think that's a good example of that one. By the way, I was watching our pictures here, going down the back straightaway, seeing our leader. It seemed like the rain has started to pick up again, and I am seeing some little splotches on my window outside. So I wonder if we're starting to hit one of those cells a little bit.
I think we're getting just the leading edge of that just a little bit, and now we're starting to get that moisture. And so now we're getting some reports that there are corners out there that are actually wet. And the rain, the percentage chance of rain just starts to ramp up, starting at we're at 10 o'clock, a little after 10 now. Once we get to 11 o'clock, that rain chance goes up significantly, and then just gets higher all the way through the afternoon. So this is the time. So
getting
potential.
Yeah, rain's coming in down at the outer loop, so that'll bring itself in from the far side of the track down to where we're on the completely opposite side over here locally in the booth at turn one down at the front stretch. So we'll see how that starts to play out, because this is a large track, and it could complicate things by seeing only partial wetness over the length of it.
Yeah, 3.4 miles in distance. And, now you can see and look at that one big cell is going to be heading our way here. And the problem is that what this map's not showing you is there's even more moisture behind that. So, and now you can see that's a significant amount of moisture on windshields now. And this track is going to be getting even more challenging here.
I do want to give a little bit of a note that the 178 from Cambrian Performance has returned to the track.
Nice.
They're many, many laps down. In fact, they're only just ticking off lap 7, while our leaders in that class are on lap 36, as the team's getting a little bit of a snooze, as it has been a very long weekend, but it's going to get woken up by a very wet, rude awakening soon.
Yeah, that's really starting to come down a bit here. It's great to see that 178's back out on track. Obviously, that's a ZR2 class car, a bit more performance in it, and as a result, sometimes just a bit more finicky and trying to get it dialed up. We've seen when that car is on track, it's fast, and Oh, big
Sorry.
win there. No, I'm with you. That heart in the throat moment there for sure.
This is our leader in the ZR4s. Let's see if they come in, because it clearly the track is getting wetter. I see one of the BMWs trying to make it out who is in pit lane currently, but I don't see tires going on that car. They stay out for the time being and will continue to lead in these ZR4 class cars. Let's go down to Sloan, who's got a little bit of information on camera.
I have a little bit of show and tell for you guys. You want to show?
Yeah, this is our drive shaft out of the 178 car. It clearly has seen better days. It exploded on a downshift, and yeah, that's the carnage.
That is definitely a tell. Well, thank you. Driver was okay though when this happened?
Yeah, driver was okay. Just stopped on track and got it towed back to the garage and got it replaced pretty quick. So back out there and see how she runs the rest of the day.
You guys are quite a few laps down. Are you worried about it, or do you have any strategy to come back strong?
We're just going to run the best pace we can for the rest of the day and see where we end up.
Okay, thank you so much. Camburn Performance, everybody.
I am not very mechanically inclined, Greg, but I can tell that's not good.
Yeah, that was a big old rip in that thing. And interesting, on a down change, obviously, there's a lot of torque load that goes through the entire drive line on a down change. And you're coming up again into that tricky turn 9, and the car's getting loaded in unusual positions, and it just snapped. Now, what's going to be interesting is as this track gets wetter, of course, all of those types of loads that are generated from big mechanical grip on sticky tires and the like get seriously minimized. And, it becomes much more at that point a case of feather-light car control than just absolutely pounding laps on a dry track, which, sends a lot more stress through the car and a lot more physical stress through the driver. But when you get these kind of conditions, the physical nature of everything gets a lot easier, but the mental stresses go up through the roof.
By the way, I think we've got our first team to bite on the wet tires, because it's the 330 that's in front of me that is taking the service on pit lane, and they do have it on the jacks, and it looks like they're putting wets on, I believe. So at least I would assume that if they're replacing the tires now that would be the case. We'll see if it helps. They're well down the order. HQ Autosport Racing has Weltzine in the car, from what I can tell, and they're going to be emerging in 6th in the ZR3s. So let's watch the lap times once they get out on track, see if that actually improves for them.
Yeah, and I've been watching some of the lap times since this really started to pick up, and a lot of people are now running 10 seconds a lap off of what they had been doing. So we're really starting to feel the effects of the rain on the lap times here. There goes the 330 heading out. That is Weltzine for HQ Autosport, as you said.
Oh, but it's saying they're going behind the wall potentially now. Looking to see where that gap is, because I would have thought they'd turned earlier. No, they haven't hit a gap yet, so maybe they are actually going to be doing more than tires. So yeah, okay, they have to go to the end of the pit lane to turn in there. So yes, they are heading in, I can tell you now. So that's unfortunate. Well, not quite the first team to bite then. We've see a lot of the rain lights starting to flicker out there, understandably so. And we've got a spin, car 12. That's the Rockwell Autosport Porsche. They're running 3rd in their class, but they are able to continue. And that's actually the penultimate turn. That is a place with a lot of paved runoff, so that's a good place to have a problem.
Yeah, if you're going to do it, there's a little room down there. And we talked about, you could see here how close the guardrails are. So these spots, a lot of runoff down here in turn 8, or the heel of the boot. And then the climb, and you're just looking at nothing as you turn in, and you're hoping you got it right. And in the wet here, you're just going to be, you got to be so easy on the throttle on exit. So you either don't push or snap the rear out on acceleration here. And, of course, really crucial at this stage to stay off of those painted curbs as much as you possibly can.
You talked about how these are some of the most difficult conditions, and I think it's continuing to really be the toughest you could ask for because it's very changeable. I think I'm seeing that it's not raining anymore necessarily, although we do see probably a little spray. Let's go down to Sloan, who's got some information on pit lane on the 330.
I just was over at HQ Autosport probably 5 minutes ago talking to team manager to Rob Henretta, and he said, we're just running our race. Everything feels really good. Heard they were coming into pit lane taking tires. I was confused by that, and then we just learned that their transmission has been blown. So they're behind the wall right now. I haven't heard if they have any extra parts. We'll find out in a little bit, but transmission for now.
So more drivetrain problems
Yeah.
out here. I'm not too surprised by that since this is a track that sees a lot of on throttle, even though there's many corners, fast corners out there. But it's certainly been costing a few teams some woes with their mechanical sympathy. Meanwhile, we're watching the 3 of McClintock, who's having a much better race this time. Out in the top 3, had his kind of cut short a little bit yesterday and is hoping for maybe a podium. I think they are just outside the lead lap at this point. I think they are 1 lap down from the leader currently, but still running.
And that number 3, they're I mean, actually I think they are on the lead lap, but you have to wait so long because they're like a minute 35 back. And so it just takes a while, but I think they're technically still on that lead lap, but a long way adrift. But interestingly, been watching Camden Hibbett's times, and since this weather's picked up, and then as I say that, Dickerson just uncorks a 2:09.5, but Camden had been running about a half a second a lap quicker than Dakota for the last couple of laps here. But now it may have been that Dakota was also dealing with some traffic.
I think some of the big dip in pace that we saw was also maybe just trying to play it a little bit safe because I'm not sure how many of these drivers have actually run in the wet in these EP2s before. This is the inaugural year for this series, and this is the first time we're actually having a rain race. I'd have to go back and check to see if we had any sessions that were in the wet, as the 779 and the 769 in our ZR4 class pitting at the same time.
Having a little bit of a problem in the 779 with the driver change. The driver that got out suddenly stopped the other driver, and I think one of the belts had fallen in behind the seat, so he went in and got that arranged. So doing the best here, but of course doesn't matter as long as you get the driver change done before the fueling ends. But if that fuel S jug comes up and you're still doing a driver change, now you're just costing time, and they got one more jug, or at least part of it, for that 779.
Yeah, both teams obviously doing the driver swap this time around. About just shy of 2 hours into this race, which is what we saw yesterday. Most of the teams running 3 drivers. There are a few 2-driver teams out there as well, and scant few with 4-driver teams for these 7-hour races. But the 2-hour stint seems to be the call that many are going for at this stage to keep people fresh and getting everybody an opportunity to get in and drive. Once again, going back to that number 3 machine, not quite running as fast as Dickerson, but definitely has picked up the pace compared to before, down to the 2:11s now.
Yeah. And I was talking, and Camden Hibbett, a nice 2:10, but Dickerson just uncorked a 2:06.6.
Wow.
So, yeah. So clearly the track, there's a little bit of a drawing lane again. And, those prototypes, they make pretty good downforce. and Dakota wheeling that one absolutely superbly right now, and doing a great job. O'Gorman still leads in ZR3 with the margin of, I think it's going to be something on the order of 50-plus seconds back to Messenger, who's second in the number 14 AOA racing machine, split by, of course, the leader in ZR2, the 94 of Hall. Uh-oh, problem here.
Oh.
The 769.
Taking it behind
Powell
the wall.
Racing entry. Yeah.
And these ZR4 teams, I mentioned it earlier this weekend, they tend to be a lot smaller outfits. So you've got the driver in there giving a hand to help push it behind the wall. We did see this at one point late in the race yesterday. They managed to at least be classified in the end. Also, our leader in the ZR3s is also pitting in. And there we see the pictures now as they take fuel. It looks like Tom is going to be doing a driver swap. At least the 769 looks to be under its own power. We saw it kind of take off before we cut away.
Good. Yeah, that's great to see.
So, looks like that driver swap effectively done at this stage. Yep,
that
driver
should be
shuts the door.
Pacelli getting in, I would think, right?
Yeah, I assume so. So 5 hours and 8 minutes to go here for the 177. Still a little early to start working backwards for the team, but can never hurt to try and get your math right at this stage. As they finish up the fueling, they take the bib off the car, and nice and quick away. Looks like that was a pretty standard stop for them. They are going to lose the lead of the 14 of AOA Racing. We're expecting that will swap back around once Messenger comes in.
Yeah, and for Zelli, he's got himself, it's an interesting way they're going about it for Camburn Performance Engineering is he's listed as second driver in both of their cars. So, he gets out of one, and he had started, I think, in obviously the 178, and that ended way too quickly for him. And so if they did the change, he, I'm sure, has gotten into that machine. We'll wait and get the lap to complete for timing to update and see if they did do the driver change.
Yeah, we've seen that with a couple teams. Matt Million, infamously, at Sonoma with our first weekend, ran in both the prototypes and the GT classes, and I think was only out of the car for maybe about something like an hour and a half over the course of 7 hours of racing. So he was exhausted after that one.
I would think.
Yeah, I think he's chosen not to try and do that as much anymore. Once he learned that lesson. This is Dickerson that we see on screen. We'll see whether or not this 59 also decides to swap out drivers, because we got some real hot shoes in that team. Jason Alder especially is become notorious in this paddock for absolutely blitzing the field in this car. But they will stay out for another lap. And let me double check to see when was the last time that 59 was in. About 6:19, I'm seeing on my notes, was the last time we saw them in. With the slowed up pace because of the rain, I have to imagine they're probably going to get just a little bit better fuel mileage on this stint.
I would think, yeah. Yeah, that's the other thing we haven't really talked about is, along with the less physical tolls on the car, you're just you're much more gentle on the throttle. You don't jump on the throttle. You can't run flat chat through some of the corners you could in the dry. So your fuel consumption numbers improve in the wet a bit. Oh, I read that really well.
Yeah, using that extra downforce that comes with the ZP2 cars to just slice around the outside of that ZR3 machine. And then he's got the Porsche Boxster up in front of him of Rockwell Autosport. Should be a similar situation, having plenty of pace over that car. Those cars definitely a lot slower as well. Last lap for Rockwell was a 2:22. And like we said, Dickerson, 2:03 last time by, and yeah, just absolutely going by with ease.
Yeah, just stonking fast. And I think the number 4 is in the pits.
You're correct. So Camden Hibbett is hopping out of the car. I'm looking now, and there we've got the pictures as the next fuel jug goes in. Camden, job done. Great start from that team. They may have lost a bit to our leader in the 59, but they're still on the podium. And it looks like they may already be done. Remember, the team has to bring everybody back over the wall before they can go, other than the Lollipop Man. And that car is free to get back to racing.
And the guy that the 2 co-drivers with Camden are both really, really good as well. I'm guessing it might be Olivier Piatek, but overall leader into the pits.
So they're going to follow suit. I'm seeing Belleman has potentially, Belleman's hopped into that number 4, it looks like. Yeah, Thomas Belleman, another sim racer turned real racer.
And a talent, yeah. All 3 of those guys are quick here, so it looks like Dakota's staying on board here, so this is just fuel.
Interesting. He's been in since the start. I'm kind of surprised by this, but they must have a lot of confidence in the way he's been running this race. Maybe this is a situation with the wet track, not wanting to change horses midstream, if you will, and keep him in there for now since he's got the experience. And it is a bit back and forth as to wet to dry to wet.
Well, that's one of the toughest things in motorsports to do is, when you have to hop into a car in the middle of an endurance race and it's wet and you haven't had any wet time in the car, that's when you really earn your medal, so to speak. And so they may have, exactly as you said, and what it may be is they're just going to leave Dakota in the car here until it rains. Because like I said, these conditions can be really tricky because you just get this sort of slimy film on top of the track, and it's not just downright wet, which is easier to deal with. And so sometimes, the guy who's kind of used to, all right, where's the grip in these kind of really slick conditions, just leave him in the car. And then when the rain really comes and you can, put on rain tires and get your other driver in, and they can adapt more quickly into the wet. I think speculation, of course.
Yes, but an excellent point, I think, in this situation. That puts the 4 and the 59 on a pretty similar fuel strategy now, too. Just about 1 lap difference between them. But I think the biggest thing to back up your point is the fact that Dakota was something in the range of about 4 seconds a lap faster than everybody else around him out on track.
Exactly.
So, yeah, when the going's good, roll with it.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And, everybody's looking at the radar, and I think everybody is pretty confident that it's going to get wet. And so, do what you can. Keep your people that are comfortable in these conditions in the car if you can. And then, there are others where they feel, no, everybody's, pretty adequate, either condition, not a big deal. So we'll start to work our normal program. And my guess is, like for the number 4 car from round 3 racing, Camden started, Belleman will get in, Piatek will get in, and they might even go back to Camden for the finish, potentially. So, we'll see how that all works out as we hop on board once again with Tom O'Gorman, who has just staying on board here in the 177.
Yeah, that's interesting. I could have sworn we saw a driver swap. Maybe that was incorrect. 14 we saw come into pit lane. Okaranza appearing to get into the car, so they are swapping around. Their last stop was around 6:35. So it looks like in these wet conditions, they can do about an hour and a half. That will change things if it stays like this for the rest of the race, which we are expecting it will. So once again, the number crunchers are going to earn their money today, having to figure out how to play the strategy.
Yeah, absolutely. And, that's one of the things, keep in mind, folks, with these stops. Yes, they're doing all the stops, but they're also very, very closely tracking fuel consumption. in these conditions because of exactly what you're talking about. You use less fuel, but how much? We need to get a number on that. So, if we get to a certain point in the race where we can,
That's
just waved him
interesting.
off there for a second. Yeah. But you're going to be, working on, all right, how can we, if we can, be able to short fill, or something along those lines, because we've really paid attention to our fuel consumption in the wet. That's going to be a pretty key deal here. And I've seen a note here. We're going to potentially have a code 60 coming up.
So I'm checking to see if we have anybody stopped on track. And yeah, code 60 is active. And I'm not spotting anybody right now. Maybe actually the 779 potentially between turns 1 and 2. So that's our Green Goblin. So
leader in CR4 at this point.
I think you're right.
Oh,
yeah.
What a shame.
So, excuse me, that's not the Green Goblin. That is the Lugunatic car. Apologies. I was thinking the 769. Now, that is a little bit farther down than what we saw with the 77 car, so I'm hoping that means it was not running into the wall like we saw before, but we're a bit far away, so we don't quite have a great look at what happened here.
Well, one sign that it's, if it's a wrecker that's just going to be able to flat tow that car away, or are they going to have to lift the front, and they've got damage to the front of that. Again, we can't see it for sure, so we're just speculating.
This is our fourth code 60 of the day. So we've already matched what we had yesterday. Granted, it has been much trickier conditions, and it is the second race of the weekend, so the cars have gone through a whole lot more than they did yesterday. And we're seeing Dave Gage in the car. Yeah, that is what I've got as well on my time and in scoring. He's probably since hopped in over their last pit stop. Unfortunately, his stint coming to a bit of a premature end, but we'll see whether or not they can get it back out. That will mean that the Rockwell Autosports has been have overcome quite a few dramas to take the lead back in that ZR4 class. And we're hearing word that it was, unfortunately, the exit curb catching the driver out for the second time today.
Oh, boy. And it's so easy on that, because the curb, obviously, it goes up and then it falls off on the backside. And if you straddle it and then you get a really good whack on the bottom of the car, it just completely unsettles everything. Plus, it's slippery, which can get you into that position so much easier. So, turn one here in the wet is pretty tricky here. So let's get down, maybe get some more information from Sloan.
Over here at Lagunatic, do you want to tell us what's going on?
Yeah, we were running a pretty strong morning, actually. P1, pace was great, got lucky with some of our stops, and fortunately we just did a driver change. He's out there on his warm-up laps and took a little too much curb on the exit of turn 1. So with how wet it is out there, he spun up the rear and sent it kind of nose first into the inside wall. So waiting on the car to come back now. We're going to see what we can do, but it's racing. So
driver was okay, though?
Driver's all good. Yeah, he's on his way back. He feels pretty banged up emotionally, but physically he's fine. So now hopefully we can get out back to the garage and maybe see what we can do. Hopefully get back out there a little bit this afternoon.
All right, we'll circle back with you guys in a little bit.
Appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
I think it's understandable to be embarrassed. I know in endurance sim racing I've done that and felt absolutely horrible on the first lap in the car. I can only imagine in the real car how much effort has been put in and how gutting that is. Let's take a look at what happened as we watch on board. We did last time with the 77. The 779. This is a GT car. Last time was with the ZP2. So these ride a little bit higher, but this is also much wetter than it was before. So let's see if it snaps as quick. Oof.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
It's a pretty hefty hit, too.
Yep, it sure was. And just the way that reacted, I'd bet you money that snap happened. He just went to throttle, and it's in the wet, so he didn't just mash it. He just got in the car. He's going to be being careful, and it just really goes to show how treacherous that curb is when it's wet out there, because you don't need much, and once those tires spin up, it's really tough for them to get grip and respond fast enough to avoid you being able to hit in the wall. It's just an unfortunate deal.
So we've got a number of teams naturally taking advantage of this to come on in and get some fuel. The 94 being one of them. Also the 41 team I saw down in there, and I think the 85 is also pitting in this time around. So there's been, and we're already going back to green flag. So it's not going to be that long despite that big of a hit. And for the 94, this is less than ideal. They're going to start to lose gobs of time.
They sure are. Feel picking the speed up again. And, they still got a whole nother bottle to go. Yeah, they mistimed this by one lap, basically.
I can tell you, looking out the window at pit lane, I don't think it shows as well here on our pictures, but the pavement, the concrete especially, is much darker and shinier now. So it is proper wet on the surface of the track. And I still haven't really seen teams putting on wet tires. I think they're still kind of trying to keep the temperatures and the ones they've got, since it doesn't look like it's puddling out there, just kind of getting everything evenly wet.
Yeah, it's first time here. You can see the spray coming off of the front of the Ginetta and the Porsche behind them. So, yeah, we're definitely now getting to that point where this track is starting to get genuinely wet here. And Dakota just using a little bit of downforce there, flicks out and drives around the outside.
And this is not a track that you want to take risks on, especially in a number of places, as we've seen turn one proving to be one of the more treacherous corners, but we saw him going through the outer loop. If you start to lose traction there is some paved runoff early, but late in the corner, the barrier gets closer. Same thing here with the toe of the boot. You'll see that powder blue Armco very close to the edge of the track. So when you find that limit of traction in these cars, it can suddenly end your race in a heartbeat.
Well, you're seeing here, Joe, just the very different lines Dakota's running. I mean, he came out of the toe of the boot, and he was, no more than a third of the way into the track. I mean, he's, just running way different lines right now. And that's just, he has spent some time here. And the smart drivers will, like under that code 60, when the rain starts to pick up again, if you watch them, they're offline. They're going, all right, is there better grip over here than where I was running previously? They are continuing to explore where there is grip to be had, and that's where they will be driving. And right now, Dakota is very, very unique lines for being in the dry, but very effective in the damp. And what happens is, the tire rubber on the line, it gets in and embeds into the pavement. So you get a very, very smooth pavement that in the dry, with especially a slick, but even a treadwear tire, that's where you get your grip, right? But when that gets wet, that slick part now there's nowhere for the water to go. So it's just wet, and you can get up on top of that. But now you get offline a little bit, and you find the areas where that tire rubber hasn't been down and embedded into the track on a micro level, and that's where you can still find those little more jagged edges of the aggregate in the concrete that offer some bite. And so that's why and we talked about this before, Joe, which way does the water run? If you're in a bank turn, run wide. And the one spot in the wet you need to be, that you don't think of sometimes around here, to be very careful in, is as you head down the chute into the laces of the boot, because that corner, that left-hander, falls down a hill. So it goes off camber or anti-banking, and it's so easy to run up onto the exit curb. We're in that spot of the track right now. And that curb on the exit of this turn, right out there to the right, if you get onto that in these conditions, it's very likely you're either going to suddenly just push right into that barrier, or you're going to get that same kind of snap when you go to throttle and just spear across to the other side. So this is when it's precision time, even more than normal here.
I would guess, too, with the chute that with that being downhill and a change of direction, that it's easy to see rivers form as well if it gets heavy rain. There's something to watch out for with these cars.
Yep.
Could be a very big problem, as that can be something you cannot really avoid if it's deep enough of a river going across the track. By the way,
you know what? Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. I was going
to say, you were talking about the rivers. They usually form where there's compression. And when it's just damp like this, compression's great, right? You suddenly get that extra bit of grip in the wet because your suspension's driving the tire into it. But when the rivers start to form, if it's really wet, then that's the worst place you want to be carrying too much speed, because you're going to hydroplane right through that river. So just wanted to make that point just in case it does get a bit more awash later.
Yeah, it's been so on and off. It's really been teasing the teams a lot today. The point I was going to bring up is, the 5 has pitted. Randy Kinney is in that car now. And then the other thing, we did see a message about it on screen. The 54 and the 908 get a one-lap penalty for Code 60 violation. That's the AOA racing team for the 54. They've got Bassem Abdallah hopping in since that last pit stop. And the 908, Brandon Kidd for the automatic racing team, with a bit of a surprise podium yesterday for them. They're not out of it, even with that lap penalty. We saw that they were another team that was very good about staying out of trouble while others ran into issues.
Boy, and you hate to have something like that happen during a Code 60. But again, we talked about that earlier. It seems a cruel blow to get a lap penalty sometimes, but you've got to enforce the rule, and you've got to do it consistently. And that's the thing. If you're a racing team, you're a team owner or manager, whatever, there are times you'll be livid that you got a penalty. But if you believe in your heart that if that other car that you're racing does the same infraction, they'll get the exact same penalty, that's when you are confident in your race management. You're in the series stewards and the like, because they are continuing to be consistent and equitable across the whole deal here. So doing a nice job. And with these stops and the developments here, what a story might be building here. Tom O'Gorman in that Cambrian Performance Little Janetta for the ZR3, 4th overall right now.
Yeah, we've seen similar stuff. I remember the sprint race that was unscored at VIR. We had, I think it was a ZR2 win overall. Granted, with it being an unscored race, it was a little bit weird, but they also were doing it just about on pace out there. I wonder if you talked about the heaviness of these GT cars, if it will start to help them as if it gets wetter. As O'Gorman, like you said, up into the top 5 at this point. Same thing with Brian Peel in the 94. 5th place currently leading in the 94. We have not seen that 41 come back now that it's gotten proper wet on the track like we thought they would with all the downforce on that car.
Yeah, and I don't know, I don't think the 94 took any kind of fresher tire, did they?
I don't believe so, no.
I don't think so either. So it's not like they suddenly got this tire advantage. Although I'm looking at the lap times, and also just turned a 2:24.9 to a 2:25.4. So last lap he's about a half second quicker. But he's still a pretty significant chunk behind at this stage.
Now, is this a battle for position between these two? Because we see them kind of duking it out on the track. And this is for third place currently with Ocaranza and Waddell battling the 14 and the 96 car.
And remember, Waddell in that 9.4 Motorsports entry is coming back from, that little technical issue with the codes in the car. So Barry is hustling it, and this is for third. He is closed up on the back now of Ocaranza for third in ZR3.
Yeah, Max has just got into this car, and we see the 769 back on course. That's the Powell Racing Miata. So whatever was plaguing them, they've got that turned around, thankfully. But
good deal.
Yeah, so third and fourth.
Oh,
around the outside maybe here.
Yep, a little bit more grip out there. And you could see, although for just a moment there, the silver BMW eased ahead just a little bit for Ocaranza. But you could see as they exited the outer loop, there was far less spray coming off of Barry's tires than there were off of Ocaranza's. And, that's what we're talking about, is you get in those spots where there's that little bit of positive banking. If you're out wide, you tend to be in less moisture. It's just that simple. It's physics. It's gravity.
I mean, that's racing is all about the physics. And I guess you could say the race car drivers are just very specific physicists out there executing on the track. And right now, certainly looks like Waddell doing a great job bumping himself up onto the podium and actually taking off. Ocaranza is not even in this picture anymore.
Yeah, he is really hooked up out there and doing a nice job.
Let's head down to Sloan. She's caught up with one of the drivers from the Green Goblin team.
We are here with Daniel Escobar, one of the drivers of the Green Goblin, who has just gotten back out on track. Can you tell us what happened? How did you fix it? How are you feeling?
So we had a hose started leaking, so it was spewing a bunch of water out. So we brought it back to the garage, and the boys, Tim and Jake, legends, they did a little cutting hoses and some zip ties, and they got the car back out. They also stayed here until 4 in the morning last night because we had to put a new motor in. So we're running in little sleep. And we're happy to be back out there.
That's incredible. I think that shows true dedication, especially you have 7 hours of racing after 2 hours of sleep, and then you have something that happens to be able to go back to the garage, say, all right, let's put our heads down and figure this out and get back out there is truly something that's incredible. So, I mean, congratulations to you guys for getting it back out there. When are you going to be hopping in the car?
I believe I'm going after Chase, so hopefully in about an hour 30, an hour 45. Let's try to bring this thing home, and hopefully we'll be in victory lane.
Yeah, we're hoping for good luck for you guys. So thank you for that update, and we'll see you guys out there a little later.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And Joe, just so people understand this, and to me, the unsung heroes of racing are the crews. And particularly, when you're, racing at the, in the World Endurance Championship or whatever, you're getting paid pretty big bucks to be a crew member. You still love it, and you do it because you love it. But here, sometimes it's just a group of friends, and you're just volunteering and you're helping out. And yet these guys and gals will do that kind of work. And the one thing I want to point out here, it may be raining, so it's a little cooler than it could usually be here or whatever. But when they're talking about cutting and changing hoses that burst, those hoses and their contents are never cool.
Especially after the car's been running for an hour and a half.
Yeah, exactly. At race speeds. So they're doing that with scalding hot stuff and doing it as fast as they possibly can to get the car back out there.
Oh, to be under 30 and still be able to go on 2 hours of sleep, though, like some of these teams.
Well, yeah, that's a really good point.
Yeah, impressive. And the team is actually, I'm showing 4 laps down from Gage and Lagunutic, so they're going to be taking over them soon since the 779 had their wreck, and they're, I think, either 10 or 11 laps behind Rockwell.
Yep.
So a long ways to go, but we've seen huge deficits made up in this series. Also, our producer is bragging that he's been able to stay up in his 30s. We'll see how he does it in his 40s, though.
Yeah. Talk to us in a decade or two, bud.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you, the other interesting thing here, when you talk about those margins being able to be made up, this is one of the series where, and you said this earlier, Joe, that it's more difficult to do that here in Zenith than most anywhere else, because you do not have full course cautions.
Exactly.
Where you stack up behind a pace car so you could stay out when everybody else pits and do all that. So, you gain those spots back in one of two ways. Either you just flat out run far quicker and are able to make it up, or you benefit from somebody's misfortune. And, nobody really hates, nobody really likes to have that happen, but you'll always take it. And that's part of the game, is if, you get out there and maybe that other person whose misfortune you benefit from, did it by pushing too much or taking risks or whatever, you played the better game. And there's, the endurance racing game is a very different thing than sprint racing, more so than you can imagine.
I always like to say that a race is not won on one lap pace. It is who gets to that checkered flag the quickest in the overall, and that's very much the case in endurance racing.
Well, in endurance racing, it's stint pace that's important.
Yes,
isn't it?
Yes.
It's not how quick you are. Qualifying is one thing, but when you got a 7-hour race, you need to be fast from the time you get in that car to the time you get out of the car without putting it at risk. And that's the magic of really good endurance racers and teams.
Get another little image of the radar, and still seeing that large blob of precipitation slowly work its way towards the track. It's been on and off, but we haven't really had a proper downpour on the track. I think that'll also be another telling moment for these teams and these drivers if we get puddling out there on the circuit. It has been drying. I can see some more dry patches actually show up on pit lane in front of me right now. And looking at the lap times, they're not quite where they were a bit ago, but they are coming down to where Dickerson is now back to the 209s.
Yeah, and when you had that map up there, that one cell that has been sitting there and teasing us is finally starting to get ever closer, and it is definitely coming at some point here. So, and the interesting thing is, what's fueling all that is up north of us just a little bit, up in the Rochester area on coming off of the lake. Huge cell up there, and that is just forcing all this weather down over the Watkins Glen area here.
That's a good point. Yeah, these huge bodies of water always have a big effect on how that weather moves and forms. So something to keep in mind about this area of upstate New York.
Exactly right. It's you got the big lakes, but these Finger Lakes are not small bodies of water either. And ooh, nice move to the inside by Dakota. I think that was the number 5 of Kinney. He just put another lap on.
Was indeed. So Kinney's just trying to stay out of the way, with him being about 4 laps down currently on Dickerson. Another one after he made that move. His race not really with this Stratus car, at least at this stage. Just like you were mentioning a bit ago, just try and stick with it, keep your pace up, and see what befalls all of your competitors.
I'll tell you right now, Dakota Dickerson is putting on something of a wet weather clinic out there. I mean, yeah, he just ran another 2:07.9, and the next quickest car out there was McClintock at a 2:12.
Wow.
I mean, Dakota is right now, he's just in another zip code in terms of the pace that he's running at this stage. Really impressive what we're seeing.
Trying to check to see where the 4 is on track. It looks like they haven't lapped them yet, but they are within about 3 corners of second place. So Dakota Dickerson could put a lap literally on the entire field if he keeps this up. Because, like you said, he's looking about 5 to 6 seconds a lap quicker than the next car down the line.
Yeah, and they've, Dakota is a serious driver, but they've also clearly got this car just absolutely working in these conditions.
What's fascinating about this is Dakota racing for Stratus is effectively the last one in his team able to do this. I mentioned that they kind of team up with Nimbus, even though they are labeled as separate teams. But we've lost Vaughn and we've lost Corey. So it is now basically Stratus versus all 3 of the round 3 racing cars, 2 of which are the next 2 behind him on track, but a long ways back.
Yeah, he's got it covered right now. They've done a superb job. And, as we're riding on board, we should point out with Tom O'Gorman, 4th overall, leading in ZR3 in the little Janetta, and just driving it beautifully. And the G55, it's such a great concept, right? It's got a stock Ford Mustang V6. If you get that V6 Ford Mustang, just the base version, that's the engine, and it's not modified. It's not worked on much. Now here the teams can do that, but the car is designed, 1, it's lightweight, and 2, if you look at where the driver sits and where that engine is in the car, it's got just an amazingly good balance and a very low center of gravity. And so it just, that's what I was saying. It may not have the power of some of these other cars, but man, it rolls speed through corners exceptionally well.
And we've seen that a lot this weekend around a track like this, where, yes, it is a high-speed circuit, but it also has a lot of these fast, sweeping corners where this car can thrive and find some pace. Yeah. And find some pace it has. The last 2 laps, it's keeping up with P2 and P3 in the ZP2 class.
I know. It's just doing an incredible job. It's a very effective car. When you're in a momentum situation, and when a track gets wet, you can't have those really aggressive inputs, right? Throttle, brake. We've seen it. You go to throttle up on one of those painted curbs, you're gone. You brake too harshly. Even with ABS, sometimes you can still get the car to lock and then push a little bit. And so when you've got a car that you don't have to be aggressive on the inputs, and you could be gentle and just use what the car does and roll speed. And again, it's so easy on tires. That's a big thing too.
So,
but in the end, you need a driver who can optimize all that.
Absolutely. That's the human element. That's the big part of this. 4.5 hours left to go. I was just kind of going over my notes on the pit stop times, and I'm thinking we probably won't see anybody very soon if they've still been saving fuel while it's been wet. But look for the 96 car and the 178, I think, to be 2 of the latest to come in soon. It has been picking up, though, I think, because I'm looking out, and that track looks very dry to my eyes. And based on the times that we're seeing from Dakota, we're down to a 2:05 again. So it does seem like the cars on the track are wicking away the moisture and drying this up pretty quickly.
Yep, it looks that way to me, too. And I'm looking at weather maps here, and it looks like we found that little bit of a window again. You can see that still very heavy overcast here, but it's not as dark as it was. The clouds are a little bit brighter, so not quite as much moisture in them, but we'll see how that's going to play out here, because every time we get to the point where the track almost seems dry, Joe, suddenly we get rain again. And
exactly.
it'll confound you, but it sure makes it interesting.
It has been keeping everybody on their toes, and it's given us quite an exciting race. It has slowed it down from time to time, having taken a few of our Code 60s already. But we've been green for at least a little bit now. We had a nice long stretch in there as well before we had that incident with Lagunatic.
Yeah, and Dakota just turned a 2:05.5.
Okay,
just on a different plane right now.
I do want to note,
Bellarmine just dipped into the 208s, and Dakota goes to 2:04.9.
Wow. And this is kind of backed up by what we saw yesterday. I mentioned with the 59 having those alternator problems. They took the pole, we have to remember, is set by the fastest laps of race 1. And so they did intentionally bring that car back out, not just to test, but to push, and make sure that they had that track position at the start. This is the lead in the ZR2s that we were riding on board with, the 94. But the lead in the ZR3 is what interests me, because I noticed the last lap, Tom O'Gorman actually went personal best in Sector 1. Now, he didn't do that in any of the other 2 sectors, but again, he did that on a drying track.
Yeah. And that's that feel that we were talking about. Is the drivers that truly have that gift, they can just feel that. Going back to the value of the sims and everything, nowadays, because it's all data, right, in a sim, so it's like having a bazillion sensors in your car. But the 2 most important sensors for any race driver are not usable that much in a sim. And they're the 2 that are labeled LCRC, and that's left cheek, right cheek. And when you're out there in the wet and you can sense those little, almost microscopic differences in grip, whether it's gaining it or losing it just a little bit, and you can be precise in your driving, that's when it's special.
Watching the overall leader, who has been in, we have to reiterate, since the start of this race, now 2.5 hours into his stint. How long will they run this 59 with him in the car? Last pit stop came at 5 hours and 3 minutes left to go on the clock. So he's only probably about halfway through, if that, on this. And some of the fuel consumption should be lowered by the wet track we've had at the start of this stint. But now it's starting to pick up. Is going to start using more of that fuel. But the good news for them is they are nowhere near anybody else at this stage. And I think they're catching up to the 908 just in front. So going to put another lap on Brandon Kidd here shortly.
Yeah, and Dickerson just turned a 2:04.2. I mean, it's just absurd pace right now. And let's see, is he going to, nice low risk. No point in throwing it down the inside just in case. Just be smart, pick your spot.
This is the car running in 4th place. They're already about 4 laps down currently. Shows his nose coming down into the chutes. And as you'd expect, not really, knowing that that's not really his fight, Brandon just kind of allows him to take that inside line away and slots in behind him, especially after what they did yesterday. I think they are aware that all they got to do is just keep running what the drivers and the car can handle, and eventually the race will come to them and they'll get the results that that car deserves. But the 59 of Dakota Dickerson getting ready to start lap 62 here shortly. Don't think we'll get to as many as we did yesterday, as it was around the realm of about 200 laps that we ran.
And, what's interesting to me, too, is it's so cool to see automatic racing A team that I announced and followed for many years when they were running in what's now the Michelin Pilot Championship, with their Aston Martins, and to see them now fielding with Dave Russell in the group, some of these Sebeco NPO1s, it's cool to see them make that step, move into the prototypes, and have a venue and a series to be able to come out and run them, and that's pretty cool.
It is one thing that I do love about this series. They stress inclusivity, so that's why they have the ZR4 class and whatnot, allowing drivers and teams to get a chance to kind of get their feet wet in this style of racing. And I mentioned a lot of the younger up-and-coming drivers are running in this ZP2 class, but you make a good point that, let's say a team wants to try and make that step up to go from GT racing to prototype racing. What a great way to try and do that with this series, to get your toes in the pool and see how you run and see what the ins and outs are that's different from the big heavy touring cars up to these fancier prototypes.
And not just for the drivers, for the teams, the crew members.
Yes.
Because obviously prototypes and aero and all of that is a very different machine as well, in figuring out the nuance of how you set up a prototype car versus a heavier GT car, and all that is, it's a great training ground for team members who might be thinking, I really love doing this, and I'd like to do it in the prototype ranks. Well, here's your, get together with one of these teams and show them what you got.
This is the battle for P2 that we're watching currently between Ocaranza and Manley. Both AOA racing cars. The 85 is the blue that you see trailing. The red is the 14. And I want to give them some love, especially because I definitely was harping a little bit yesterday on how they had a rough day. It did not go how they expected. But currently, they're running second and third. They may not be leading, but they've got a double podium as it stands right now.
No, that's really, really impressive. And, good little inter-team battle here right now. And, of course, the rules for that are pretty basic. Normally it's you're free to race, but do not touch. But it's great for them. And, and that's one of the great things, Joe, about this format, where you've got the long race yesterday, but then another one today. So if you have an off day, you can come back and have a little retribution. And also, it's just such a good opportunity for the team. Okay, what did we learn, right? We had a tough day. Sometimes it's just, hey, really wasn't anything that, it was just the pitfalls of endurance racing, and you learn to become stronger in terms of your character. And sometimes it's, all right, we made a mistake. But we know what it is now. Let's just make sure we never repeat that. And so, this format's really, really conducive, I think, to being able to leave after a weekend, even if you had one bad day, to be able to say, yeah, but, we also had a pretty darn good day.
You can see they're being led by the 178. They actually just emerged from pit lane, and they pitted almost exactly an hour prior to this. So I think we're getting back to the regular pace of these cars now and seeing them take on the fuel just about as they would on a pretty regular dry track. Does look like the 14 is starting to stretch away compared to what we saw when we first joined this. I think Ocaranza looking slightly quicker, because last lap I'm showing 1.3, 1.4 seconds faster than Manley.
Yeah, he's definitely found a little something out there. And, that was a great lap, be able to pull out that much in that opportunity, or in that window here. And you talked about the 378 of Camburn Performance. That's now Clark Camburn behind the wheel as well. And Clark is a serious shoe as well. And it's great to have him running in this series.
And on top of it, kind of one of those that straddles both of our worlds, because he also
Indeed.
works on the production side of broadcasting. So
He does.
I'm a little
Productions,
bit
yeah.
jealous on that front. I have not gotten to get inside and drive a proper race car like this.
Yeah, and before Clark ever got into the production side, I'm sure many years ago, he podiumed in Formula Ford in the runoffs back when Formula Ford was a massive class, Ford and Continental, and he's just really a very solid driver. And it was a natural fit for him with his technical knowledge to get into the other side of the business, and he understands it so well. And it's just good to see him have this kind of a program here. But yeah, just continue to watch Ocaranza here. And although Manley in that last lap, got down to within just 4/10 off of Ocaranza, so Ocaranza's got the pace right now.
He's picked it up. It's unfortunate for Manley that Ocaranza is still yet faster than he is, so he stretches that gap yet farther away. But for AOA Racing, like I said, I think at this point they're not too concerned. Like you said, it's both on the same team. As long as they're continuing to run in this second and third, they're probably relatively happy. And they are outpacing fourth place, which is Barry Waddell, in the 9-4 Motorsports 96 machine. In fact, I think by about 2 seconds or close to thereabouts that they are quicker. So there's no threat from behind, especially at this stage of the race, Greg. I feel like this is where the team and the drivers kind of settle in and say, we're not racing other cars. We're just racing our own race. Let's get in a rhythm.
Exactly. This is that portion of an endurance race where your primary goal is keep it on the track, and if we're in a hunt for a podium, just stay close enough. Don't push necessarily, don't overdo risk. Just stay in position here. And I wonder too with Waddell, with that he's a couple of laps here, he's been a couple of seconds off. If they're still chasing some little gremlins in that car, because remember they put him in when they were getting all kinds of codes and alarms that were going off.
Yeah, you make a good point. Now, that was a car that, was having some more issues that they had to address. And I've talked about that a lot. It was in the opening of the show that the attrition is a major factor of this weekend, and just keeping the cars running, keeping problems from happening, get to the results. Mm-hmm. We saw that with the 77 team yesterday. They had practically a flawless race, and it got them the win. And then you compare that to today, where we are not even halfway, and they're unfortunately one of our DNFs already, having lost the car and hit the wall. But this one right here, so far so good for the 14 without any penalties. I need to double check. I think the 85 may have had one earlier, but I'm not seeing it. A quick scroll through our race control messages. So maybe both of them managing to avoid any ire from the stewards, at least for the time being.
Well, you hope so.
You hope so.
Yeah, absolutely do, for sure. And just in case anybody's never been here before and you're thinking, I want to come up here to Watkins Glen, on the right, just about where that car is just going out of screen, there is a tower. There it is. And that is one of the most amazing vantage points for watching a race. If you're up on that hill, you see them all the way. They pop into view as they come down through the chute, through the laces, and then they drop behind the trees for a second. Then you see them all the way from the toe all the way to the heel and back up out of 9. It is an incredible viewing point. And if you're ever here for a race, try and grab a spot up on that hill.
Yeah, this track in general is definitely one I'd recommend making a visit to go see a motor race. Glorious views all around the area, just an incredibly scenic part of the country. And then also, as the team here will quickly remind you, great ice cream in this area. So be prepared to gain a few pounds if you come visit Watkins Glen.
Yes, and if you happen to be a bit of an enophile, wine lover, upstate New York has quickly become a spot where there are some wineries that are producing some really good stuff, and a lot of award winners and the like too. So, two very disparate ends of the food chain: wine and ice cream. But
that sounds like a great combination to me, if you ask me.
Yeah, there's a little ice cream shop in downtown Watkins Glen that is just absolutely phenomenal. You're right. There's so much to do here. You know, the Finger Lakes. And Watkins Glen itself is an absolute natural wonder. Watkins Glen State Park, if you go hiking back in that, you start to figure out why this area is so incredibly popular. It's just beautiful up here. And on a nice sunny day, if you're up in the grandstands or in a couple of other spots over by the S's, you can look out and all you see is that big, beautiful Finger Lake. You know, it's really, really pretty here.
Boy, is it. It's one of the rare cases where instead of a car being in a bowl, it's up on top of a hill. So, yeah, you see a long ways around. In fact, I can tell you that the commentary booth definitely sees a long ways out on a clear day. Not today, unfortunately, as it's been very misty and cloudy out for much of it. But we've been riding on board in the meantime with the 769 of Powell Racing, who have jumped up into second. They've overtaken Lagunatic a couple laps ago. They're now 6 laps ahead of them. So they're on their way up the podium, but unfortunately for them, they're 10 laps behind Doug Oakley in the Rockwell Autosport car. So definitely one of those where they need a little bit of luck to go their way if they want to take another victory in this class like they did back in race 2 at Wisconsin.
Well, I'll tell you, it's that's a heck of a schedule when you've got both Road America and Watkins Glen on it.
Yeah, we talked about this yesterday, that the schedule in general, it really is another big highlight of this series that give these teams, again, if these are newer drivers or newer teams breaking their way into professional racing, they get to experience. Here's one of those great views from up at the top of the hill at the Essence.
Exactly. It's incredible.
Like you said, Road America and Watkins Glen, two great ones. Sonoma, where they started out the season, is another very classic racing circuit that you should have on your bucket list. Newer track that they've been to down at Barber, one of my personal favorites, was race 3 and 4, I should say, a weekend number 2. And then, of course, we've had VIR a little bit earlier on, another one that has so much history on the North American racing side. So yeah, the venues that they have lined up for this series really has been a who's who if you're a road racing fan.
Oh, without a doubt, and for so many, this place is still the spiritual home of Formula One in the United States, and some of the races that were held here for F1, just races of legend. But the other part of it is it wasn't that long after F1 made its home here that they created the Watkins Glen 6 Hours, which became a huge stop on the World Championship of Makes, with the 917s and 512s flying around this place back in the 70s, and that 6 hour tradition is alive and well.
Yeah, I talked about that some yesterday, that the list of impressive names that have set foot here and driven laps around this track is really an incredible roster. And I think for these drivers to be amongst them is definitely a highlight of their career to treasure. Let's head down to Sloan. She's got a little bit of information down on pit lane.
decided to take a break from pit lane. We are actually at the exit of turn 1 right now at the S's, which is arguably setting you up for the fastest part of the track. This is incredibly slippery, incredibly steep. We've already seen a few incidents happen here this weekend. And, this is where commitment starts to matter. The drivers are climbing uphill, carrying a tremendous amount of speed, and everything has to happen smoothly from here. I'm incredibly curious to see how the weather changes throughout the day and how this part of the track becomes a huge factor. So,
yeah, love seeing this view going up the hill. And you can see with that viewing space, the little spectator area that they had, how much elevation change there is. It starts flat to the ground on one side, and then it's about a couple stories tall by the time you get to the other end of it.
Yeah, that climb up through the S is stout, and it's flat chat in most of these cars, certainly in those prototypes, and it's you're just guiding it and ever mindful of those bright blue guardrails on either side. And now as you work your way down here, this is that turn I was talking about where it's so easy to go over to that curb over there in the wet, and now down the hill and into the compression here at the bottom of the toe of the boot. But the really, really cool thing, Sloan talking about the performance through there, and she was curious about the weather. I was just checking some of the apps, and believe it or not, we've hit a window here, and suddenly the rain chances for the next hour or so have all but evaporated. So we're going to get some dry weather racing, and it looks like for quite a while here.
Time to push, trying to bring that pace up. And for Dakota Dickerson, that has been zero issue. He actually, let's see if he breaks under the 2-minute mark, because he was close. And yes, just like on cue, he is a 159 flat after last lap was a 201. I mean, you could see, especially from those drone shots, how much the dry racing line has formed, which can be its own treacherous little issue. You don't want to go too far off the racing line, especially when you're dealing with that lap traffic. And if you do, you better be careful not to let the car run out of grip, because, again, a little thing that might seem like a small mistake suddenly becomes a very big one if you're not paying attention when there is a wet circuit.
Yeah, absolutely right. And, that's what we were talking about with the mental stress of driving in these, damp to drying conditions. Because you can see, look at all that nice dry pavement, but you get a tire off on that damp spot, and you're at the limit on the dry, you're going for a ride again. And that's another one of those things is the precision that you can drive here. I remember at Sebring, this was a lot of years ago, back in the days of the original IMSA GTP, the Nissans, and then those thunderous GTS Nissan 300ZX cars, and the big GTS, the Audis and that sort. And it had rained quite a bit in the morning, and by the time GTS qualifying came around, there was literally, it wasn't even a wide line. It was like 2 wagon wheel tracks, essentially, that had formed around the track on the line. And, and if you got off at all, it was going to be a mess, awful. And Steve Millen in one of those Nissans went out and broke the track record.
Wow.
And it was one of the greatest clinics in precision driving I've ever seen. And it was, and again, that's why these the drivers at the very top of their game are so wickedly special. They're wired differently, is the best way to put it.
We've been switching over to watching the 5 of Randy Kinney. Ahead of him, I'm keeping half an eye on Brandon Kidd, because he set a personal best lap time and is looking faster than McClintock. He does have to try and catch up by about 2 laps, but with so much race left, I don't think that is necessarily out of order to suggest he could do something about their disadvantage and reach the podium once again. Kinney might be a different issue. This car may be lapping slightly slower. We'll see if this lap is better, though, for the excuse me, no, we're not watching Kenny. That is McClintock. My apologies. That is the number 3 that we had on screen.
Yeah, now we hop on board with Dickerson, but I just wanted to point out for the first time in a few hours, it feels like, somebody just turned a lap quicker than Dakota Dickerson did, and that was Tom Belleman in that number 4 car. He just went a 2-minute .3, and Dickerson went a 2-minute 1.2. So, clearly Dakota is just a fair bit more comfortable in these cars in the damp conditions. And as this real dry line is starting to form, some of these other drivers are a lot more confident in giving these prototypes a bit of welly.
I wonder how much of it is that Dickerson maybe used up some of his equipment during the prior laps in comparison. Those other drivers going so much slower. Now they've probably got a little bit more underneath them. So we take a look at that weather. There's that gap that you've been talking about, just staying open. And it's so tantalizing because it feels like that cell could still move south of us. There's that almost slight opening to the upper side of it that could miss us. So lots of question marks being left to these teams. They are being tested today on being adaptable to an ever-changing situation.
Yeah, and I mean, talk about one of the great challenges of racing in general and endurance racing is, these races go on long enough that you can have multiple weather patterns come through.
Wow.
Woo! Nice dive by Dickerson and a great piece of awareness there by the Mazda to just know he was there. Just leave the wheel open for a minute, let him slice through and turn in behind. That's how you do it. And
I think Dickerson has taken umbrage with you saying someone was faster than him. He set the purple lap last time by at a 1:58.5.
Fastest lap of the race.
Yes.
Yeah, I guess. Sorry, Dakota. I didn't mean to tick you off.
He's turned it up once again.
He just put up a lap time. Yeah, he did.
Some of that
you got to believe somewhere there's a crew guy in the pit lane going, "You're not going to believe what Creamer just said about you."
I wouldn't put it past him, but
I wouldn't either.
But some of it, I think, is somewhat down to the traffic because, as we've seen, that can be very make or break on the lap times too. And we've been watching him.
So careful when you're in these conditions where you've got that dry line, but offline it's still damp. You can't just pull out like you might normally do. You've got to pick and choose your time a little bit more conservatively so that you can get back onto the dry line when you need to brake or turn again.
I think I may have just seen the 779 go past me on pit lane. I don't see a message about that car returning to track yet, but I'm pretty sure that was the Laguna-Tic car, maybe fixed up and ready to get back on the track.
Well, that would be great to see.
Hoping that is the case.
At least get out and put some time in.
Yeah. Well, we
have you, Dakota's, been in this car for almost 3 hours now. And we just got confirmation that you were spot on.
Yeah, and I was going to say this is still important. They're scoring on lap 42, while the lead in their class is on lap 63. So that's well within the range to stay within 50% if they get out there and keep circulating. So yeah, this will be important to Laguna-Tic to just keep putting the laps down because right now they are still being scored as on the podium. If they race 50%, they get to spray a little champagne.
Oh, good for them. Well, that's why you never give up. You never give up in endurance racing, unless it's something massively catastrophic. But otherwise, you just stay with it here. Keep pushing. And that Subaru BRZ has been doing a really nice job. I mean, Sheldon Rosenboom had a really, really good run in that as well. Gage, and now, is it Ackelbein? Ackelbein, yep.
Yes. Yeah,
Connor Ackelbein is now behind the wheel.
He's going to be taking over. I noticed that when we watched the replay that that splinter in the windscreen did appear when he hit the wall. You could see it's still there, so hopefully that doesn't worsen.
Yeah.
And that stays nice and solid throughout the race. Probably take another whack to really make it that much worse, but you do put a lot of pressure on that windscreen with the speeds these cars run, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, what'll help is in these conditions, obviously, we've talked about this, you don't get quite that lateral loading and the twisting on the chassis that you can get on an absolutely dry track. So, you take what you can get, right?
Very much so. And you can see them getting lapped one more time by the 908. The 177 is in pit lane, and they actually just were in front of me right now. We missed them off camera there by a hair as we watched the 779 start another lap. And it looks like O'Gorman is finally going to give up to another driver because I see them swapping now on pit lane in front of me.
Yeah, well, I mean, Tomo and Dakota have just done yeoman duty in those stints. Yep.
So another case of just about
So that
exactly
should be
an
Anthony
hour.
Pizzelli, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, Pacelli should be getting into the car because they are a two-driver team. But like I was just saying, this is another situation where it's pretty much precisely 1 hour, and whew, that was a very frantic handoff on that gas jug.
It was. It was. Obviously, trying, to maximize the efficiency of every one of those moves.
Well, looks like getting a little bit of hydration to the driver as well. And now off and on their way. That looked pretty standard to me, so not that long of a pit stop. Yeah. And they are already miles ahead of everybody else. So for Anthony Pacelli, now it's just, hey, run the laps and keep us where we are. We've got a back-to-back potentially on our hands.
Yeah, we sure do here. And that orange BMW on the outside, that is the 94 appeal, right? For 9.4?
That is, yes.
Yeah, so Alsup in that Retro Rockets Racing 41 has gone back around in that, but that margin is only 2.5 seconds.
It's been doing that. It feels like not just today, but all weekend. I told you that they had done something. Yeah, yesterday, similar where the pace went back and forth between them, and we couldn't figure out why exactly. It was when the same drivers were even in the car. There is your new leader now, the 41. And, I mean, search me. For some reason, unless they're just trying to give us a show out there.
Yeah, and I mean, it's entirely possible that Peel got really hung up in traffic or the like, because that's 4-second difference between Alsup's last lap, a 2:05.1, and Peel's 2:09.1. So maybe that he got really caught out in traffic, but that margin just in that one lap went from 2.5 to 6.5 seconds. So let's hope it was just traffic and not that Peel and that 9.4 Motorsports BMW is coming into a little bit of an issue.
Yeah, and it was a personal best lap for Alsup. So he was pushing. It seemed like that
clearly.
If it was traffic, it worked out way better for him in that situation. Maybe he got a little bit of a tow to help affect it, but the 9.4 is now going to be behind by almost 5.5 seconds. And as we said, when we first joined this, it was looking like 2.5 seconds. Also, that since it didn't change, at least on your tower on the left-hand side of the screen, for us it did. Dickerson cutting the fastest lap down to a 1:58.456 last time.
He is just a machine today. That's incredible.
Real wow factor out there for sure, yeah.
Well, and on that last lap alone, his second sector was 1.7 seconds quicker than Belleman. That's just the second sector.
Wow.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
we've been seeing some stark differences on track today, which you tend to expect when you get a wet track, especially a mixed conditions track, where some drivers have got it figured out and some are still trying to gauge exactly where the grip is. But it has been heavily in favor of Dakota Dickerson up to this point. We're watching on screen, though, Allsup. Let's see what this latest lap. They're also picking it up. Another personal best for the Retro Rockets, now down under the 205s.
Wow, that's a nice lap. And Despeel, let's see what kind of time he puts up.
Yeah, we got to wait a little bit here. It looks like, I think is that the most recent, a 209? Has he already gone by? I think he has.
I think he just did, yeah. So that's another huge chunk of time.
Yeah, something does feel a little bit wrong for some reason with that 94. I think they did have some issues yesterday with the car.
Dickerson's in, I think.
You're correct. So, yeah, Dakota finally pitting and trying to see if I can spot them. Now they're coming down in front of me. Let's see if they change drivers in this one. And, yes, the seat is ready. So they're going to swap out. Finally, Dakota, 3 hours into this race, will hand it over.
That was a serious stint.
That's
that
one
they put in here.
That is one to earmark and keep in mind for later in this season, later in his career for sure, because I think that's one that he needs to really hang his hat on as an impressive performance. You could see he's helping his teammate get all hooked up, got the window nets down. And
could you see on the helmet, was that Jason that got on board? Jason Elder?
I did not see, unfortunately.
I missed it. Yeah.
We'll see if it's
we'll
Jason
find
or
out
Clay.
soon.
Yeah. But another standard stop. We're hearing that it is Clay that is hopping in. So now he has to try. Boy, talk about stepping into big shoes. after watching that out on the track, he's got to try and match what has been an amazing performance. I also do want to point out, before that pit stop, they were a lap ahead of the 4-car of Belleman.
Oh, yes. So that should put maybe Belleman, that car on the lead lap again. However, they still, of course, would have to stop. Yeah.
Yeah. So it is a small respite for them, but the strategy should hand it back over. Checking to see, the last pit stop for the 4 was 5:06. So yeah, they'll probably be coming in shortly, and in fact, there they go now. They just went past in front of me, so good timing.
All right, and I would think Belleman will be staying in.
Yeah, so that's a good point, that they had swapped around when the 59 team had not.
Exactly.
So makes sense for them to keep that driver in the car for the time being. And you can see Belleman helping his teammate. Actually, so no, they are going to swap them around.
Oh, they got him out. Okay.
Oh. So that was a very short stint.
Piatek then. That was.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. I think that's Oliver that's going to be in the car most likely at this point. Little pat on the back for Thomas. Pretty good effort out there. Kept them in second place. In fact, I think they're going to stay in P2 and not lose the position to the number 3 sister car, to McClintock here. So job done. Fuel in the car. Off they go.
Yeah.
You were right. It is Piatek showing up on my timing and scoring now.
Okay. Well, he's another one that is really, really a quick driver here, but I'm impressed with what we're seeing from Allsup here.
He's turned it up another
41.
notch.
He really has.
Another lap in the 208s for that 41 machine. And in fact, they have gapped Peel so much already that they're split by Kinney in the 5 car. In fact,
yeah.
I wonder if Alsup actually passed Kinney since we last looked at that.
He must have.
Yes, because Kinney's last lap was a 2:11. Now, we're hearing that the 41, I think the 41 having a bit of an issue with the top of the door. Oh, there's something flapping. At least I thought I saw something flapping. Oh, that may have been a reflection that I saw. Apologies.
Gonna keep an eye looking for a good shot on the right side here.
Now, I wonder, what we're being told is it looks different from the other side of the car, and it does seem like there's a piece of bodywork, a piece of white bodywork that's sticking up. And this is the team that we've talked about a lot. Definitely is not afraid to play with aerodynamics, as you can see on the car. So I wonder if overnight they've tried something to see if that will help a little bit with straight line speed, because if they can make it a little bit sleeker on that right-hand side, there you can see it now, that could help down the straightaways.
Well, maybe that's it. They're trying to deflect air on that side from getting into the back of the car, into the car itself, and into the greenhouse, which is because, when you get air.
We're hearing maybe a rain guard as well.
Yeah, that could very well be.
Keep it away from the electronics.
You could see these guys, as you said, they enjoy their aero.
So this was a bit of a longer stint for them. Last one was about, I think, 1:15 or so. Boy, Will is no spring chicken, and I think he's earned that crawl out of the car as he put some great laps down. And now he's going to help his teammate to strap in.
I almost wonder, because that late burst of speed, if as the track started to dry, and like I said, you need to be able to get up to speed to have your aero really be effective. And I wonder if in the drying track he was, feeling more comfortable with attacking. And
are they
doing
changing
tires?
They're going to look at something up front.
Oh, they're checking something.
Team is really hustling around, trying to keep from losing too much time. They have already lost the lead to the 94, who still owes us a pit stop as well.
You can see very mindful of the rules, making sure they had a big chuck underneath that car whenever you got somebody that's going to be crawling around underneath it. So
yeah, they have the air jack, but you're required to have those safety measures underneath the car so that it doesn't accidentally crush somebody. Getting the catch tray out of the way. They've stopped looking underneath the
look at
front
that.
of the car.
They were just blowing air through the brakes on that left rear tire.
Okay, so I think
saw him take the air gun back there and hit it, and a huge plume of brake dust came out.
So this is fascinating to me because I'd noticed earlier on one of their first stops when the car paused in its stall in front of me, there seemed to be quite a bit of smoke coming from the brakes. I wasn't sure what to think of it or if it was worth noting, but now feels like it is significant because I'm pretty sure they took that hose to each corner and specifically tried to clear them out.
I think so, which, indicates that he was obviously being, with that big turn of speed, he was being really aggressive on the brakes.
And possibly, just speculating here, again, we don't know this for sure, The teams have told me that, they do have to try and prepare their cars for the wet weather racing. I wonder if they did block up some of the brake vents a little bit, expecting it to be cooler and wetter today when we've only had a little bit of it. So I wonder if it's the brakes are getting hotter than they thought they were going to get.
I think that's a really good observation. Absolutely. Based on the forecast, we were expecting it to be pretty wet all day. And, it's been damp and we've had moments of it, but I think that's a really good point here.
I want to give a shout out to John McClintock. Apologies.
Yes.
He just set a personal best down at a 2:09. He's getting very, very fast. Last lap was actually quicker than Clay in the Stratus Racing 59 car, but not going to be fast for long because he actually just pitted in.
Well, and as you were talking about that, Billy, is it Kidd? Or am I getting that wrong? In the 908, just went a 159.8. Brandon Kidd, sorry.
That's okay.
I guess that Billy was too obvious, wasn't it? A 159.8 for Brandon in the 908. That's a lap, folks.
Car 54 had a spin at turn 8 and continued. That is Abdallah and the AOA Racing Machine. The other two AOA cars have been having a bit of a better day, but it's been a bit off and on for the 54 team, but I'm glad that it wasn't race-ending issues, and they are able to get it going. They're currently running in 5th. So watching the number 5 car, also appropriately running in 5th place, Randy Kinney behind the wheel of the round 3 racing car, has been kind of stuck in a no man's land for much of this race. You had talked about Brandon Kidd. Did you also mention that they've pitted in now? It looks like they just entered.
I did not.
Okay.
I think they just entered, yeah.
And that is another relatively long stint for them. So some of these lower teams doing a lot better on fuel, which may help them in the long run, but unfortunately they've lost so much ground to the Stratus team that it's not likely to help them catch them based on fewer pit stops, at least from what we've been seeing so far.
Well, and that, the story clearly has been Dakota Dickerson because, when it's dry track here, the other ZP2 cars, especially up in that top 3, now 4 with some of the laps we've been seeing, they're down in that, Olivier Piatek just ran a 2:05 essentially. So some really good laps, but it was in those sketchy conditions where Dickerson was consistently lapping 4 to 5 seconds quicker than everybody else. And that's awfully hard to make up, when everything goes back to being near equal, right?
That's a good point. Yeah. I mean, that stint was the make or break of this race, as it appears right now. That could always change later on, but the situation that they are currently in is very much, like you said, the result of Dakota and his yeoman's work out on the track. In the meantime, Clay, little bit of counter steering coming through the bottom of the hill.
Yeah, it's going to take a little bit for him to click into his rhythm and find out what kind of grip you've got here. And the number 5 here, that was Brad McCall is one of the drivers on this team as well, isn't he?
Yes, he is. You can see his name there. Carter Pease shares the car. Looks like Kenny stayed in. I don't think there was any driver change. So he'll do another stint. Take us past the halfway mark, which we're creeping ever closer to. And I think
we're getting there, aren't we?
Yeah. It also looks like, based on our graphic on the upper left-hand side, are getting close to the longest green flag stint we've had in today's race on top of things.
Yeah, we had a whole bunch of the Code 60s early, and then, as you would expect, as the track dried out and things got a little bit more predictable, those start to minimize just a little bit.
Continue to watch on board with Clay, leading. It's showing it at 6 seconds ahead of Piatek. Now, let's see. Did we already had the 4 stop? Did we not? Yeah, they stopped
for the
recently
driver
as well.
change. Yeah.
So how in the world did they get to within 6 seconds of that car? And they were a lap behind.
Yeah. I think it was timing just hadn't cycled completely yet. Because now it shows Piatek a lap back.
Okay. So maybe that'll update here on our screens. Yeah, I'm seeing that on our behind the scenes timing and scoring as well. So apologies. I was definitely confused because that would be quite a story if they had made that time up. And this toe of the boot, that's the second lap in a row we've seen Clay have some big moments coming through there. He is pushing. And to his credit, last lap at 2:01.3. So yeah, it's very good pace from the Stratus driver. But just was worried about seeing some of those corrections coming through turn 7.
Yeah, the one thing I'm noticing, and of course part of it is just because it's drying out a little bit, but from his onboard we're seeing a lot more of the use of some of the curbs around here. As number 14 is in. Ocaranza, who had really taken that AOA Racing BMW to some very quick laps, in now and getting a bit of fuel.
So is the
and
50
the Abdullah cars in too.
Yeah, and it looks like Bassam is going to hand that one over. So need to double check to see who is sharing that number 54 with him, as one team member hopping back out. So he's got Sebastian Hastings, James Boyd, Garrett Adams, also inside that AOA car. Looks slightly different from the other ones. That's the nice thing about those, the 14 and the 85 is very easily identifiable with those iconic paint schemes. This one we've been kind of have to watch out more carefully for. Teams giving him the clear.
And did you say, this is one of the things that, it depends on what side the fueling is done on your car. But this poor guy, he said to lug all those bottles, and nobody was handing them to him over the wall. You can't have them over the wall, the bottles, but somebody could hand them to you. And he was going over, grabbing him from behind the wall, but then had to go all the way around to the other side of the car. And other cars have the refueling on that side, on the pit wall side. So you just grab the bottle and dump. And all those, 4 trips to going around there, that just eats up time in the pit stops.
Well, we talked earlier about how beautiful it is around this track, and I think Sloan's taken the opportunity to go and experience a bit more of it. Sloan?
I want to take advantage before we might get a little bit of weather, but we're currently here at the back straights, where this is one of the best places where you can really appreciate those closing speeds as the cars are coming off of the S's, and you can really hear them coming at full song. It's quite beautiful if you were here. I know the drivers are probably using that last little bit of slipstream before they're hitting that braking zone, and I'm going to be honest, if someone's going to make a move, it's probably going to start right here.
And was it just me, or was that the 14 going slowly just past her now, though?
Well, it was definitely going slowly, that's for sure.
Oh, and they're going through.
And he's off.
The escape road. This is at the inner loop. Now, you're allowed to take this if you go through this chicane, but he's not doing that. He's actually brought the car to a halt. That's Christian Blevins, who has hopped in this machine and is not really wanting this. And this can happen sometimes. You talked about all the systems on these cars. When these things have been running for so long and they suddenly have to stop in pit lane, you can have unexpected results. And, it's going now.
Oh, boy, that very likely that saved a code 60, because if somebody, there's contact coming into the inner loop and somebody went straight, they would ended up right where that car was. So for him to get that started and going again. But you're right, just simple things like heat soak. All the components that have been just pushed to the nth here at race speeds, and then you just stop and there's no air moving through anything. You can get heat soak, but it looked like that may have been just a classic, stop, turn the car off, get out, run around a couple of times, get back in.
Yeah, I think he recycled it, and thankfully it got
Exactly.
going.
Yep.
But that cost them some precious time. That's got to be nerve-wracking for Christian. Gets in the car. First thing it does is doesn't want to go for him. But it seems to be up to pace now. Talked a little bit about yesterday that Christian is another one of those young guns with getting experience here in the ZRS series. He actually is in his first year of car racing. So he came up from karts in all of his previous years of racing experience, and now is getting into the big, heftier machinery. And that was certainly a lesson for him on how to handle what was probably a bit of a tense situation.
You bet. And that's where, having that team manager, strategist, whoever it would be, that's on the radio with a young guy like that, that is that calming voice that says, hey, no problem. We can, let's work the problem here and we'll get you going again. And, that is so crucial to have. Because, a driver that doesn't have that kind of experience, it can rattle them. And, to have somebody just to talk you through that and get you going and keep you calm, that's as important part of any member on a race team as you can imagine.
Well, what that did do is, while it was close racing between the 85 and the 14 for quite a while, they've separated because of that pause from Blevins, and Manley is very firmly in that second place. This is all happening a couple laps behind Anthony Pacelli in the 177, who still leads this ZR3 class and has for much of the race, which is frankly a continuation from yesterday, where the 177 managed to pull themselves so far ahead and had so little issues that it took us maybe about an hour and a half or 2 hours to suddenly realize we hadn't talked about the leader in that class for that entire time.
Yeah, sometimes you're so fast you get out there on an island and there's other action going on, and you sort of lose track here. But they just clearly, that car is working here, and they've got some good shoes that are hustling that thing around.
I believe this is on board the 14 that we're watching right now as they circulate around turn 9. This is the 94, who currently leads the ZR2. Now, this is the car at the top of our ZR2 class, ahead of only 3 still running. Garton runs in second, a couple laps behind, and then Camburn is in the 178 behind him. But the 94, with Brian Peel behind the wheel, is currently holding at least a pretty handy gap after that long pit stop we saw for the 41.
Yeah, and I've been looking at since that stop for Garton. Now, of course, he got in the car as well. So if they were having some sort of a little bit, like Alsop was maybe having a little bit of a brake problem near the end because he was working them so hard and they had to blow all the brakes out. Well, now Garton has to get used to that kind of on his own, because he didn't have, the pace or hadn't been in the car for a while to adjust to it. But he's done a really nice job of that, because Peel just turned a 2:11.4 and Garton just did a 2:12.2. So he's within 8/10 of a second. So Garton is starting to find the pace. Problem is, it took him a long time to clear that debris out of the brakes. And so now they're back in a huge chase mode scenario here.
I guess the upshot for them is that taking care of the equipment, making sure to take that time, hopefully will pay dividends later down the line and not having any more mechanical problems for that car. So, leader of the race in the ZR2s, Brian Peel for 9-4 Motorsports at the halfway mark of this race. We've also got a pretty hefty gap down in the ZR3s we were talking about as well, with Anthony Pacelli behind the wheel of that Ginetta. 82 laps into this race. Honestly, only 6 laps behind the overall leader in the ZP2s, which is one of the phenomenal things that we've been witnessing
Yeah,
and this
exactly.
weekend. Yeah, just the amazing pace of that Ginetta.
Here comes one of our ZP2 machines, a couple of them, in fact. I think that's the number 5 of Kenny. And there is your overall leader here in the race and in ZP2. And I tell you, the driver that took over for Dickerson, he is doing a superb job as well.
Yeah, currently with Clay McGorrick in the car, the 59 leading by about a lap over the number 4 machine. Stratus Racing is basically doing what they didn't get to show at yesterday's race, which is how fast the car is. Granted, they did kind of put on some impressive laps when they were far behind during yesterday's race. Now it really is being driven home as they hit the exact halfway mark at 3:30 left on the clock, and they are sitting very pretty.
Yeah, they're looking really good right now. And, Piatek in second in the number 4 round 3. Sebaco is consistently now running low 159s, but McGorrick is just there at low 2 minutes. And they've got a huge amount, a lap over Piatek and the rest of the ZP2 field. So McGorrick, I think, doing a really, really savvy job here. He's running fast, but he's not absolutely thrashing the car right now. And just, you've got that big lead, just keep it.
I think
you don't need to expand it.
That's one of those easier said than done things. That's the 96 getting back out on the track after his pit stop. Yeah, all you got to do is just keep putting in the same laps over and over and over. Well, yesterday, as I mentioned, they ran 200 laps exactly for the leader of the race. So it's a lot more work than you would think. But Clay is doing a great job having picked it up after Dakota Dickerson. Was just talking about that. At the halfway mark, our leader in the ZR3s is Anthony Picelli for Camburn Performance after picking it up from Tom O'Gorman, who is also similarly to some of our other classes doing an amazing job this weekend. Handed Anthony a car that was miles ahead of the rest of his class.
Yeah, he just drove an absolutely incredible opening stints and just opened up the margin. At one point, they were 4th overall, and he was running lap times, Tomo was, that weren't that far off of 3rd and 4th in the ZP2 prototypes in the damp conditions. So he did what his job was, which was, all right, in these sketchy conditions, go open us up a margin here, and then we'll defend it the rest of the way. And he responded beautifully. And another team that has fought back this one from some little issues early.
Exactly. Some penalties handed out to the Rockwell Autosports team. And Doug Oakley took it on the chin, and the team is back up on top, leading by 10 laps currently. I think this might be the biggest gap of any of the classes out there right now. So the ZR4s is firmly in the grip of this Porsche Boxster.
Yeah, they've just been able to just clock off a large amount of laps. And the 769 of Powell Racing and the 779 of Laguna Tech have both had some mechanical issues that took them behind the wall for a little while. They're back out, and they're back out running, but nonetheless, still having lost a lot of time. As McGorrick has to make a late choice there on which way. Is that Kenny he's going around?
I believe so. Yeah, that was the 5 car. I'm pretty sure.
So
that was them putting another lap on one of our round 3 racing cars, putting some trust in the 9-4 Motorsports BMW to hold their inside line as they make their way past and then down through the chute once again. So we said that Clay had some big shoes to fill. I have to say, doing a very good job right now. Obviously,
he sure has.
he's not as quick as Dakota, but I don't think there is any shame in anybody being able to say that today. But it has been very competitive lap times, and like we said, there's still a full lap ahead of the next car.
Yeah, and the other part of it is he's driving, watching. Once he got used to the handling of the car, you noticed coming out of the boot a couple of times, the toe of the boot, he was getting it a little crossed up. And once he got into the rhythm and everything, I've been watching him, and no twitches, not lots of curb use. He is just driving really concise lines and just keeping the speeds where they need to. He's consistently running quick enough that he's virtually matching on occasion Piatek's times. And that's one heck of a defense, is where you're running almost as quick, if not as quick, as the guy who's chasing you.
Just saw the 94 come in, so that's halfway mark for them with a pit stop. And I've been keeping track of a lot of these stints here, and it does seem like we've been consistently, for most of them, not all, most of them have been going about an hour and a half. And now this has been with what is a mostly dry track, as we see that fuel going back in. There's a little bit of an inspection underneath the front splitter, but doesn't look like there's anything of concern, as now it's just down to the fuel man and their required safety person holding on to the extinguisher.
Boy, look how effective that bottle handoff is, and having the refueling inlet on that side, the pit wall side.
Yeah, and that changes from track
that
to track
easy.
too. So,
yeah, exactly. And also, you notice there was virtually no delay from when the guy pulled the jug out to when that BMW started moving. So that was a really, really savvy reaction from the driver as well at this stage, from Peel to head back out on track rapidly.
I think this is one of those areas where this series is a bit of a training ground for many of the drivers and the teams as well, doing these live pit stops with minimum time limit to them. So being efficient, being at the ready, and being on the ball to make sure that once you get that motion, you are good to drop it into gear and take off up to pit lane speed and be on your way.
Exactly. Every element needs to click in these stops.
Really does.
And it compounds with this series because of that code 60. We've talked about this, but as opposed to, safety cars where the pack, everybody packs up, because of how tough it is to get laps back in this series, you got to execute, man.
For sure. And checking back in on Clay, is he going to stay a lap ahead of the 4 team? Piatek, who is very, very quick, seems to have caught him up by about 0.6 of a second that last lap by, and now suddenly he is filling the mirrors. This is a bit of an odd situation because Clay is not fighting him for the win right now, even though that is the P2 car behind him. How hard does he fight? Is it worth trying to keep that lap ahead?
Well, again, it really comes down to how much pressure Olivier starts to pile on him. If he's making big cut and thrust moves and, jumping to the inside and all that, at that point, I would say, let him go, and then just, you've been able to lap within a second to him most of the time. Let him get in front and then just pace him. Yes. You run some sort of risk possibly in losing the lap. But again, in this series, if he lets him through and just paces him, odds are that margin's going to stick regardless of what happens here. So, I wouldn't defend too much, because the last thing you want now is, you've really done a nice job taking over from, Dakota, and you just don't do anything that can start to upset the handling of that car. because that's really right now. If you do your job and drive well with the margin that Dakota gave you, the only thing that's could affect you is going to be a mechanical problem or contact. Well, you can control, of course, the contact part.
You would hope.
You would hope, yes.
Now,
that's what I'm saying is if it's getting really risky, let them go.
Yeah, no, and I'm in complete agreement that I think I always say that racing is a risk versus reward sport, and right at this point,
is.
The risk of the problems that can arise from fighting really hard isn't worth it when you're already a lap ahead. Yes, giving them the lap back, they could still try and catch up, but that's a big if. So might as well just let the race play out. You know the pace that you can run and focus on what you're doing and not what they are doing. Now, while we were talking about this, I had looked at the radar on my weather app again, and while it is quite clear and it's saying we got another half an hour before any rain is expected, it was a giant wall of precipitation that I saw on the radar.
So, curiouser and curiouser.
Yeah. And I don't think, especially if that prediction is right about it only being a half an hour, I don't think we can wait that one out, and the clock and the race will run out before the rain hits us, because it is a lot more serious and a lot more consistent looking than what we saw earlier, where we had all those little spots on the radar, and it started to rain, and then it stopped raining, and it never really came down hard. This will be a completely different beast from what it's at least looking like.
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't quite show it on this one. If you see farther south, it'll be just a huge wall of red and yellow on the map.
Well, yeah, I mean, the two apps that I tend to rely on that had said, no rain for a little while, a while back, both of them now say by 1 o'clock is a 100% chance of rain.
Woo. That's confidence.
That's pretty telltale. yeah, exactly.
I wonder if we could get a camera shot. It's been pointed out to me that there's quite a bit of clouds in one direction, and I'm looking out the window, and you can. There we go. That's what's approaching. So that is pretty much a front coming in right there.
Absolutely. And if you look at that, on the center left, you got that dark ridge of hills, and then behind it, it looks kind of foggy. That's rain. That's it. It's coming, and I think we're starting to see little bits of the odd raindrop here and again on some of these car cameras too.
It does look like it on this one. I'm trying to see if, I think you might be right. They're very light spots. That or those are flecks of damage on the windscreen itself, because we have been running for quite a while now.
Yeah, or bug guts, I suppose.
Plenty of those around here too. But we've been riding on board with the leader of Clay in the 59, and has just been pacing this one. Now, as they go past me once again, he is still ahead, but it continues to be a very small gap back to Oliver behind him, who's not really, from what we've seen, made major attempts to try and make the overtake. Could be that he's taking the same strategy, where it's not worth some risky moves here. Wait for a solid passing opportunity, which looks like it may come soon.
Yeah, he just got a great toe up the hill. But wisely, McGorrick says, all right, you want to do this, fine, but you got to go around the outside. And then McGorrick looks like he's heading straight to the apex there and making sure there's nowhere for Olivier to go without some major risk. And Olivier might be okay with that because, at this point, he's often just close enough back there that he's getting a good little toe from McGorrick in spots. And that means he's not using quite as much fuel.
Now, one of the nice things is, as you'll notice, these cars are able to race pretty close. most of the downforce on these cars actually comes from the diffuser, and that is one of those parts where you don't have as bad of the aero wake.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that was a bit of a moment there with the 94 car. Both are going to be able to sneak down to the inside. Doesn't offer an opportunity yet. But, what I was getting at is that's why we're seeing them able to run that close here. These cars very efficient. This looks a little bit more like rain because I'm seeing those spots now move a bit on the camera, I think.
Yeah, exactly. And, keep in mind, getting back to what Piatek might be doing, just staying back there and just conserving a little bit of fuel is, if he can get one more lap out of his Sebaco than Magoric does, and Magoric has to pit, that puts Olivier back on the lead lap. So he might just be, literally saying, I'm going to stay close, see if I can't eke out just a smidge more in terms of fuel, and maybe be able to get back around here, or do a shorter fill in the pit lane and jump him there. But to try and get that, back on that lead lap at some point. Now, that's not to say if he doesn't get a massive run and Magoric makes a little bit of a mistake, he's not going to try and make the pass. But see, right here now, Magoric's looking in his mirrors, and all he's going to see is that car, nothing but yellow behind him. And, he's going to defend again coming in here. But every time he defends and shallows up that entry, Joe, it's costing time. They've been lapping in the 2-minute flats or low 201. Suddenly they're both mid 202s. And again, he almost gets balked. But I think he's doing that on purpose. He lets that car, really kind of slow him up, and then waits to pounce and go around that GT car, hopefully ending up with a GT car between himself and Piatek, and Piatek saying, yeah, I know what you're up to, pal.
Yeah, there's all kinds of unique strategies. You talked about it being high-speed chess out there, and maybe there's a pawn or two being played on the board with this one.
Exactly.
To prevent some attacks. But yeah, you make a good point. I didn't even think about the fact that maybe Olivier is doing his best to use this opportunity to save a little bit of fuel since he is able to ride so close to that car ahead. And as we've seen, the cars earlier in this race making very, very good fuel has opened things up strategy-wise somewhat. Let me double-check to see when the last time that 4 was in. 3:43. So if they do make an hour and a half, that would put them close to about 2 hours to go, but not quite. And that actually, well, if we do get that rain then, would mean that that they should easily be able to make it to the end. So a lot of moving parts, maybe a few too many for my brain, but
I'm with you.
But I have to imagine that they are considering all these aspects. While they run down the back straightaway, Sloan has been following the action down in the boot section of this fantastic track.
Talking about the back straightaway, which is where you have to have the most commitment, we're here at the boot, which I can say is probably the most technical part of track. Drivers really have to focus on their speed, making sure it's precise so that they can get their ideal time. And I didn't want to end my tour without showing you how beautiful it is here. The storm clouds might be rolling in, but we're not going to worry about that right now. But I think this truly is a testament to Watkins Glen that every corner is a different challenge for the drivers, and it makes it incredibly exciting to see how they're going to tackle it. We'll see you back at pit lane.
Thanks, Sloan. I haven't got to go around this track this much this weekend, but I know in events past I've definitely made an effort to get to some of these spots and watch the practice sessions and see how the cars all handle here, because it is fun to witness. But for now, these two handling this long green flag stint in favor of Piatek, but it's not offered him a chance to get on the lead lap quite yet.
Nope, not yet. And I really think he's just playing the long game here. Just saying, all right, I'm going to be there. But what you're talking about and what Sloan was talking about, this track, it has everything because it has, that big elevation gain from the bottom of the exit of 1 all the way up to the top of the S's, and that's a stout climb. And then you fall and gain and fall and gain as you're working around the track. But the really incredible thing is it's also got what Tom O'Gorman on occasion has called texture, which means that as you take a peek, where she was standing into turn 9, there's not a huge there's a big elevation change coming up and out of 9. But what you don't realize is you've come out of the toe of the boot where you've got that bit of elevation. We talked about it. There's like a little compression, so you can kind of chuck it in there, climb up. You go over that rise. But as you're turning into 9, you're now falling down that little bit of a rise. The track goes slightly off camber for a second. And that's why you see so many people just overshoot into 8, and run way off the outside of 8. Because it falls away. But if you get the line right as you're thinking, I don't have any grip, you get that compression again because it starts to climb. And all those little things, if you can, lock that into your head and get the muscle memory working there, all of those little things, if you can find half a tenth, we're talking 11 counted corners here. If you can find half a tenth, you're suddenly half a second quicker.
And I'm glad that you brought up the difficulty in getting that turn 8 correct, because that is one of the 2 corners that the stewards are watching for track limits. Amazingly, we've gotten by without anybody getting that drive-through penalty yet, but it is always still possible with 3 hours left to go. Turn 8, like I said, one of the places they're watching, which has that slight downhill, but even more of a downhill here into turn 1, which is the other one that they're keeping an eye on and they've got cameras on. If you go beyond the racing surface, you get 3 strikes. The first 2 are warnings. The third one, it's a drive-through penalty.
And that's why everybody has been pretty circumspect around here. And because, talk about, having a massive effect on your race. And for Piatek, and Magoric has just responded and turned a lap a second quicker than Piatek, so he's opened that margin up just a little bit. But, if Piatek keeps hounding, and suddenly, say, Magoric looks in his mirrors at just the wrong moment, misses his turn in a little bit and goes bouncing way off the outside of 1. 1, that'll slow his momentum down a little bit probably, but 2, like you said, you put a couple of those together and suddenly you're facing a pretty stout penalty. And so, you got to use every arrow in your quiver here. And when you're a pursuing driver, the best thing you can do is hound on pressure when you have the opportunity and conserve fuel and, just play that long game. So when something happens, you're in a position to advance. And we're definitely seeing moisture on that screen now.
It's picking up. It is very much picking up. It isn't a deluge yet, but it's becoming more noticeable with each and every lap. And as he turns slightly back in that direction, you can see those clouds getting closer now. So, yeah, I think we're starting to encroach upon what may be the wettest part of the race based on at least what we're seeing in the predictions. And we still have 3 hours left to go. So that's going to be a long time if they've got to last in those conditions for the remainder of the race.
Exactly right. And again, that's, that long game that we're talking about, right?
Yes, very much so. I talked about it earlier. Everybody's thinking about those things. One thing that has always stuck with me is that in racing, you can never...
Oh, man.
You can never look directly in front of you. You've always got to look farther down the road, as we just saw exemplified a little bit. There. But it's not just on the physical track. It is strategically as well. And the backstretch looks like there's more of that rain than what we were seeing before.
I think you're right. And, that little big pause, come on, Greg, that pause behind the Ginetta in the middle of the S's where it's, a bit damp. And then that, trying to discern, okay, which way is he going? And now I got to get, go the other way. When you've got somebody right behind you, like a Piatek that's hounding you, that's when you can, make that move just that smidge too aggressively. Is the track a little more damp now? And suddenly you're in a bit of a moment. And so as, Piatek is, he's just going to be licking his chops as this is getting damper. And as we see McGurk more and more often coming up on the back of GT cars.
I'm watching to see what this lap time is going to be this time by. It was 2:03.5, which is already a little bit off what he was doing before. It was the 2:01s pretty consistently for the 59 earlier. So with this much wetness starting to hit the track, I'm anticipating it'll be slower, but we'll see. He does seem to still be trying to push it decently well around this lap, but now the clock will tell the tale.
Yeah, he found a little speed, 2:03.1.
Yeah, okay. Not
and
slowed him down.
Piatek matched his previous time of a 2:02.9. Essentially, this time it's a 9:1, and so those two are just glued together right now. And that was a great response lap from McGurk after that little bit of a moment.
100%. This has been what an interesting battle between the two of them. Because
it really is.
It has been, like we said, it's P1 versus P2. It's just not a direct battle. And I know we've been building it up a little bit with a lap between them, but there's still so much racing left to go that anything can happen, especially considering they've, I believe, been consistently a lap apart on the pit stops. Now, obviously, it is a very small chance that they could be separated by a code 60, but that lap apart does open that chance that one could get the rub of the green and one might not.
Absolutely right. And again, you're talking where the pit, the crews have to nail these stops when they get ready to come in, and because just one little issue during a stop could either let Piatek come through in the pit lane, or could have Piatek lose seconds in the pit lane, and again, that's where I think for Olivier, he's there and thereabouts all the time, but we haven't really seen him other than those 2 or 3 runs up through the S's down the back straight. And those weren't really attempts at passing because he just, watched McGurk move over. He just went to the outside, and he did that just to sustain his run a little bit up the hill. So, I just have this gut feeling that they might be looking at just conserve. Let's see if we can get, whenever the 59 car pits, we stay out, or we pit immediately with them and short fill, and then see what happens.
Well, and one of the things that comes to mind is if you're racing someone on the same strategy and you're not winning, well, if you keep doing the same strategy, you're not going to win. So I feel like your first point that trying to do something different from what they're doing and riding in that slipstream is an effort towards that direction of, okay, let's try and get a little bit tricky with this one. We've got to get creative if we want to beat them because the 59 car has outpaced us so far today.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And, that's going to hurt. And Piatek, but again, McGurk just dealt, and then he gets paused again. So this might be the chance. But now Piatek's, that car is going to come right across, and Piatek's totally balked for a second. And, that was really exciting. And in the end, nothing changed. But, that's the kind of stuff that, especially when you're in the lead car, it just gives you, heart murmurs.
I was going to say, whoever's on the box of both cars probably lost a few hairs from that one.
I would think so.
And that was Ackelbein in the Lagunitic car that's still running in third in the ZR4s. I mean, I didn't see anything terribly wrong in that one, but he was not doing them any favors.
No. Well, I mean, you can't hit the disappear button.
Yes, exactly.
And especially in that section of the track when you're heading down from the chute into the laces, like we talk about that, the track falls away a little bit there. And at a certain point, you've got to turn in or you're going to crash. And, and as the old adage goes, usually it really requires both drivers, but, it's the responsibility of the overtaking car to execute a clean pass.
100%. And that is the
That
rule in this
simple.
series. Yeah.
Yeah.
In the meantime, this has all been happening as the rain starts to get just that little bit heavier. We're seeing more and more streaks of water across the windscreen of the 59 car as we've been riding on board. It's looking from the angle of up the hill like the gray clouds are now practically overhead. And also the windscreen wipers are on. In the meantime, I think it sounds like Sloan has decided it's enough rain to take some refuge.
As it is raining outside, I thought I would take this moment to do a little shopping. So sorry to my credit card, but I wanted to highlight one of the incredible stores that we do have here at the I call it the Triangle Store. The merch here is absolutely I don't really care, but this is definitely a spot that you should stop before our weekend ends here at Watkins Glen.
Yeah, fantastic stuff inside of there.
Oh, you bet.
Visiting, and very iconic, too. They call it the Pyramid. If you ever see pictures, you'll see why. It's because, obviously, it's shaped like one. But if you come to the track, definitely give a visit down to the shop. Bring home some swag in the meantime. But
Absolutely.
I'm noticing, well, they were almost literally nose to tail the last time they hit traffic, and they are not now. So Clay's decided that he's had enough messing about with this, and it looks like he's moving on. And in the meantime, I can report that second in the ZR2s just pitted in, so the Retro Rockets team taking service now.
Okay, and the other thing I wanted to point out was, remember, not long ago we were in the 201s, sometimes even 2-minute flat for our leaders, 210s. So the track, and that at first I thought, could that have been those two, when they got badly balked in traffic? But no, that was the rain now is starting to seriously affect lap times. As a matter of fact, McGorrick comes through at a 2:12.6. Piatek follows him at a 2:13.6. So, yeah, the track is getting damp.
It's interesting that it is a very gradual progression, though, up to this point. Now, remember earlier when we saw the 41 doing that work underneath the car, now that we got pictures, they're changing a tire. So this is not clearing the brakes. This is taking their Joker tire. Interesting.
And it makes sense in a way that it would be that left rear.
Oh, no, they're doing more than one.
Oh, they're doing. So they're going to Reigns.
I think you're right. Looking at the treads that we see, I'm pretty sure that those are their rain tires. And they are limited on the number of crew, so that's why they have to do this one at a time.
And you said that this is the first weekend that you've had rain so far this year, right?
As far as I can recall. Someone can correct me if I'm remembering wrong.
So with the rule that you have to make, if you start on dries, you have to use that set of dries for the entire race. For these crews, it's maybe the first time they've ever done a 4-tire change. And, again, unless you're a top-paid crew guy, you don't get a lot of chance to rehearse this with these programs.
Exactly. They do seem like they're doing pretty decently with it.
Not too bad.
Yeah. And to the point about those tires as well, in case you missed it earlier on, they are allowed to change the rain tires without a penalty. Now, if they change back to the dry tires later in the race, they must use the same set that they did. Otherwise, it will be considered as a change of tires. And then the same thing if they want to go back to wets again, they need to use this set that they are putting on. So they've locked themselves in to what they put on the car if they want to try and avoid having laps added as they are out and on their way. Remember, this is the second place car in the ZR2s out of 3 still running. If these wet tires pay dividends, it could help them gain back that ground on the 94, who they've been battling with all race long.
I was going to say, they may have timed this perfectly. If this rain now comes in earnest, they're going to be in a really strong position because they also fueled. And so they're going to have rain tires, a full tank of gas, and just be able to just put some laps in while everybody else are trying to struggle. And, okay, what are we going to do? How, when are we going to do it, et cetera. So that's a great piece of timing here. 96 is in Hoffman for 9-4 Motorsports, getting out, I think. And they, too, look like. Now, I have a question for you.
Go ahead.
Look like they were going to go to range as well. If they go back to dries, they can still use their Joker tire, right? So they could put on 3 of the originals and then one more.
Yes,
Okay,
I believe
cool.
they are allowed that one Joker tire still. I wanted to say, though, I've got marked down that 96 was last in only a half an hour ago. So this is an extra stop for that team, and they were running 4th in their class. So Adams in the AOA 54 might be catching up some time because this is effectively an extra stop for the 96 team.
Yeah, that's unfortunate timing, to have come in and done a stop and then have the rain show up in more earnest and have to stop. Oh, and 41, exceeding number of permitted tire changes. 3-lap penalty.
Interesting. Okay. So that's okay. So,
I understand what they're saying here, but if they put their reins on, surely that would be rescinded. It's up to the officials. But.
Yeah, as we were told during the drivers' meeting, that's how it was explained to us, that they can put on the rain tires without a penalty. Maybe those were not marked as their rain tires.
Well, there is that. Yep, that's a good point.
So, again, unfortunately, don't have that information with us. We'll see. Maybe we can get Sloan to venture out in the rain and see if she can chat with the team if they have any idea as to what that's about.
Well, she's going to be sporting a nice new rain slicker, I'm sure.
Yeah, I would hope so. Well, you haven't been here before. She has to take care of that hair. She's very particular about that. So.
Well, there you go.
Can't let it get wet today. So as we ride on board now with the 94 team, who continues to lead, it is a much bigger gap and could be. And in fact, it looks like they've already applied that penalty. Now, this is the nice thing about the way that the ZRS does do penalties. Yes, this has taken place immediately. They've removed the laps from their count, but if it is found to be a mistake, it's very easy for them to simply add the laps back in, and there is no real discernible difference on it. But the 96, who also we saw changing tires, also being told that they are getting the same penalty.
Okay. Well, I wonder if that was something to do with tire marking.
That'd be my best guess on this. Yep. That something about how they have denoted these tires are not considered rain tires, based on what race control has told us explicitly before this weekend. So definitely a bit of a mystery, but hopefully we can get that cleared up in short time. And especially since we've got 3 hours left to go, we've got some time to clear that up. It is getting so dark and gray that now you can start to tell cars ahead by the rear red lights on them showing through the gloom.
Oh. Hounding right now. I thought we were going to see that car make a bit of a late lunge here, but decided the better of it and is just tucked back in behind Mr. Peel.
Now, this is a car from a different class. This is the ZR3s, which seems to be thriving in this wet condition. And I thought that was the 14. Yes, as we can see now on board with Peel, that is Max Ocaranza, who is setting his sights to try and catch up to Clifton Lipple in the 85 in the sister AOA car, which, by the way, I guess I should point out, since I said they were separated earlier, they are now all three, 2, 3, and 4 on the track.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And we saw earlier Ocaranza was able to, he put some laps in. He was showing some really good speed. And so it's a matter of, for that car, you know, doesn't have quite the grunt of the 94, but he's obviously wheeling it really, really well. And he's got to open up a little bit of a margin here, or he could be under contest into the inner loop.
So the 41 just came back down pit lane, and I was watching because no one was out at the car, but now that they have, the hood is up. So they've got more worries than just the tire penalty that we're confused about. Mm-hmm. But they're definitely inspecting some parts inside there. As some are being handed off, there's definitely a sense of urgency. So at least they feel that they can get this fixed and get back out there in time before Clark
Camburn.
You let me know
what order we want to do it.
So as we watch them work away at the car, and I think that is AJ that we see there in the black race suit working on his own car. Yeah. AJ Alsup having to do double duties both as driver and now as mechanic.
It looks like he's. Did they throw a belt?
I had looked away, unfortunately, for just a second to check something. I had missed it.
I see a pulley there, but I don't see a belt.
Oh.
So, you know, maybe, I mean, that's just a guess. You know, it could be something completely different, but.
So as we.
Sounds good. I'll be back soon.
As we watch this, and are they doing a driver change on top of that now? Does look like that is the case. I guess you might as well try and switch them around while you've got the opportunity. This is unfortunate, but the good news for the team is they're on lap 93. Camburn is on lap 72. So there's about 20 laps that they've got to try and fix this one. And it sounds like Sloan has managed to find out some of what's going on. Sloan, what are they working on?
Down here on pit lane. So it was indeed a belt that you did take. Can you tell me exactly what just happened there?
I honestly have no idea. I just had to go get a belt from the trailer. We blew something.
We lost power steering.
Yeah, power steering. There we go.
We noticed that we had a lot of other things that were we noticed things that would say that it's a belt that fell off, so we threw another belt on there.
And then just hopping in the car and starting to rain, and we're gonna try to get back out there and get right after it.
It's the calm, cool, collected for me with this team. But yeah, indeed, AJ was working on the car that he's about to get in and drive. Are you guys worried? Do you think you can take this? You can fix this here on pit lane without taking it to the garage?
I think this is honestly a minor issue, but we have a really good mechanic, Brady. He's awesome. He knows everything about this car, really. So I don't have any worries about this. I think we're going to get the belt on and get right back out there and have a good rest of the day.
Okay, that's awesome. Thank you so much for that information. We're wishing you guys a clean, safe race.
So I like the confidence that they can get this fixed and back out, but it does sound like they are a little out of breath there. So there's some hustling happening to try and get this turned around in time, and we were correct that they're going to swap the drivers out. AJ Alsup hopping in for Garton. From what they're reporting to us. It does look like the 59 has been in and out. I just noticed the outlap marker next to them. So Clay still showing in that car, and that's with about 2 hours and 40 some odd minutes to go. Back out onto the track for the leader of the ZR2 class, the 94, Brian Peel. Now having an even bigger gap over the 41 team. They had managed to pull it out after there was a penalty for Retro Rockets Racing for taking too many tires. And we thought they were taking rain tires, but it appeared not to be the case. This is actually just topping lap 100 now for this team. So we're definitely not going to be reaching the same lap count that we had last time because of the wet weather slowing down the pace around here. You can see how wide of a line this orange 94 is taking around turn 9 now that it is getting very, very damp on the circuit. We talked earlier about how the racing line moves away from the shortest line that we used to have when it was dry out because of all the rubber collecting underneath the tires inside the track itself. You're trying to find that grip, trying to find the rough surfaces off of the racing line to help keep the speed up around here and also keep the car pointed forward. It's one of the aspects we haven't talked about is when you get down into that rubbered line, it is so slippery, it's a higher chance of losing control of the car without that grip. So you don't want to risk it. That's why they are also taking that sort of unusual looking line. Oh, looks like the 4 car also in now. Now, I have not been able to spot these pit stops, and I'm looking out the window. It does not look like tires being prepped for that car, just fuel. So I think they're going to attempt to stay on those same tires they started with. Fueling is done. They're being waved off, and Piatek stays in that number 4 machine. Been such a good race for them today. But unfortunately looking like another potential second for them like we saw yesterday for different reasons behind a different car, which has got to be a little bit frustrating on their front. The only upshot of all this weather is that we have not seen an instant downpour, which can often be one of the more dangerous ways to have this happen. It's been a gradual lean in to this rainy weather for what is essentially the second bout of it. It was on and off early in the race, but then it dried up, and you could see that long green flag stint up in the upper left-hand corner. That is effectively kind of what the dry racing was. But look at how much it is coming down now, very much streaking off of the windshield of Clay Magorek. The lap times now down to 2:15s for our top cars in the ZP2s. Compare that to the dry weather being as low as the 158s and 159s, although middle of the race consistently in the 201s or the 202s for much of it. This has definitely thrown a wrench in things. The good news for the fans of the 41 team, they are no longer on pit lane. So I had missed when they took off, but they are back out on track, and they continue to run in second in the ZR2. So Retro Rockets Racing did not lose position, albeit I fear that they are likely out of the hunt for the win unless something dramatic happens to the 9-4 Motorsports team. Brian Peel came into this weekend leading the points. Ian Barber, his teammate, unfortunately unable to be here. Ryan Hall sharing the car with him, contributing points, helping out Brian Peel to try and take the championship. We only have Homestead for the next weekend that we'll be doing a little bit later in the year, and Daytona, classic sports car venue, to wrap things up. So should be 3 races left to go, as the Daytona round will be an endurance race. And in fact, the longest race that they will run at 14 hours long. We're approaching Brian Peel, riding on board now with Tom O'Gorman. Once again, this Ginetta showing some amazing pace now, putting a lap on the ZR2 leader. Not only is he ahead of all the ZR2 cars of what should be the faster class, he's putting them down a lap in the process. He hasn't been able to keep up with the ZP2s, but it's not by as much as you would think. The prototypes, or at least the last of the prototypes still running, is only about a lap ahead of Tomo. I think he and Dakota Dickerson have been the stars of the weekend in their respective classes. Really can notice how that car rotates up through turn 9 as we were riding on board with Tomo. Always kind of scares me a bit through that corner because I fear that he's going to wind up spinning that car out, but he seems to be very comfortable with how it works its way through that off-camber corner. In the meantime, sounds like Sloan's got a little bit more information. Let's go back to her on pit lane.
We saw the 80 of the Nimbus car. We saw the Nimbus team car 80 come back out on track a few laps ago. I wanted to give a little update on it. So if you remember earlier in the race, they did blow their transmission. I heard that they lost 6th gear. So they were able to swap that transmission, which is great. And right now they're just kind of doing a little shakedown, making sure that it'll be ready for the next round of our Zenith Racing Series. But good to know that it was swapped well and that the car's back out on track. We're hoping for a good, clean race for them.
Yeah, they're running last in their class. If they wanted to, they could actually move up into 6th in their class. Albeit, I'm pretty sure they are too far behind to maybe make the
round 3 just showed up
50% that they need. Yeah, because they're only 9 laps in, and the leader's at 112. That's more than 100 laps behind them. If they don't reach 200 laps, then yeah, there's no point in them trying to carry on for position. This will be just a shakedown, most likely. It's a little bobble coming down through the chute from Tom O'Gorman, finding himself having to wait patiently behind the 3 car of Gorshkov. Gorshkov having gotten in a little bit more recently, started off this race. And this, I think, goes back to kind of what I was talking about a little bit before, about the pace compared to these ZP2s. And he manages to put him, gain another lap on that number 3, who is actually running 3rd in class right now.
I'm back and available whenever.
Jump back to the car behind the 3 machine. I think that is the 14, who runs 3rd. Max Ocaranza behind the wheel. In the ZR3 class, so on the podium, as we're joined once again by Greg Kramer here with about 2.5 hours left to go. Greg, it sounds like the 80 car has managed to get themselves back out on track, although it's just to try and get the car shaken down to be prepared for the next race, because I did the math. Unfortunately, they're more than 100 laps behind, so they're not going to be able to make that up.
Oh, yeah, so won't be able to.
Whoa! And that was our leader, or no, excuse me, that was 3rd with a moment. Is the car still going? We cut away. We didn't see if they hit the wall or not, but the car is under its own power, so it is moving. May have gotten away with a scary 360 here.
Wow. Yeah, exactly what we've been talking about, getting onto that curb at the exit of 1. And you could just see the car snap, but it seems to be moving along relatively well here. He may have gotten away with one.
Very much so.
Now he's staying way off to the side. But again, doesn't necessarily mean he got into anything. He may just be gathering things up, or maybe he had a little scrape, something. Wow.
The 14
big moment, though,
of AOA Racing saving their own bacon potentially here, because this is, again, our 3rd place car. They're on course for a handy podium, but they've got to prevent more situations like that. And Max will probably look back at that one with a few nerves, but be mostly glad that, like you said, he seems to have kept it out of the wall.
Which, in these conditions in that corner, is something of a miraculous recovery on its own. But doing a really, really solid job, and did the smart thing, didn't just drop the hammer and panic, just said, all right, I'm just going to ease back into this here, make sure, that, because sometimes, you can assume, all right, I just got up on that curb, but, maybe something broke. You don't know. And
That's
so
a
he
good
took
point.
just a moment to just suss it out, say, okay, feels good. I can get back to driving now.
Always a good idea to try and assess, like you said, staying calm in the situation. It's always so easy to panic and let the red mist come down and do instinctively what a race car driver wants to do, which is get back on it, go fast, and try to just make up the time lost. But credit to Max. Let's see, is he bringing it in here? This looks like he's actually bringing it in. May have given him quite a scare.
It's entirely possible.
Let's see.
We're at just a little over 2.5 to go.
And the last, okay, so this is actually on time. So this may be scheduled, or right. It could be a lap or two early. Just said, I've had enough of this. Somebody else try and wheel this thing around here. Yep. And they are indeed going to swap the drivers out.
Well, Ocaranza did a really nice job in that car. He had some really good pace. Ooh, signal there about the from Ocaranza getting out of the car, signaling something about the visors, which might just be visibility. So maybe the windscreen needs to be cleaned.
That's a possibility. And for those that are seeing the damage on the right front, that was not from this incident. That was from yesterday's racing, hence why it is taped up, kind of holding it together there. And that was from a scary moment, actually. I had mentioned it earlier in this broadcast. This team blew a tire going into the inner loop and managed to come away with it. Unfortunately, they did wind up hitting the wall, having to make some repairs, but they got it back out on track in time. And most situations, if you have that happen in the inner loop, usually that is a lights-out scenario, but they did a fantastic job keeping it from becoming disaster, which I guess, based on what we just saw, Greg, that's a bit of a theme for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, Ocaranza had done a really, really nice job earlier as well. So this time avoiding that little bit of contact. And Sloan, what do you have for us?
Down here at AOA, Max Ocaranza, who had just climbed out of the car, did give that little signal to take a look, and that was actually at the left rear because that's where he got hit. However, Jean, the team manager, said, I think it's fine. I don't see any worries. Max actually did get down on the ground, and Jean was like, Max, get back over the wall, get back over the wall. We're not worried about it. The car has since now taken out of pit lane. I don't foresee any worries, but definitely an interesting scare to have.
Absolutely, and I mean, really savvy for Matt Ocaranza there, who said, no, I brushed the wall apparently, and got back, gave it a really good look, and just wanted to make sure that they understood, that's being pretty open book there for sure, and concerned obviously to make sure that the car was right. But again, he went out and after that moment and was able to navigate the car around a little bit, so I think he's got a pretty good feel that the car was okay. But wow, yeah, especially on the heels of what happened yesterday, just another bit of a spooky moment there for that team. But as we're taking a look here at the run through the inner loop and now down through the chute into the laces at I think that's our overall race leader of McGorrick, first of the two cars coming out of there and heading down into the toe of the boot here. O'Gorman continues to lead in the ZR3 class, running a very impressive 5th overall. And let's go back and take a quick look at what happened with Ocaranza in the AOA racing entry. down in turn one on board here. So coming down into turn one. There's the turn in. Got up on that curb, and there it went. That wasn't much of a touch. He truly got away with one there. And was able to continue on smartly as we hop on board with our ZR3 class leader, O'Gorman, for Camburn Performance in the Ginetta. As I said, running a really impressive 5th overall now, with a few cars between himself and second in class, the 85 AOA Racing of Lipple. As he puts another car down a lap. Third in ZR3 is the 14 that we just saw. Now it's Pollard has hopped on board and will be behind the wheel of that car. And then leading in ZR2 is the 94 of Peel for 9-4 Motorsports, who's just been really clocking the laps off, doing a really, really nice job. Now it's a big margin back to the 41 of Garton for Retro Rockets. And then in ZR4, it's the number 12 of Oakley for Rockwell. And we have just now passed the 2.5 hours remaining mark. That number 12 car has had to fight back from adversity a couple of times today and has done a really, really nice job of it. And you can see down there, I think that was O'Gorman going around the 41 of Garton. And that 41 just does not look healthy right at the moment. And I wonder if they're just still dealing with some brake issue. Up and through 9. Feed it through 10 here and staying way off of the racing line to make sure. Has the best grip he can find. Same here. Shallow up your exit a little bit to stay off of that curb. That's our number 12 of Oakley. Yeah, everybody. I think everybody's kind of got the memo now because not many people are getting up and over that exit curb there. And the thing is, sometimes, you can't avoid it. If you get in a little too hot and you lock up, which isn't impossible in these conditions, or you've turned in a little too early and now you've just got too much speed and the fronts lose their grip and push a little wide. Tiptoeing through the inner loop, clearing those curbs. They've got a decent little lead right now of, let's see, they're at 102 laps. Yeah, they got a big lead right now. So in these conditions, doing absolutely the perfect thing, Oakley is just being very, very conservative. Not getting on any of those painted curbs. Just bringing it home right now. So getting a clarification here on the tires is if you basically just put on a set of what would be called maybe wets, a deeper tread pattern or whatever, that in fact does go against your allowed tire allotment. And if you exceed that allotment, you've got 4 tires and 1 joker. And if you exceed that, it's a lap per tire. So that's why some of those cars that made those stops and put on the wets, what they thought were just wet tires, have been penalized for that. So that's the clarification we just got. And just those of you who are curious about lap times and the like right now, fastest cars on the track are, well, right now, just to give you an idea of just how strong a drive he's got, Tom O'Gorman is the fastest car on the track right now in the ZR3 entry at a 2:16.7. The ZP2 cars, the four of them in front of him, are all in the 2:17s or above, although Piatek just turned to 2:16.6. So he squeezed one in here. As the 54 comes in, fourth in the ZR3 category, Adams for AOA Racing. Brings that BMW in. Does the driver change? So Garrett will be climbing out. We'll see who hops behind the wheel here. Looked like the refueler put the bottle up and didn't have the vent cap loose enough. Oh, now we can't get it out. Oh. And there was still fuel in it. That was unfortunate. That's the kind of thing that the team afterwards, you just feel so bad because everything was clicking along okay, and then suddenly you had that little issue and had to loosen up the vent cap a little bit more, and then it jammed. Nothing quite gets to you like that. But the battle up front remains a good one. Piatek now lapping consistently a couple of seconds quicker than Magurek. Of course, he's still down a ways here. With Piatek second and Gorshkov in the number 3 for round 3 racing, sits in third. O'Gorman, Lippel, and Pollard. And then we talked about Peel with that big margin over the 41, the Retro Rockets Racing Machine, and Pizzelli in the 178 is back their ways. And then Oakley for Rockwell in the Porsche, sitting in a very solid lead spot over the number 769 of Escobar for Powell Racing, and then the 779 of Ackelbein for Laguna Tech Racing at this stage. And Piatek is, in fact, just to make sure we're all clear here, I'm showing him now back on the lead lap. He's over a minute back, but he is on the lead lap. But it's going to be a matter of how that works out at this stage. In P's for round 3 racing, fifth in the ZP2 category, has been running some awfully competitive laps right now. It's a shame that they're that far down the order right now, about 7 laps adrift of the leader. But he's just clocking off some low 2:17s, which is some really good pace. Okay, just got some clarification. Once timing completely cycled through, the number 4 Piatek remains a lap down to Magoric, so I misread that. As we're watching Tomo on the run up through the S's. And I'm just real quick checking weather one more time, and it's plenty moist out there right now, but there is more to come, I'm afraid, folks. So be keeping an eye on that. There you can see the map, and all the maps I'm showing, that bit of yellow is heading our way, and that's going to be a little bit heavier rain. Just really impressive what Tomo's doing here. And you can see he is, and right now it's a smart thing that the number 41 Garton is doing. He's a long way down right now, but he is trying to stay with Tomo here just a little bit, and Tomo is showing him the proper rain line to use around here. And we've been talking about the fact that it doesn't matter how good you are, how experienced you are, you can always learn something new. And for Garton, he's got an opportunity. And now this is the that's the car that Barry Waddell was in. I think he's turned it over. And they're still chasing some issue with that car. They're just not getting the lap time that comparatively just kind of keeping an eye out. Boy, everybody being really, really careful around those curbs. Matt Millian just putting the laps in right now. Again, down in 5th in class. A lot of laps down, but and Tomo's got so much experience in so many different types of cars. And for those of you who are going, boy, how do I get in and, learn the craft of doing some racing? Well, if you don't have a lot of money where you can, just fund a rent to drive kind of scenario here where you get all this coaching and all that, Tomo started in the world of autocrossing or soloing in SCCA. And of course, there's a big Solo 2 national championship that SCCA has, and Tomo has won his class in that a number of times, and it is a relatively, and I say relatively because anything to do with cars can be a bit pricey, but if you want to get out there and learn a little bit of racecraft, learn how to handle a car in a much more controlled scenario in terms of speed, give soloing a try, because it can lead to much greater things down the road. And it seems fairly fitting that at this moment we, with these conditions and knowing what might well be coming here, that we say a huge thank you to all of the volunteers. A little wide there for Olivier, but he held on to it. To all of the volunteers that come out, especially working the turns and the corners here, the corner marshals and the like, that are out in the weather and are out there for these long races and love it as much as anybody behind the wheel of one of these cars. Maybe just don't have the wherewithal to be a part of it, but want to participate, and there's a spot for you. So don't ever question that. And I believe a spot just opened up again for one Mr. Joe Peak. Hope you had a nice lunch.
I did, yes. Thankfully, able to scarf something down here. We need a little bit of food to keep us going, much like these teams do, as it has been going since about 8:30 in the morning over here in Watkins Glen. And we're well into the afternoon at this stage, just past 1, with over 2 hours left to go on top of things. It has been a soggy second half of the race now that the rain has really come down. And it has been steady. I was able to step outside of the booth, actually, as well. And it's not heavy rain. It is very light rain. But it's enough of it, it seems, to continue to make it worse and worse out on the track. And you could start to see, I felt like there was a couple splashes there at the apexes of the inner loop as we watched them.
I think you're right. And, it's just at a certain point when one of the terms that they use is you, quote, lose the track, and it becomes just saturated enough that, and there's just enough moisture coming down that you can't get it back. And you don't see those dry patches forming and the like because they just get filled in just that little bit too quick. And that's when you will start to see, as we talked about earlier, and what you may have just noticed, obviously, is, and when that happens, sometimes the water seeks a place to settle a little bit. And, at the bottom of hills, obviously, but also in crevices and the like. But I'll tell you, it's obvious Piatek has not given up here. He's pushing really, really hard like that a few times.
The unfortunate thing is that I'm looking at that last lap. It was a 2:21 compared to Clay's 2:18, who now downs it to a 2:17. So unless this is a significant improvement, I'm not sure that Round 3 Racing is looking at gunning down a massive lead from Stratus, although he's going to get a nice little tow from the 85 for a brief moment. Yeah, 2:21 that time by.
Yep. And you kind of wonder, and obviously in these little prototypes, there's not a ton of adjustability you can do. But, did the Stratus Racing team, did they, do something like really soften the car up? Because, when the track is dry, Piatek, even Gorshkov has been really close. We've seen Kidd with some real speed. And been kind of able to match the 59. But the minute the rain really starts to come down, it doesn't seem to matter who's in the 59 or who's in the other car. Suddenly that margin goes up by a second, then by 2. And now we're looking at darn near 4 seconds. And I wonder if they just have really hit on a spectacular rain setup in that Stratus Racing Zebego.
I mean, you make a really good point on that one, and I think you may be right. I did, as I was speaking to the Stratus and Nimbus teams earlier this weekend, they said they do have a plan to try and set the cars up for that wet weather if it happens. And I wonder if that's where that difference has been made, that the Round 3 Racing did not take that into account or just don't have as effective of a setup method as Stratus does, because that is such a stark difference. And I don't think it's down to driver, because all of these top teams honestly have just incredible talent behind them. So I can't imagine that we see the likes of Piatek suddenly losing 4 seconds of pace compared to his peers.
Right. I think you're absolutely right. And, the thing was earlier, when Hibbett was in the car, and even, when Bellerman was in the car, he's a very talented driver. And when it was damp, they just had no answer. And the minute it dries out, they're right there. So it gives one pause at least.
Sometimes we have to do a bit of sleuthing to figure out what exactly right. is happening on track, but the pieces are coming together. As you can see, the yellow Round 3 car trying its best to stay off of the rubbered-in racing line on the way down the straights and then heading into the braking. This is one of the cars that just will not quit, the Camburn Performance 178. is still circulating around, but they are still in third in their class, and they are within the 50% mark of Brian Peel. So, as it stands right now, they're still looking likely to come away with points, even if they're going to be a wide margin from everybody else, because I'm looking at them compared to the Retro Rockets, and it's still showing, I believe, 20 laps apart between they and that team.
Yeah, and it just, again, goes to the perseverance thing. And Camburn Performance Engineering team, broke a gearbox, fixed it, are coming out, and might still end up with a podium and some very useful points.
Well, let's go down to Sloan and see what's going on closer to the track.
Welcome back to a stint with Sloan, where drivers trade the seat of their cockpit in a race car for a seat that we have just discovered in a K-van. Am I saying that right? A K-van on pit lane. We didn't steal it. It's actually AOA Racing's K-van. But I'm here with Ren Messinger, and I wanted to just take some time to talk to you and learn more about your story. I know we spoke at VIR last, but kind of give us some history. How did you get into racing? What's your story? Kind of tell the viewers a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, I think I have a pretty typical story of a lot of people nowadays, which is just like really into sim racing. Like the Cars movie was what got me into cars when I was younger, and I always thought I would do it for fun when I was younger, like go to college and get a normal job after, pay for it, like Spec Miata. And that was what I ended up starting in while I was in college. But then I started coaching people too. I got up to MX5 Cup last year, and I wasn't able to make that continue. But I've just been like taking every opportunity that I can, racing at the Nürburgring this year, coaching with these guys and starting most of their races in the 14 car too. So yeah, just, a lot of Miatas and coaching has got me here.
That's incredible. So where are you from?
I'm from Bedford, New York, which is about 4 hours south of here. So it's kind of fun because my parents were able to come up for this race. They usually aren't able to go out because they're all over the country. But yeah, that's been fun. I live in California now, but this is kind of one of my home tracks.
No, it's awesome. I mean, it's technically like this is your home track, so especially to have your friends and family out here, that's really, really special. So what's one thing that you want people to know about you?
I don't crash cars. That's one thing I'm really good at. I do some wild stuff sometimes behind the wheel. Like if you've seen the number 14 M2 bouncing 4 wheels over every bus stop curb, that was me. But I won't crash it, I promise. So if I ever end up in your car, no worries.
I love that you're taking this as like a plug to be like, hey, just so you know, I don't crash cars. I feel like that's one thing that a lot of drivers like to highlight is like, I'm a really good, clean driver. I don't crash. I don't try and do any damage to give you a big bill at the end of the weekend. So that's definitely a really smart thing to say there. Wow. Okay, so tell me, what's one of your favorite parts of racing?
In this series particularly, it's super clean. So like they emphasize in the rules that it's very much a no contact series, which I really appreciate. The incident penalties and everything, they generally rule them as no fault, which a lot of people can get frustrated with, because if you get hit, they're like, oh, it's not my fault, like I got hit. But what it forces people to do is to learn incident avoidance too. And that's really unique in this series. And even though it can be annoying sometimes if, it wasn't technically your fault, it still forces people to be eyes up. And I think that shows in the racecraft that's in this series. Like obviously there are a lot of really good drivers in this series. Like I've got to race with Matt a lot in ZR3 the last couple races. And there's just so much respect and clean racing. Even at the race starts, like we'll be racing really hard, but everyone knows, if we make contact, even if it's not necessarily someone's fault, we lose 3 points for it. And so yeah, the racing's really hard, but really clean and fair.
No, I love that too. I think that you're saying, I almost want to say like all the right things of how we want to go about this series, but also as, a young driver like yourself, you want to start building that resume of knowing that, you're not a liability, we can say. So where would you like to go with your racing career? What's kind of the end goal for you?
I don't really have an end goal. NASCAR has always been my favorite thing, but to be honest, I'm kind of too old to make it there now.
Wait, why do you say that?
I'm 26. I only started doing this 4 years ago.
I'm 27, and this is my first time ever doing this. Come on.
Yeah, well, you'll get to IMSA, but that's probably the highest that I could hope to achieve. I'm just happy to be in a race car and be paid for it. That's like more than I really ever thought I would do in my career and my life in general. So I just keep taking every opportunity that I can, and I'm not necessarily looking for an end goal. I'm just happy to be in a car.
That's a really lovely answer. I think the past answers I've had from your answers has been, oh, I love that, but dang, okay, I really like that answer. So tell me, as the cars go by on our front straight here, how does it feel to be racing at such an iconic track like Watkins Glen?
Yeah, it's pretty awesome, and that kind of speaks to the whole schedule for Zenith, because we've been at like some of the great American tracks. Like we were at Road America just a few weeks ago. We started at Sonoma, which is a smaller track, but it's one of my personal favorites. And then we're going to finish at Daytona, which is so cool. Like that's all you can ask for. It's going to be a month before the Daytona 24, so it'll be pretty cool. But yeah, this track is one of my favorites, especially in the rain like this, because it's so high commitment, so dangerous, and you just have to kind of, risk it for the biscuit and look for the little grip that there is out here.
Yeah, we were going around the track. I did like a little tour earlier, and it just seems like, is there a lot of grip in the rain? I don't come from a driving background, so when I do get to talk to the drivers about, you went from a dry track for the past 2-3 days to a wet track, what goes through your head when you're finally taking these corners with the rain?
Yeah, it's tough, and this track has been surprising in particular, because I've raced here in the rain a few times, but this time in particular, even with just little, like, small precipitation, the normal racing line is so slippery. At most tracks, you can get a little rain, and it's still basically a dry race. You don't have to change your line or anything. But I was shocked. Like, as soon as I saw raindrops, I had to move offline and search around for grip. So that's been really strange, and we've seen a couple crashes in turn one already. Not just the curbs are super slippery, the paint, like just the white lines on track are like ice. The M2 that we have, if anyone's ever driven like one of these BMWs, they have this electronic differential that can do weird stuff sometimes. If you get one tire on the painted line still on the track, it'll just one tire fire like an old muscle car. So you got to be really heads up. We had one of our drivers spin a little bit ago, again, not even from getting on the curb, just touching the white line a little bit and looped him right around. So yeah, it's pretty tough at this track, but once you find where the grip is, you can actually find a decent amount of pace out here.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I think from somebody who doesn't come from a driving background, I've seen with the teams that I've worked with, when it does turn, the conditions turn so quickly, you can hear a little bit of panic in the voice sometimes. It's, do I come in? Do I come switch my tires? What do I do? So I think, staying calm, cool, collected is a really great skill to have. So you said, what, you're 4 years into this now?
Yeah, about. I started basically right at the start of 2022, and I really just raced Miatas for like 2 years. Last year was my first like professional racing debut, I guess, in MS5 Cup. So that's, I've just been trying to like take the next step every year. This year I'm racing in NLS at the Nürburgring, which is pretty fun too. So the dual schedule between this and that is a pretty fun combo.
Yeah, that's a huge thing that I think not a lot of drivers will ever get to experience. So what is some advice that you would give to the viewers out there who would like to get into racing?
Yeah, I think a trap that a lot of people fall into when they're young and they're maybe doing it with their dads, like their dads get them into karting or something.
Could be the moms too, though, right?
Yeah, but I've seen a lot of karting dad fights. With a lot of kids, I'll just say their parents. When the parents are trying to get them into it, they can kind of get dead set on the goal is to be a professional racing driver, and I think that can actually make a lot of people pretty miserable and kind of hate racing. So I think if you're young, getting into racing yourself, or maybe you're trying to get your kid into racing, just don't put pressure on them, because like most people end up just paying to race and still doing it fun, even in IMSA, even in like pro levels, and thinking it's like the only thing you can do is be a professional or a failure really takes the fun and joy out of racing. So yeah, just know what your relationship with racing is and don't put too much pressure on yourself.
I hate to say it, but I love that. That's a really wonderful answer. You know, we're staying dry from the rain right now, which is really nice. My poor camera guy, Daryl, is doing the Lord's work right now by capturing us in this cave in. And I want to say thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us. You know, AOA is a wonderful team. I'm really glad that it seems like you're really enjoying your time and that you're never too old to start something. 26, we're young. We're like babies. I feel like I'm old. Like I'm like kind of like cranky sometimes, but you know, we're young. And I think that, you know, if you want to put your mind towards something, you can absolutely achieve it. So I really hope and I wish the best for you. And thank you so much for taking the time to chat with me in this van that my producer thinks I can't drive because it's stick. I can't drive stick, but, you know, maybe next time by Homestead, I'll learn how to drive stick just to prove it to my producer. So thank you so much, Ren.
Hey, thank you, Sloan. Appreciate it.
Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks. Lots of good information on
Yeah.
that one. And you know, I do want to second her point. I didn't do my first commentary until I was 30. So you can definitely
it can happen.
Yeah.
And I want to say that young man and I have something in common. Because I don't crash race cars either. Now, the difference is I'm also incredibly slow. So
yes.
it's easy to not crash the race cars. So, and imagine being able to hop over and go race the VLN at the ring.
Well,
I mean,
and not to make it too much about us, it does take me back to one of the most fascinating facts I think about you and your relationship with the Nürburgring.
Well, yes. It's where I saw my first ever 2 races in person when I was a very little kid. And the one that will always, you know, it's the one that really hooked me on this sport for the rest of my life. I was at the ring in '68 when Jackie Stewart won by 4 minutes in an absolutely pounding rain, and it just has stuck with me for the rest of my life. And I've fallen in love with that track, and you know, just the prospect of somebody going there and racing just is really impressive. And it was that track that really launched my passion for this sport.
Which I guess in a way ties us back to this with what is becoming a bit more of a deluge out on track. We saw the message
yes.
that headlights and rain lights are now mandatory. So the teams must have those working. If you do not, you will be given a black and orange flag and forced to come and get those fixed. So hopefully all the teams had planned for that. They've had plenty of warning up to this point that it was expected for today's racing. But this also illustrates the visibility when it properly rains. Look at how tough it is at times to see the markers coming up into the corners when you've got a car ahead.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, you know, from a distance, even with those bright rear facing rain lights, you know, sometimes, you know, first all you see, like I think we're seeing here, is just this plume, and then suddenly a car appears out of it. You know, especially when you're in a car that's really quick relative to the surrounding traffic. So this is what I was talking about, where, you know, this is when it starts to get mentally hyper stressful, is because now you're not just dealing with traffic and a little bit of grip issues. Now you're dealing with significant visibility issues the minute you get behind a car. And of course, in this day and age of aero, and particularly, you know, any car that's got some underbody work on it, they tend to throw up pretty good volume of water when they go by you. So just all these elements that you know, come into play here when you're racing in the wet. The physical toll on the body goes down, but the mental toll goes through the roof.
So we saw the penalty listed on screen, and that is Gorshkov in the round 3 racing number 3 car. And what that does is it promotes the 908 of Brandon Kidd up into 3rd place. So once again, we're seeing that 908 team continually climb up the order through just consistency. And actually, pardon me, I'm just seeing it update now. So that was even before the penalty. Gorshkov falls to 5th, and Carter Pease in the number 5 round 3 car is now up into 4th position. But you reported during, while I was away there, about how there was a clarification on the rules. So now it almost feels like, is it worth taking the 3-lap hit with how much water is on the track?
Yeah, that's got to be entering people's minds, especially, they've been using that same set of tires since the beginning of the race. And, no matter what tire you're using, that's going to take the edge off of the grip a little bit. So now it's just, if you're on a fairly used set of tires here, you're just in survival mode. Right now you need to look at where you are in scoring and how many laps you have on the person behind you. At this stage, are you in a position where you could take a penalty like that and then come out in the lead, but have fresh tires and be able to, open that up a little bit? Or are you in a position where you'll go down 2 laps if you do that and then really struggle to bring it back? And that's kind of, I think, what everybody's kind of, going to be dealing with at the moment.
This is the 908 now moved up onto the podium. Kid behind the wheel with about 2 to 3 laps. It's somewhere in that range up to Piatek. And that's when you mentioned that was kind of my first thought was does P2 take that risk thinking they'll at least be close to third place to try and claw that position back and then maybe use that to run down the 59 team and go for the overall win. But they were faster last time by. In fact, last 2 times by, because Clay's last lap now at a 2:25 flat, 2:24.5 for Olivier, are at least showing pace as it sits currently.
Well, in the previous lap, Olivier went a 2:22 to Magoric's like 2:24. So he's got speed. There's no question about that right now. Piatek does. But, again, you're just over a lap behind the overall leader, and you're 2, perhaps, maybe 3 laps, now that I think about it, in front of Kidd. And that'll come down to, what is Piatek saying to the crew right now? Is he saying, I can't do anything? It's wet. The tires don't have enough grip to get up to speed where I can really get into the aero. We're just, we're floundering here. Or is he saying, car's not that bad right now. And as long as he can, he's going to need help to be able to, have a shot at the lead here. But as long as he can sort of match the times that Brandon Kidd's doing, who is 2 or so laps behind him, I think you stay on the tires you got and try and avoid that penalty.
I believe, and it's always dangerous when I do math on air, but I think we're looking at something around 40 laps to go if we're up to about 2.5 minutes per lap. And it looks like the 769 is coming in, and they, of course, have their fueling as part of that deck lid, which is why you saw that go up. So now they'll be able to do that. And there's a problem that we haven't discussed that comes with some of this style of racing too. Moisture getting inside, and then with all the heat, you can sometimes have visibility problems with just the fogging of the windscreen.
Absolutely. I mean, you got the engine in front, you're hot and sweaty, you're working in that car, and all of that, then you get the moisture, it condenses on the inside of the windshield, and, sometimes you'll have drivers that'll have a squeegee in the car next to them to try and clean that off. Lots of different ways to do the solution. But I think the bigger issue for this car right now is they don't have lights on, and they haven't had for a while.
Ooh.
And I'm sure that when they said lights are now mandatory, if they can't get the lights working at some point, that could become a bigger problem.
That's a really good point. I had not caught that. They are going to, looks like, take a tire penalty. Okay. Because it looks like they're going to be changing more than one tire. We did see a message on the screen of car 12 spinning and continuing, or at least having some issue in continuing. That's our leader in ZR4s, Doug Oakley, who still remains far ahead of everybody else. But we saw yesterday that the Paragon Performance Corvette team, who had a huge lead in that ZR4 class, wound up giving it away when they got tangled with traffic during a Code 60 coming into effect. So just because this blue and green car has a huge lead is no guarantee, and especially in a rain race such as this.
There are no guarantees at all. You're absolutely right. I mean, you can execute a race to perfection and, in the last 2 laps have something break, and that's why, in racing, it's always don't quit, especially endurance racing. Just keep going because you never know what could, happen to somebody else. I remember one of the saddest things I've ever seen, and it was at Le Mans before the Audi juggernaut when Reinhold Jost, who spearheaded that Audi juggernaut, was just a Porsche customer, and it was back in the day when you could buy a Porsche 962 and then modify it, do what you wanted to it, because Porsche at that point was saying, hey, we don't care. If a Porsche wins, that's good for us. And so Reinhold would, do all this work on these cars, and they were oftentimes quicker than the factory Porsches. And a young guy named Jesus Pereira had driven a stunning race, and his last stint had been brilliant. And he'd opened up a lead, and it looked like this then small team and this young gun were going to surprise everybody and win Le Mans. And literally with less than an hour to go, the car ground to a halt up at the Mulsanne hairpin. And I'll never forget the images because Pereira got out of the car and was in tears, just bawling. So never give up. Never give up.
I think that's a good attitude to take into it. I have often sort of lovingly described the teams that stick with it as having the Dory Award because they just keep swimming, and it is said from a place of admiration for those teams. As it does look like the 12 is being a little bit more circumspect, but look at how much water is coming off the rear now. At this point, it is getting to be quite a bit more than what we expected. They have said that there is the possibility to red flag the race if conditions get bad enough. I don't know what that limit is, though. That is all up to race control to decide, based on safety, of course.
Right. And that's totally their call. I mean, normally that would, come if you had massive puddling, where you can, easily hydroplane and the like. So, we'll see what develops. This rain isn't supposed to abate anytime soon. And, one of the interesting things, you were, talking about the water coming off the back of the number 12 car. Well, it's got an open rear on it where there aren't, fenders or anything covering those rear tires, kind of like the number 41. And, so as a result, those cars tend to throw up even more water into the air because it's not being trapped by the wheel wells and dropping down. So it's just another challenge you have to overcome.
Something to be aware of as you follow behind those specific cars, too, knowing that you're going to lose a lot of that visibility. We saw more work being done as the 4 tires being changed by the 769 team, hoping to possibly catch up a little bit to Oakley. But they do have to worry about Lagunitic Racing because the gap between them is down to 7 laps. So They can't waste too much time sitting over there. I can tell you that they are still in their pit box. So this has been a lengthy stop for Powell Racing up to this point. There they are still working to get those tires on. Again, these teams don't quite have the equipment or necessarily the expertise that you see at some of the prototype teams to get this all turned around because pit stops for tires are not a regular thing in this series.
Yeah, exactly. And with these small teams, this is one of the things that I absolutely love is that these small teams, the other 2 drivers are usually out there helping with the tire changes and the like. And that's real dedication and commitment to the sport. There's no question about that. But the one thing I wanted to note that you had talked about is, Escobar, the Powell Racing car, is 7 laps up right now on the Laguna Tech Racing entry, but as soon as they complete a lap, that's going to go down to 4, right? Because there should be a 3-lap penalty.
Oh, you're right.
For the 3, so that's going to drop by that chunk.
Something was not clicked into the right place. Car wasn't going, and now finally they are able to take off and head on their way. Let's go down to Sloan, who's been talking to some more of the drivers on pit lane.
Welcome back to a stint with Sloan, where drivers trade the seat of their cockpit in their race car for what we are now standing under the Stratus Racing tent. I'm here with Sam Corey, who was one of the drivers of the Nimbus 80 car. Sam, I know you guys are not on track anymore. You just did a little shakedown after changing out the transmission. What was the race like for you earlier today? Can you give us a little bit of story?
Yeah, I mean, we unfortunately in street clothes, not a race suit. Today the guys have been working really hard. The whole Nimbus crew has been busting their butts and trying to get the race car back together. So unfortunately this morning we had a little bit of a gearbox troubles. Really early on we lost power, in the first, after the first lap. So, but after that, we were just chugging along and eventually it went. So, but that's part of endurance racing. These guys have been busting their butts to get it back together, and we went back out there just to get some reference laps and make sure everything was good, and it was. But it's been a long morning-ish, but yesterday was strong, to get laps out there too. And like I said, these guys, they work harder than no other.
I love that. So, giving a little history about your weekend, can you give us a little history about yourself? Where do you come from? What's your background? How did you end up here at the Zenith Racing Series? Yeah,
so it's funny. I've known Dakota and Jason and some of those guys at Stratus for years. Gabby, I've known them all since I was, young and coming up into the open wheel world. Gabby was my first mechanic and Dakota was one of my first coaches and when I was younger. So, but yeah, I come from the open wheel world and the road to Indy, the USA Pro Championships, and then transferred over with Toyota Racing into the ARCA world, the stock car world. So race Trans Am and ARCA as well, and trying to go full time in that next year. So it's been definitely a weird switch up going from the open wheel IndyCar stuff to now a NASCAR. So it's been different lingo, different race car, even different track layouts. We were here just a couple of months ago, and obviously not running the boot. It's different. So, but to be able to come back here again with Nimbus and Stratus, it's really cool. It's kind of full circle.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's an experience that not a lot of drivers get, to do different series, running iconic tracks in different layouts. So can you tell me, what is it like when you're, you come off of a NASCAR weekend and you're not running the boot to now running the boot? Do you prepare on the sim, or do you kind of wait till you get here? What kind of what process do you have?
Yeah, preparation is always key, coming into a weekend like this and any race weekend. So definitely sim, lots of sim with the boys, having fun. With the boys. Yeah, having fun, but also, preparing. Ran a lot of laps here, and even so with this car, it's so much lighter than an ARCA car, and it's just totally different, right? It's a NASCAR to a prototype with downforce. So, to jump over, it's been fun to, just test myself again, and how fast can you transition from one car to the other. But it's been so much fun. Like, these guys are so fun, and they make everything super simple. And we come to the racetrack, and yes, it's very serious. Like, we want to perform and we want to do really well, but at the same time, everybody's just having an awesome time. So, especially with this series, if you're somebody that's looking to come and run and get a ton of seat time, and for quite an affordable budget, like, this is where you need to be, and you can come run 2 7-hour races, or some of them are 12, and to be able to come out here and get all that seat time for someone who's just starting out, or somebody who's been in the sport forever, it's super cool. You look at Ben Waddell and his dad, doing it together at the same time. So just, there's so many different stories in this paddock, and to be able to see all those stories come together and race against each other, but also that camaraderie of it is really cool to see.
I think that's one thing that I do appreciate about the series, is the camaraderie and the different teams helping each other, and just the history that, like, Barry and Ben have, father-son racing against each other. It's something that I feel like you don't get to see a lot. So can you tell me, what's one of your favorite parts of racing besides this camaraderie? Is it more the pushing yourself physically? Is it, just checking off different types of tracks? What does it mean to you?
for me, I've been racing since I was 6 years old. It's something that, it's a passion. It's, something I've worked so hard at for my whole life, as long as I can remember, right? So to work so hard at something and chasing that, yes, success, but also that validation as well. And when you work hard at something and it pays off in the end, it pays big dividends, at least mentally. So racing's obviously super physical, but at the same time, it's really mental. So being able to go out and perform with your team and being able to see how hard your guys work in the shop, to then transforming that and going out and winning or performing, as best as you can, it's really special to be able to give back to those who've helped you. So it's definitely always a work in progress, and you're always pushing for that, that next step. But to be able to do it with good groups of people, it's really cool, and the cool people you get to meet.
All about the cool people you get to meet. All right, thank you so much for your time, Sam. We really appreciate it. Back to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, we've had a big development out here. Our leader in the ZR3 class has been given a black and orange flag because their headlights are not on. That's why we see them in pit lane right now. Looks like they are trying to figure that out, as well as squeegeeing the windscreen in the meantime. They're refueling while they've got the opportunity, but they do need to get those on, or they're not going to be allowed back on the track.
That's a huge development. I mean, they built up a sizable margin here, and they still have that right now, some 5 laps in hand over the second place car, the 85 AOA Racing entry of Lipple. But this is going to eat up some of that time. But if they don't get it going, they're going to just end up probably parked because they don't have headlights. So this is huge.
Yeah, they have about 5 laps over Lipple, so there is a little bit of a buffer to play with. But the fact that they've got nobody around this car right now is not a good sign. Usually you want some sort of action to be happening and forward progress. But hopefully there's discussions over the radio how to get the lights turned on this thing so that they can get back out there and hopefully take what was looking like a very solid win coming their way. And we talked about it earlier, Greg. You just can't count everything out when it comes to racing, because something can happen that you just didn't see coming.
Absolutely. It could be simply something that there's moisture in a connection, but when it's raining like this, and you don't have a covered pit lane, you're out there trying to dry something off while it's raining. It's a very difficult thing to do. So they just.
We're hearing they might be mounting headlights, which is a novel solution.
Wow, easier to just put some headlights on it as opposed to fix the ones that. Well, that's fascinating.
I mean, that is lateral thinking. I give them credit.
It
if
is
this
that.
Works.
Absolutely.
They'll have to make sure that they're secure. This is a high-speed track, so they really need to make sure everything is clamped down properly.
Yeah.
We saw how much they were cleaning the windscreen.
Yeah.
Look, we saw how much they were cleaning the windscreen. It's scary enough when they're on the highway. It's scary enough when they're on the highway. It's scary enough when it looks like he's kind of rubbed. It's scary enough when it looks like he's kind of rubbed. Scary enough when it looks like he's kind of rubbed. Scary enough when it looks like he's kind of rubbed. Scary enough when it looks like he's kind of rubbed.
Yeah, just the visibility was non-existent there. And you can see why they quickly got that squeegee out there, but this is going to eat up so much time. And like you said, that the tech staff for the series are going to be there going, just how firm are those things in terms of the mounting?
They're not the biggest lights either.
No.
I
now I understand they'll probably be mounted just fine, but what kind of visibility are they going to offer?
That is up to race control to decide.
That's a fact.
If that counts for what is required. But let's go down to Sloan, who is on the scene watching the work being done.
On the scene doing detective work here. I'm here with one of the mechanics who said they stole the lights off of their scooters that they're going to put onto the hood, if I'm hearing this correctly. Can I get some confirmation here? Can I get some information?
Yeah, we weren't expecting this heavy a rain, but we were looking around for headlights. These are the quickest fix. We just ripped them right off our scooters, and we're getting the harness set at our garage right now. We're getting that over here. A couple seconds.
That is DIY if I've ever heard. Oh my God, I just came over here and I said, are you guys mounting something? He's like, yep, the headlights from our scooters. So do you feel confident about this?
Yeah, I mean, they worked for our scooters the entire time they've been in the paddock. A light's a light. Should be fine.
That's phenomenal. This is a first for me. Okay, back to you guys.
Well, you got to love that rationale. A light's a light. It's it's like a driver saying, "Hey, a car's a car. It's got wheels and you drive it." So this is an interesting fix, but I like your comment, Joe, about it being lateral thinking. It's like, what's our best solution here?
Yeah,
and it's creative.
The only way that could be more redneck is if it involves some duct tape and some bungee cords to make that work.
A little baling wire and stuff.
Yeah.
But kind of a sad story on these headlight things. This was many years ago at Sebring, and it was one of the years when Sebring just had absolutely torrential rains. There was a red flag, and it was the era of those the Gurney All-American Racing Toyotas that were just decimating IMSA. And in the rain at one point, John Paul Jr. got into the Nissan and made up 2 laps on Andy Wallace, who was, Juan Fangio Jr., who was leading in the Toyota, made up 2 laps on him and got on the same lap and had closed to within like 10, 15 seconds and came in as nightfall was approaching, came in, and what a lot of the cars would just do, they didn't, you would come in and they just do an entire nose change that would have the headlights already tested and ready to go, right? And put that nose on the car and no lights. And he had driven for 3 hours. His glasses were fogged. It was unbelievable what he did, and lost all of it because the headlights wouldn't come on. So
we're hearing
it can gut you here.
We're hearing that the 85 should be getting the lead this next time by over O'Gorman. Had to wheel the car back a little bit to get it up onto the jacks. It does look like some of the work should be done at this stage. This is that 85 machine that is about to pick it up, certainly splashing through a few puddles that are starting to form over at the inner loop.
And I saw Clark Camburn himself out there trying to help wheel that car back to get it in position so they could really get this going here. And they need to get this done because this
they're
the one thing is if you can get out there and get circulating, not that I wish this, but there's a pretty sizable cell heading this way, and the last thing you want to do is have 5-lap lead go away. You're sitting in the pits because of the lights going out, and then the race is red flag.
Exactly. So, yeah.
Get out there.
And I can tell you that they are still working on the car. I'm looking out the window, and the hood is not back on yet. By this point, we're out of the toe of the boots. We're out of the heel of the boot even. So, okay. So we're getting an update. This is actually going to put them on the same lap as this car. So this is not the one where it completely goes away. That's the sort of good news for them. But even still, like I said, they've got to get that hood on. I think that's really the big thing. Once that's on, at least I would assume they're close by that point to getting things going. But it looks like they're dealing with some wiring from what I can see in my perspective.
Well, you've got to think that the the wiring, they were talking about bringing the harness over, but the plug-in for the lights that are part of the actual car and the motor scooter lights are going to be rather different. So I would think they're going to have to, fabricate some different connectors to be able to get that car back out. So I'll tell you what, whether they hang on to the lead and get out in time, or whether they lose the lead, when they get that car going, Tom O'Gorman is going to be on a mission.
And the plot thickens. I got an interesting one for you here.
Okay.
The 59 just left their pit stall. They did have a driver change, Jason Alder. It makes sense they would put him back in. He's been pretty much easily the quickest in that car, barring maybe Dakota Dickerson, who we've talked about is very quick today. But this pit stop at about 1:32 left to go. Now, we've been seeing about an hour and a half. That is rough, mind you. This is not exact timing on how far each of these can go. But that is about how long it'll be for the final stint, making that 90-minute run. So they're trying to get this exact. That could wind up hurting them, but we don't know. It's just they're right on the cusp.
Well, and I think it was a brilliant move by them, because as soon as you're marginally, if you're inside your window, considering the conditions we have now, considering what could, and I'm not saying it will, but what could be happening, is get the car in, get it filled up, and get it out there so that if the race is stopped, you've already done everything and you're out front and you're protected, right? So I think that's a really good call by them, is just to get that, that car fueled and out. And look at that. I mean, it's interesting to see Clark out there in the driver's suit with the glasses right there. But when it comes to things electronics, the guy is a wizard. So I'm not at all surprised to see him working on the wiring. I have seen him repair optical cable in a ridiculously short amount of time. He knows his stuff.
And optical cable can be so finicky. So, yeah, that is...
Oh, yeah.
Exactly. That is impressive. But this double shot will show us that this car,
here we go,
the 85, should now wind up scoring itself as the leader. And there it is, up to the top of the ZR3 class. Camburn Performance is now, for the first time in this race, in the hole and needing to try and claw it back. That's if they get on the track.
Exactly. And they are still struggling, trying to get this figured out. And the problem is they've got to, change the connector. They got to fish it properly. And then when they get that hood on, they're going to have to tape all of that or glue or tie wrap or something, those cables down, so that the tech officials are going to be happy with that. So they got work. Yeah, there's still work to do here. And what I love is, do you see any, big agita angst or anger or whatever from any of those people, including Clark? No. It's like, hey, work the problem. Let's get this fixed. Don't worry about anything else right now.
Being flustered does not help the situation. You're right. It is all about just doing what you can. I can tell you that they do have two crew members holding the hood now, so it looks like they must be close, or feel like they're close to needing to reattach that. But we continue to watch the 85. Based on what we saw yesterday, I would have expected it would have been the 14 car, which was the stronger of the AOA stable, to come away with a victory. But credit to the 85 team to position themselves now and practically to be a lap ahead, which is probably the last thing they expected when we were all of about an hour or so into this race.
Absolutely. And the thing is, the 14 car, if the Camber Performance Ginetta stays in the pits much longer, the 14 car is going to get around them too.
That's a good point.
They're on showing the same lap right now. So
yeah, no, you've got that down. That is going to be another position gone, but the hood is on. The lights are on there. They are not connected yet from what we can see, so those wires, oh, maybe they are. Well, now the regular headlights have come on. Did they do all that without?
Oh, wow.
Okay,
They
we need
figured
Sloan
out how
down
to get-
there.
Yeah.
Okay, apparently Sloan had told us that they'd swapped out the headlights and the left one came on. So it must have been partway through all that. Let's head down to her. She's got more information on it. Sloan, can you clarify what went down?
So everything's still unfolding right now, but basically, yes, what Joe had just said was correct, is that they did switch out the headlight. It was the right front, and it did turn on, so they didn't end up using the scooter lights. I don't know if the other one tried. I'm trying to figure that out right now as they're talking to one of our officials, but when I get a second, hey, can I steal you for a second? What just happened there?
We were able to steal a headlight off of our other car because I think we retired it. So that's where we got it.
Okay, so
Now we have another light.
the right front came on, and then you did the left front because, well, obviously the headlights are in the front of the car. Oink. So you don't need the scooter lights, right?
No, we just left them on, don't have time to take them off. But we stole the light off of our other car, threw that one in, now we have a light.
That's amazing. That's incredible. All right. Okay. And then where did you guys end up coming out of the pits?
I'm sorry?
Where did you guys lose a lap? Where are you guys right now? Do you know?
I think we're 1 or 2 down.
Okay. All right. Well, cheers to that. Cheers to DIY. Cheers to knowing that headlights are at the front of the car. And we're wishing you guys a clean, safe race for the rest of the race.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
We've seen Tom O'Gorman do heroic things in this car, and he's going to have to do it all over again, as it is showing lap 131 for AOA's 85 machine, and the 177 is showing lap 130. So it is at least 1 lap apart currently.
Yeah, and he has had the pace, but once again, look at he's trying to reach to clear that windshield off again. He's got massive visibility issues, and part of that is when you just sit like that for that long, there's no air really moving through the car, and so all of that condensation in there just attacks that windshield on the inside. So he's fighting a couple of different things right now. And now that he's moving, I think if he could somehow reach up there and get a little bit of a spot wiped, he might be okay. And I was watching him on that outlap, and he wasn't waiting around. He was on the gas and getting after it in a big hurry. So Tomo's got the bit between his teeth now, and there it is. Here he is coming up the hill here. And you just need one working headlight, and they got that.
Meet the minimum requirement and send it on its way. Looks like Piatek is in pit lane, so that should be their last stop as well. Unfortunately, not yet on the same lap as the 59 crew. Was looking through, and the lap times for Lipple showing about a 2:30. What, I had looked away. What happened?
Just Tomo, as he was coming through the second part of the inner loop, the car just snapped on him a little bit, and just a great save, but that thing is moving around. And look at that. That's what he's driving through right now, folks.
How he was able to be this fast is beyond me. I'm keeping a close eye to make sure what his exact lap times wind up being in this stint, because this is still we only have the outlap, which won't really give us an accurate reading. For Clifton Lipple, judging on his background, used to race in TC America a little bit, comes up here to the ZR3s and is getting ready to potentially take a win, depending on if an hour and 22 minutes is enough to keep this Ginetta behind them. So a complete shift in the complexion of the ZR3 race in the last 90 minutes.
Yeah, this is just insane what we're seeing here in terms of the visibility that Tomo's dealing with, and the gap now that he's got to make up, and waiting to see these next laps complete and see some relative times. I wouldn't be surprised if Tomo is not quite there just because of the visibility. It's so terrible on board that car right now. So let's find out here. Lipple just came through 231.0. And O'Gorman at 229.4 with that visibility.
Wow. And
my.
Based on what we saw yesterday, I got to think that he's got more in him than that. He's very good at finding speed throughout the stint. So will that be enough to cut this down in less than 100 minutes left to go on this race? Like you mentioned, he's not that far behind Lipple on track, but that is still needing to gain at least a lap back. Now we can see him in the background. So he's about roughly the back stretch apart from his class leader.
Yeah, and it's just amazing, isn't it, how these little things in racing. Watch him through here right there.
Whoa!
That slide. Just phenomenal what he's doing right now. He is giving it his all. And remember, he's been in this car. This is a 7-hour race. I bet he's been in it already for 4 hours at least. And so he, what he's doing. But remember, at one point in this race, that car, Tomo and that car, they were 4th overall, and now they're 8th.
Yeah, there was so much lost in that one fateful pit stop with the lights off. It's unfortunate that they didn't get that replaced a little bit quicker and earlier.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if anybody had thought of that, taking it off the other car quicker than that, or if it came late in the process of attaching those scooter lights. But
well, I wonder if, when they had the problem with the lights, if the other car was actually still out running. Remember, it was out lapping with Pizzelli. Yeah. And I wonder if, when this happened, if they didn't call him on the radio and say, hey, would you be willing to stop and give us a headlight? And so that's why maybe that took that long. Just a guess, but because they said they got it off of the other car, and it had been running.
And I'm looking, I mean, they were probably not going to be catching up to the 41 team. So, yeah, you could be right. And I kind of did think about that when they mentioned it, that I thought I had remembered them running, but I wasn't sure if they had retired the car. So maybe that's another question that Sloan can go ask, if they sacrificed the one car, or if that was just already in there and it was available parts to cannibalize, so to speak. But
right.
The 85, current lap 2:32.7, O'Gorman 2:29.4. So there's another 3 seconds in a single lap.
Yep. Yeah, Tomo is, like I said, he's just going to be on a mission here. And the only, obviously, there's all kinds of things that could, thwart him. But the biggest concern right now, I would think, is just going to be that visibility on that windscreen.
Yeah, I'm kind of amazed at what he's doing in that car. Again, not as big of a slide as last time, but definitely getting a little bit tricky through that inner loop section as he is chucking the car in and hoping that it will stick. Speaking of class leaders, the 94 is on their outlap, so they must have just recently made their stop. Ryan Hall looks like he is showing as the one to take it to the finish. We have to remember, we are not exactly where the driver is. So, yes, it looks like there's nothing you can see, but they would be to the left-hand side of what the view of this camera is, and there does seem to be a patch that he's been able to keep open on his side of the windscreen. That isn't saying much, though, if any of us who are from the Midwest have driven and tried to scrape just a little bit out and tried to drive to work with a very icy windscreen. Now imagine doing that at 120 miles an hour.
Yeah, that'll get your attention.
You can just see the flashing rear lights of the car ahead as well. There's the class leader actually overtaking the leader in the ZR2s, I believe. That must have been Hall that he just overtook.
So Lipple got the memo. He is flying.
Trying to pick up the pace.
Yep.
Now, I think I saw the 94 just head back in pit lane on that shot because they did not come by me. He is. I can't confirm. The 94 is back in pit lane just as they came out. Now, when they came in, it was only a half-hour stint that they ran, but that's because I assumed they would be trying to make it on fuel, but something else is awry.
Yeah. And at the time of the stop here, it's only a 3-lap margin.
Well, maybe the driver reporting tires not completely tight. Now, okay. They must have just put those on during the stop because I'm looking, and race control says penalty 3 laps to the 94 for exceeding tires.
There you go.
Okay.
So that's why suddenly they're only 2 or so laps ahead of the 41.
Yeah, that's a good point. They had caught up at least a fair bit with that, but it's going to take a monumental effort for them to close it down even more. Right. So not sure if this will really help Alsup be able to take them to back-to-back victories, but like we keep saying, the unexpected can always happen in racing.
You bet.
And it has been graphically illustrated today.
It really has. There's so many, slings and arrows here that we've been, witnessing. And yes, Tomo's got a little bit more of a window, like you pointed out, off to the side there, where he can see a bit. But I remember, back when I was announcing Trans Am in the 90s, they were literally they were building the greenhouses on some of the cars with a rear window from the actual production car as the front window because it had the defrosting coils in it. Anything they could do to try and create an opening for when these cars with the engines up front and running at race speeds and all of the heat and thus the condensation and the plant. And, again, one of the worst things that can happen when you've got that kind of atmosphere inside the car is then to stop, because all of that moisture is going to settle somewhere, and it's usually on that windscreen.
I think maybe some of these teams will go back and listen to your tale and start considering what they're going to be doing next time we get some rain out on the track, because it could wind up being useful.
Yeah.
We keep the eyes on the 85, still a lap ahead of Tomo, who still needs to both get the lap back and then come back around and chase him down. For the fans of Cameron Performance, they are still quicker, but you mentioned it, Lipple down to a 2:30.1. He has now been told he is the hunted.
Yeah, and he's responding. I mean, you can see Tomo is easing toward him a little bit here, but it's not coming in those massive chunks. And, that last lap, Tomo was about a half second quicker. Well, for a full lap around here, at a half second a lap with only an hour 13 to go, boy, that's going to be really, really difficult.
He's got his work cut out for him. It's looking very similar to what we saw at Road America, where they took a victory in race 1 and wound up second in race 2. That's exactly how it sits now. A victory in race 1. They're currently with an hour 13 left to go in P2 in that ZR3 class. We had a couple more pit stops. Carter Pease in the round 3 racing number 5 machine has been in and out. Should be good to go from here.
Sitting in a solid top 5 right now.
Yes, it's
in that class. It's interesting. For a large part of this race, Joe, we had, lots of the class, the classes of cars were split by other classes of cars. And now that top 5, all ZP2 cars, and then we've got 5 of the next 6 spots are all SR3 cars. The ZR2s are still a little bit split out, but then we've got the 3 ZR4 cars running 1, 2, 3, separated by a number of laps, but still It's just, they're all sort of coming together here as we get into this final hour and a quarter.
OCD race fans are smiling right now,
Exactly.
except at the ZR2 class, who I'm sure is causing some irritation for them. But yeah, it is kind of wild that it was so jumbled for much of the race, and somehow the rain has brought it back to how it's close to supposedly being. We have seen close races between ZR3 and ZR2 classes all season long. ZR2s should be the slightly faster class, but seems like today the ZR3 is getting the measure of them. Some of that down to some of the technical issues we've seen come out of the ZR2 paddock in their racing. Speaking of the ZR4s, though, I just saw, I believe the 779. Yeah, the 779 is in pit lane.
For Lagunitic, okay.
That's Ackelbahn.
And just so you know, O'Gorman, folks, he just ran a lap 3 seconds quicker than Lippel on that last lap. So I think he's going to get him and get back on that lead lap. But at that point, look at that.
You can tell where the car is vaguely. Now he's got a little bit better of a visual. I think that was the 330 that he just went by. And then I thought I saw another little flash of red. There it is again. The bravery of Tom in this is also what astounds me. I don't think I would be that gutsy in this situation to be willing to go out.
Yeah.
That's trusting his abilities.
Absolutely it is. Absolutely it is.
He's going to have another car to lap in a brief moment. That'll cut in on some of the lap time. Looks like
squaring up, getting the run underneath. Not quite. Now under braking he goes through. Was that Lippel? Did he just put himself back on the lead lap?
I'm getting confirmation that was, well...
he fights back.
And...
Nice.
Yeah, Lippel knows that it's worth his time trying to hold him up. That was through turn 9 that the pair tried to go side by side. You talked about how hard that is to do effectively, and they just did it in the rain with one car having the visibility of about a bread box out the windscreen.
Yeah, that is just amazing what they just did there. And I'll tell you what, that was a serious message to Tomo from Lippel. As he said, yeah, I know you've got some speed here, but I am not just going to give this to you to put you back on that lead lap, buddy. You're going to have to earn it.
So it was Congdon who hopped into the Lagunitic car, and we just see that message up at the top. Had some sort of issue over at turn 7, but the car is thankfully carrying on. My big fear there was that we get a code 60 because I've seen some very big accidents at the bottom of that hill in the past.
Oh, there's one of those prototypes trying to come up on Tomo, and Tomo, that's the last thing he wants. Is he going to be aggressive? He is. Yeah.
Just cuts in front, and big
that's
credit
our leader.
to...
That's our overall leader right there.
It is, yeah. That's Alder, who saw what was happening. Maybe somebody on the radio letting him know that car's in a hurry. You don't need to be. Do not take the risk.
Yeah, absolutely.
But Lippel's actually gapped him now. Something has put O'Gorman more than what was just a few, like half a car length behind that 85 before.
Well, I wonder if it was O'Gorman, trying to make sure that Alder in the prototype didn't go through on him. Maybe he didn't get a great run out of the toe of the boot because.
It is possible.
Or I mean into the S's, excuse me.
And whatever the case, the damage has been done. And every second of every lap that is wasted trying to catch up and pass that car is going to give him less time to run him down. So this is a critical moment in this race. Even though we've got an hour and 7 minutes left, he essentially cannot be wasting time like this, messing around trying to go by. He needs to make a decisive move.
He just really tried to square up and drive down underneath. I think this is 10 if I'm...
Yes.
looking through the fog right, but he really tried to get him again out of 9.
He could have a good chance if he does the same on the front straight. Yeah, look at that. He's right on top of him, coming through down past the start-finish line. But the problem that we've seen all weekend for the Ginetta is it is not fast in a straight line.
Yep. Yeah, and in the rain, obviously, a lightweight, nimble car on a dry track is going to really be able to roll a little bit more speed than a powerful but heavier car through the corners. But in the rain, that kind of negates a little bit. That heavier car sometimes will actually give you a little bit better grip. And if the guy driving it is really good with his right foot on the throttle and doesn't spin up the tires, it can give you a lot better launch. So now just Tomo, the prototype this time, I think, is through. And and he's off.
He catches it.
Held on to it. Whoa.
The paved runoff comes to his rescue, but valuable time. And the car is still squirming around the 908. Thankfully backs out, as he could have been right up that rear bumper and caused a multi-car accident. But Tom O'Gorman has maybe met his match here at Watkins Glen finally. It is the weather, and as the 14 is stopped at the side of the track on the exit of that same inner loop, are we going to get another Code 60?
Oh, boy. If he can get it moving, we'll be okay, but at a certain point, they're going to have to pull the trigger here.
Looks like he's
obviously
when
things are wet. Yeah, when things are wet, if you go off, you slide a lot farther. Oh, got it going. How about that?
Okay. I hope we stick with the shot. I want to see driver's left on the car. Make sure he didn't hit anything. Right, driver's right looked fine. And, yeah, I'm not seeing any new damage on the car. So he may have gotten away without any more contact.
Yep.
We're going to get to see a replay soon. And the 14 keeps us going. I wouldn't have expected, Greg, when we had those 4 Code 60s literally in the first, I think it was 90 minutes of this race or something to that effect, that we'd still be sitting at these 4 with just about an hour left to go.
Yeah. I mean, and it was sketchy conditions, but the drivers have all adapted and they've done some great work, and we've had just this, I don't want to jinx it here, but a really nice run in pretty awful conditions of green flag racing, and that's just a great job by the drivers.
Certainly not what you would have expected. Now, I thought I saw a little bobble under braking from the 85 coming down into the 90. Not as big of a moment as we just saw from Tomo, but I do think they are still pushing, and I do think the conditions are creating some really difficult situations into some of the brake zones for these cars, figuring out the grip.
Yep. And I think that moment by Tomo there, I have to say that was a bit on him, because I think he was just trying to see if he could still figure out a way to keep that prototype behind him, and he turned in a bit early in trying to do that, and I think he just had a little bit too much pace going in, and for the conditions, and the back end just started to go. Then he did the correction, and of course that's when the tires hook up, right?
Always.
Always.
At least he was able to hold the car down to a slow at that corner. It looked like there was a few corrections in there coming down through the chute, as well as he's still hustling it as much as he can. Like you said, you can never give up. Oh, wow. And we talked about the 270 or the 779 and how they had an off. That was more than an off. There is grass and sod, as well as major bodywork damage on the nose.
Yeah, those splitters, when you run off, especially in these conditions, they just become a shovel sometimes if the angle's wrong, and it has scooped up a lot of earth here.
They're doing what they can. They are still within range to score points, I think, even if they don't get it back out on track. but they'll have to settle for that third position. Escobar and the 769 are the ones that they've been trying to keep up with, but currently there's about a 5-lap difference between themselves and P2 in the ZR4s, and it has been the Rockwell Autosports Watkins Glen races as they took the victory yesterday and are now sitting in position to potentially do so today. So let's take another look at Tom's huge moment down into the inner loop and see how this played out. This is from onboard. This will be a great angle.
Yep, and there goes the prototype, and then turns in, and Tomo tries to stay with him, and just had a little bit too much pace in those tires. They, just too much lateral load, and they snapped. But is that where? Did we just see where the Laguna Tech car went off? Maybe. Because I saw a car sitting up in the barriers.
No, that was turn 7 that Laguna Tech went off. I was going to say, I think that was the 14 that we saw.
Oh,
stationary.
yeah, you're right. Yep. You are absolutely right.
So the good thing is, because that could have been really bad if there was an incident, especially if someone hit the back of that 177 as they've rejoined, the stopped car could have just compounded everything. So. Yeah. Thank the racing gods that all came out okay, because that was a recipe for disaster.
Yeah, well, exactly. And I just got an update from my friend Clark Camburn, who said, just a little FYI, guys, Tom is on dry tires. just to make it even more fun.
Outpacing the 85 at times. Yeah,
yes.
It's almost disgusting. He's just way too good of a driver. And as he goes by another car that only acts as a brief flash through the windscreen, couldn't even tell who he overtook at that stage. We've got a replay of what put the 14 in that position. Let's see why they wound up there. Much better. Boy, this is refreshing to actually be able to see what is happening in front of this car.
No kidding. So
there's the exit.
Looks solid there. And right there, just got that curb. It just unloaded the car.
Very lucky that it ran out of momentum before it got to the tire barrier.
Hey, how about this? Tomo is about to try and put himself back on that lead lap again.
He's coming up to try and do it again. Now, we've seen him here before, and he fell back, had a couple mistakes. He's lost what was, I think it was about maybe 15 minutes or so ago that we saw him this close, that he could have been taking off down the road. So that tells you
last hour.
Yeah. That tells you how critical it was that he got by earlier, because this has given up so much precious time. And now that it is an hour, I'll have to do some quick math to see what it would need to be per lap to catch up.
Well, you got to believe, I don't know what the story would be for Lipple, and if you've got it in your notes, but, Tomo, I'm pretty sure they would have topped off.
As far as
so
pit
he
stops
should be
go,
good to the end.
Yes,
yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
I'm just
yeah,
Tomo
about
Lipple's
is.
Fuel.
The 85. I do not have their last stop in. They had to have stopped since then, because the last note I have is 3:28 to go. But I do believe I saw them in at some point in the last half hour. So I 27 laps we're being told since. Oh, okay. So it has been a bit since their last stop. So they do owe us one. I don't. This is more than a soap opera at this point. I can't believe the plot
really
twist that we're getting.
It really is.
I forget the calculator. They're going to be back onto the same lap pretty much at that point. Wow. Then it'll be a straight fight. So we also have a penalty for the 779. It's a bit of a moot point at this stage with the damage they experienced but 1 lap penalty for a pit lane speed violation. Maybe just a little bit flustered in that moment, returning after the damage to the car. Still not coming in for the 85 machine. They're going to stay out at least 1 more lap.
And I'll tell you what, Camden Hibbett just turned a lap that was 4.2 seconds quicker than Alder. Now, he's still down a long ways, and I'm sure Alder at this stage is being uber careful.
I would have to think so. Like I said, Jason, incredibly fast, and we've talked before about how we believe it seemed like the 59 car was better set up for the rain. So I can't imagine that would suddenly reverse itself at this stage of the race. So your guess, I think, is probably the correct one, that he's managing this race.
Yep. He's got big lead into the final hour.
908 team is also in pit lane, so their final stop finishing up. I think they're swapping drivers as well. So Brandon Kidd, fantastic stint to get them onto the podium. Can take some relief, get out of the rain, and hopefully watch his teammate take it to the finish. So when will we see Lippel in? The word that we had heard was we're expecting 5 laps, that they'll be next in to the pits.
I'm really curious, again, whether – I mean, I just can't believe they wouldn't have topped Tomo off. So I would think he'd be good to the end, but just in case – that could be a critical thing here as well.
I recall seeing Jugs go into the car. So
I seem to as well.
I'm pretty sure they had filled that full. It's almost hard to tell at this point if he is getting loose in those corners. It's so obscured, and his hands are very dark inside the cockpit because we've got so little light, so I can't really see if he's correcting on that front. But this is going to be the answer to the question, because it looks like, oh, no, he's not coming in. That was just a very good run from Tomo.
Yeah, it was.
It just looked like it looked like that 85 was so slow into the corner in comparison.
That's what I thought, too, that he was maybe going to come in here. I just checked in with Clark, and he said, Clark is, I love the way he puts things. He said, we're probably, maybe, kind of good to the end. He said, but we're going to send it because AOA owes a stop. So, they're aware of that scenario.
Okay. So great that their strategists are on top of things. Always coy, but the 59 is going slow, and the headlights are flashing.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, he's wiggling the car. This is not a good sign. Oh, no. Is this the end of the road for the Stratus Racing team? Their last car, their last bullet in the chamber, looked like it was the only one for their hope to try and take the win, and it's ground to a halt on the backstretch with 53 minutes left.
Unbelievable. They had really put together a phenomenal run, really making up for the issues they had yesterday. This is just cruel, is what this is.
And this is not the first time, I'm learning. The 59 stopped at turn 5 a little bit earlier on. And code 60 is going to come out. They can't get the car going. This will slow it up. And you know who this helps? The 85 team. They can now get a cheap pit stop.
Yeah. And I'm wondering, Are we going to see Tomo duck into the pits, have somebody reach in and squeegee that windshield and get him right back out again fast enough so it won't fog up as much? And let him...
Under an hour left to go, and suddenly our leader is stricken. We haven't seen the lights turn back on in some time now, which is a bad sign. I could see them recycling it before, but I fear they may have to take a DNF and go back-to-back with probably only a 6th and 7th place. They might get overtaken by the top 5 cars if they don't get restarted.
Yeah, this is a huge development. And when it happened, they had a lap in hand over Camden Hibbett, the number 4 round 3 racing entry. But, talking about what we have been saying all day long, this is why you never quit and you keep pushing hard to the end. Because I'm sure for round 3 racing and automatic racing, they were kind of going, okay, I guess we're going to podium today. And then something like this happens, and suddenly the entire outlook changes. And I think they got Jackson Lee now in the number 908.
Yes, that's what I'm showing as well.
He's a very quick young lad as well. And here we go. 85 is there, 85 is in the battle for the ZR3 lead.
And they're swapping drivers.
Oh, boy.
That's interesting. I would have thought you'd leave Clifton in. He's been doing such a stellar job.
I agree. In these conditions,
maybe they feel confident in their hot shoe hopping in.
Could be.
Getting back out there. Oh, you called
it. There's Tomo.
See, I doubted you on this one. I thought, they need to take up as much time as they can to make up on that 85, but maybe they're not feeling confident that they could run them down with the cheap pit stop that they're getting. It is. They had the hood off, it looked like.
I saw that too, yeah.
Okay, it's going back on now. So maybe there was a couple other issues. Maybe they just wanted to try and get that second light hooked up. No, it looks like it's still the right one by itself.
Do you think that maybe they had somehow, while they were fixing that light, disconnected a defroster? I don't know if that car has one.
That's a possibility.
But maybe it was like, all right, I'm going to stop so I can see.
Yeah. As is obvious that Track Services is doing some work to try and collect the 59 car. The 94, our leader in the ZR2 class, is also in. Granted, they have about 2 laps over AJ Alsup. Okay, so word is that the 177 had an oil light come on.
Boy, of all things.
Huh. So neither of us were correct on this one.
Yeah.
It has been just about anything and everything thrown at some of these teams over the course of this race. I feel like if you were to want to show someone what endurance racing can throw at you to get someone new to the sport into it, this would be the race I would show them. There's, like I said, just a plethora of problems, challenges, twists and turns that have appeared in today's race. And the biggest of which perhaps is right here at the end, the car that has been dominating this class out of it with not seeming to be able to get back in.
Yeah, with everything we've seen, and I can see that person you're showing this race to doing a couple of big head slaps and looking over and you go, well, wait, there's more.
Yeah.
This is why we hold endurance races. So there is your new race leader right there, the number 4, Camden Hibbett, for round 3 racing.
They took the chance to come in to the pits. Not sure if they felt like it was close on fuel, but should be very good to go from here. Lee has not overtaken Alder yet, so the 908 remains in third for now. I wanted to mention that the thing that took out the 59 early in yesterday's race was an alternator issue. Now, they replaced it and sent it back out. We didn't see any further problems with that. I have no idea if that is related to this, though. This could be any number of things, especially with how much rain and moisture has been coming down.
Well, that's it. I mean, it's so awash out there right now. All kinds of things can happen to electronics in these conditions. But, if you had, the alternator issue yesterday, I mean, you're always going to think, is it something related in terms of the electronics? Now, when the car pulled over and stopped, the headlights were flashing, the upper light was on. So it didn't look like it was, completely out of juice. So
yeah.
It'd just be pure speculation on our part at this stage. But maybe our intrepid Sloan can.
Shout out to Sloan as well for braving these conditions all race long. Well, at least during the latter half of the race. So, good note being put in our ear that during the Code 60, the headlights do flash sometimes. That may be what caused the flashing that we saw on the back straightaway. That could be an automatic thing that is triggered by that Code 60.
So it's Becerra is hot behind the wheel of the 85.
Ah, yes. That is...
I haven't seen his name behind it, so boy, they're sticking him in at the deep end of the pool.
It is.
Literally today.
Need to double check my notes over here on this one, because I think he is new to the series. Hugo Becerra, yes. So this is, we got to hear from him yesterday. Hails from Mexico. And was very, very proud, actually, to get to kind of represent his country a little bit. We don't have... I don't believe any other Mexican drivers. We have a few different countries out here, Colombia being one of them. We've had Canadians out here racing as well. But strangely enough, nobody south of the border, I don't think, that has been racing, at least this weekend, with the crew. As far as you've speculated about that fuse inside there, it doesn't look like they've done much to help alleviate the visibility situation during that stop for Tom.
Nope, I just saw he had the squeegee out again, just trying to get a little something. And we're back to green. Here we go. 45 and a little less than 45 to go.
3/4 of an hour to try and decide this race. Don't go away. This one is not over. They managed to get the 59 back to the pit lane. Will they be able to assess whatever problem is there to get it back out on track and prevent more points loss to the other teams? In the meantime, Camden Hibbett has picked up the reins. He is leading the way, looking to redeem himself from yesterday, only managing to come home with a second place. Now he sits one step higher.
Yeah, they've just done everything they could. The drivers of that number 4 round 3 machine. They've, everything we talked about at the top of the show, Joe. Stay close. Don't go down too many laps. Put yourself in a position to be able to fight in that latter hour and a half. They did all of that to perfection, and then they got the help they needed.
O'Gorman is a little less than a lap down at this stage as we watch him. He's showing on my track map ahead of the 85, so he's gained that lap back, but he's going to need some amazing laps from here on out. This will be the first time. Oh, no, but they might not. Car 85, Code 60 violation, 1 lap penalty.
Oh, my.
This will put this will put the 177 back up to the lead, but by maybe just a few seconds.
Unbelievable. The hits just keep on coming here.
As a cohort of mine likes to say, you cannot beat yourself And a little mistake like that is what it's looking like. It will cost the 85 as they are now on the timing and scoring pushed down into second.
By 8 seconds, 8.7 seconds to be exact. So we'll see just what Mr. Becerra is going to be able to muster here in terms of raw speed. We know Tomo has it.
Yeah, and this will be the first full flying lap. There he is now finally coming into picture, and that feels like a big gap just watching.
It sure does.
That last lap for O'Gorman, a 2:32.2. So let's watch and see what Hugo runs.
$2:43.2.
Ooh. That's well off the pace.
Yeah. That went up by 10 seconds on that lap alone.
Not a good sign right now. If you are the 85 team, we're staring at what seemed like almost a slam dunk victory and have torn victory from the jaws, or torn victory from the jaws of defeat, defeat from the jaws of victory. I've always got that one screwed up. Regardless, they are no longer in the lead.
Yeah, they are not. And, boy, I really feel for Hugo here just because he said, he hasn't been in the car yet. And then, they put him out, a car that's been raced hard for 6 hours plus. And then they put him out onto a track that is just soaking. And Tomo's got his visibility back.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. Suddenly that is way better than it was before. Found the defrost button, and now it's on his merry way. We still have not seen Jackson Lee overtake Jason Alder. That's how much of a gap those top two had. It was a lap over Camden Hibbett, but we have to remember the rest of the field was put to shame, really, by the 59 and the 4 this race, and how many laps they had grown over the rest of the ZP2s.
Right.
So we'll have to watch.
And,
you
have to, in a coulda, woulda, shoulda kind of, thing here, this could have been different still had the 77, of Nimbus Racing and the team car, the 80, been in it, because they both showed some real flashes of speed before they had problems.
Certainly.
But hey, again, it's they just didn't get it done, and these other guys have done a really good job of that. Oh, huge tank slapper by Tomo coming onto the front straight. Wow.
This one is not over. Even some of our best drivers out there are struggling in the conditions. It's clearly getting pretty darn tough for everybody. It is almost amazing that was only our fifth code 60. And again, it wasn't due to a wreck. It was due to a car failure. A testament to our drivers that we haven't seen many DNFs over this whole weekend due to cars running into the wall.
No. And I mean, we had the two down at the exit of 1 early, and then that's really kind of been it. We've had a couple of guys spin and get close, but that's it. Boy.
So the gap, I'm showing it up to 17 seconds. Even with that moment for Tomo, he's still pulling out Becerra. Hugo just seeming not all that comfortable in compared to his teammate here under the rain. I wanted to give a shout out to the 94 as well. Same of Hall, who is currently leading down in the ZR2s. And I'm trying to. I don't have an accurate reading on the gap between them right now, but I do recall last I looked, it was somewhere around a lap between them.
Yep. I think it's a lap and a minute, thereabouts, based on what I just saw flash up on scoring.
Certainly the spray coming heavily off of our prototypes, who's actually going to get passed by the ZR3 leader.
Goes around the outside of him. The heel. Well, that's where the grip is.
Very much is. Car looking more like it's steering like a rear loader around some of these corners. So,
here's where Tomo had that big moment just a lap ago.
Maybe a little more circumspect this time. No such problems.
Exactly right.
For a class leader. I believe the 59 was taken behind the wall because I don't see them on pit lane. So no idea what exactly is happening with that car and if they anticipate it getting back. But they're about to lose second place to Lee, who has now reached the same lap of 155.
Yeah, and Gorshkov is only another lap adrift. So I think before this one's over, Gorshkov could, and that round 3 team car could end up on the podium.
And that, I think, is the big one that they're aiming for at this point. Keep it together.
Yep.
Get themselves a 1-3 effectively. Maybe not quite what they were looking for, but still a fantastic result potentially there for the taking. This is going to be perhaps one of the most nervous last 35 minutes of a race that Tomo has ever been a part of, unless the rain starts to finally lighten up. But I think you had said that it was predicting it was going to be constant from here on out.
Yeah, that's what everything I've been looking at shows.
So
going to take one more peek at it.
No rest for the weary.
Exactly.
Going to have to deal with it. And as he comes up the hill, oh, is that right? The 59 is back on course. So they may have fixed Alder's car. It is maybe a dollar short and a day late because they've been passed by both Lee and Gorshkov now. So they're showing as 4th place. But we know that Alder is incredibly quick. So I get the feeling that the race is on if he is on the same lap.
Yeah, it sure looks like he is. We have to see once everything cycles through scoring once, but Hibbett, Lee, Gorshkov, Hibbett and Lee, Gorshkov, and Alder would all be on the same lap at this stage.
Hibbett, though, 5 laps ahead up at the front.
Yeah.
That was a quick turnaround. I'm very curious. I don't know if Sloan is still out on pit lane because I know she will have some podium duties. But if she is still down there, I would love for a report from the Stratus team to see what it was. There's O'Gorman. Gap now up to 35 seconds. And I want to say that, you know, we've been maybe a bit harsh on Hugo because in comparison to Tom, yes, he's lacking a lot of pace. He's actually still quicker than 3rd place. Christian Blevins in the AOA of 14 is I'm showing about 6 seconds slower as well. So Hugo not doing a bad job. Just I guess when you're up against someone like Tom, it can maybe not look as impressive.
Well, and, you know, also I think we need to remember that Tomo, you know, started the race, was in the car for, 3 hours, you know, with a lot of it wet, got out for a while, got back in, and, you know, he's a top-tier gun. And Hugo hadn't been in the car at all and stepped in at this last pit stop and went out on the track that's a wash. So there's no way you can just jump in a car, go out on a track you're probably, 1, not that familiar with, and 2, You've never driven in the wet and let it happen. Let's check in with Sloan. She's got the update we've been wondering about, I think.
Info on the 59 Stratus car. Sometimes it isn't rocket science. They said they just wiggled the wiring and said, get back out there. You got an hour to go? Go. The car turned on? Go. They wiggled it.
I love it when we get technical.
Yeah, I was going to say this has been a little bit old school in a lot of ways between the headlight replacements and many other aspects of the way that this race is played out. As much as we giggle about that, though, I can only imagine how frustrated that team is having that happen and seeing this is all that cost us. We always say it's those 5-cent parts that end races.
Yeah, just a little bit of a loose connection somewhere. Just, crazy. So we'll see what kind of pace Alder is going to be able to dial up here. And
it's quicker than
next time they come through.
Yeah, it's quicker than the 22-minute lap that I'm showing right now. I'm just going to wait.
Yes.
Hopefully, they were not taken through the cut-through, because that is one thing that can happen in this series is if you are towed through a cut-through on a track, they do not count the lap, and that can cost them a lap. That actually changed a winner in one of our first races, a team that tried to fight their way back after the car came to a halt late. They were towed through one of the safety areas that was not considered part of the track, and later was told that lap did not count because they did not complete it. So I did not see where they carried that car, but I'm crossing fingers that they were taking the full length around here.
Well, the last time I saw the car when it was being towed, it was heading down through turn 9. Or, through turn 8, heading up to 9. So you would think they just would have brought it around to the pit entrance. But we don't know.
If it made it to turn 8, then it did do the full length, and it didn't take the cut through. So, yeah.
Good.
That's a relief then. I'm glad that they will not suffer the ignominy of having that lap removed. And I'm starting to hear that maybe there's a car stopped somewhere. Car 3 at turn 5. That's Gorshkov with damage.
Yep,
and that
got into it.
The visual tells the story right there. We've had an accident for round 3 racing in Oleg Gorshkov.
And that grass is so sodden right now. He's just hung up.
He wants to get it going. He's trying to, but they've already called the code 60. And even if he did get it going, that's some pretty significant damage to the back of the car. Rear wing completely askew.
I'm kind of curious about, for Becerra, who was losing time big time, that's going to stop it here. And maybe give him a moment to just be on the radio with the crew, ask, okay, what do you want me to try here to find a little bit more pace, potentially.
I can report that the 4 car is in pit lane. Now, they've got a big buffer, so hopefully there's not a problem, but they just went straight through pit lane. Okay, so not exactly sure what that was about then. I do see a message that we've got track services working on the course and also inspecting for standing water. So it does seem like it's been building enough out there that race control is wanting to make sure that it's going to be safe to return to racing if we do here.
Okay.
Showing is Lee still in second. Alder scored in 4th. Make that 3rd now. So they must have just crossed the line. Gorshkov gets demoted back off the podium. I'm sure the team's probably trying to communicate as well, asking the drivers how the conditions are, if they feel like it's safe to carry on. They're the ones that have the most direct input on what it's like if the cars are safe enough. Haven't touched in on these ZR4s in quite some time. I just want to give an update that Ethan Rockwell is still leading in the 12 car. That hasn't changed in some time, but they deserve some love as they're closing in on what is going to be a back-to-back win. Escobar is in the 769. They're running second in that class. Congdon for Lunatic Racing. The car did get back out there. We've seen a couple shots of it on the track since then, so if you missed that, the 779 managed to return to racing. Let's see what happened to Gorshkov and how he got backed in there. This is a common way to lose it out at the exit of the inner loop. So the car's going through so many direction changes and weight shifts through here. Let's see. Oh, wow. He wasn't even close to the curb from what I could tell.
No, I think he missed the apex a little bit going into the right-hander into the inner loop, and I think that maybe just got him a little wide, which was just enough to get the rear to pivot around when he had to try and pinch it back to avoid clouding that exit curb.
That's a good point. And whatever the case, it means that he's probably not going to have time to get the team to repair it and send him back out. So likely going to settle for a fifth-place finish. Carter Pease needs another 3 laps to overtake. That's if we get back going to green. We haven't heard any word from race control. And, of course, if it is a long cleanup, that's another thing that could take up a lot of time for Pease to try and overtake that position since we only have 24 minutes to go. Takes quite a while to get around this track at 37 miles an hour.
Yes, it does.
Ryan Hall currently leading down in the ZR2s, ahead by a lap over AJ Alsup. So 9-4 Motorsports leads Retro Rockets. And because we've had the Camburn Performance 178 retired, that means that they are the only 2 cars that are still out there in the ZR2s. In terms of race laps, Camburn Performance's 178 car is well within the range to have 50%, so they will score points.
Okay. And the gap between O'Gorman and Becerra in ZR3, about a minute and a half. That's a lot of time.
Well, we have to remember that is at 37 miles an hour, though, so we won't get an accurate reading during the Code 16.
That's a good point.
Yeah,
that's a good point.
we made that mistake early in the year too.
Gotcha.
This is through the penultimate corner here. From Tomo's perspective, we were talking earlier about how high up the order he had gotten, and even with all the time loss that he had waiting for the repairs to be done to get the headlights going, he's still 6th out of the entire field. Granted, we're losing more and more cars here at the end. I think we're down to something like 14 left running when we get back to green.
But still, I mean, the only cars in front of them are prototypes.
Yes. That is a good point.
That tells you, and not just Tomo, but both of the AOA racing cars and the 9-4 Motorsports entry of Million, they all are in front of the ZR2 cars, which just tells you that the ZR3 class is a real solid class with some great battling going on.
If you're going to choose a car in the rain, I think I would want one of those ZR3 cars because, yes, we've had a few that have had issues during this, but for the most part, I feel like it's each of the other classes that have had their major hiccups when the track got wet.
Yeah.
Seems to be the most well-suited to put the rain boots on and get out and play in the puddles. As we take a look at the leader of the ZR2s, Ryan Hall, sharing this one with Brian Peel. To reiterate, one of the reasons this Code 60 is going long is that Track Services is inspecting for standing water. So they want to make sure that we're not going to have any rivers or puddles that will cause unsafe conditions, because you can't save the car. There's nothing you can control if it splashes through that. And that's because...
Well, and yeah, exactly.
Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say that a racing rain tire is specially cut, and with all these special channels and all this kind of thing. These are just regular 200 treadwear tires, and so even though you've got a tire on that's got a nice tread pattern and the like, it's still not going to be anywhere near as effective as a full-on racing rain to channel the water out from underneath the tire and prevent the hydroplaning. So that's why they're looking right now very seriously at any puddling out on track, particularly in any spot that's pretty quick, because these tires, they're just not going to be quite as effective as a full-on racing rain tire. So, no matter what level of the sport, safety is always, absolutely the top consideration.
Yeah, we want to see these drivers get to compete another day. We want to see these teams not cost any more than is necessary. Unfortunately, I believe the 3 is still where, you can see the safety cars are still there. So they haven't finished getting that all collected up and dragged off of the racing circuit. But that should hopefully be over soon. And I'm sure the crews are trying to do double duty because they only need a couple people to put that car on the hook. Everybody else should be free to go and do those track inspections, to give it a look over and make sure that they are happy with what they see. But as all this is happening, the clock continues to tick. Oh, and we have a red flag.
Oh, boy.
Hold on.
Wow.
Got to pull up the rule book here. So the way this will work is, of course, they will bring them down pit lane. But it will not stop the clock. And as all the cars go into there, so the red flag condition is so that they can better evaluate the track. So probably a little bit easier without the cars going around, even though they are going slowly. They don't want to have to risk anybody to go give anything an up-close look. Essentially, if this race is ended, I'll double check to see how many points are going to be given, because that is absolutely an aspect of this. But if they do restart it, it'll be effectively a safety car restart. So another thing that this series doesn't see very much.
So all the cars are instructed, I would assume at this point, to continue around slowly, safely, and park in the pits, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
That will get everybody out of the way for them. So as far as the points, if at least 50% of the scheduled time has been completed, 100% points will be awarded. So it will still be a full score for this race if we do not restart it. And the sad news for those that were hoping that we were going to get restarted, They have announced that they are not restarting the race, and this will be it, and it is due to the conditions. So this is a safety consideration. Again, I know probably disappointing, especially after we got so close to the full length, but this is the better way to try and finish this up rather than try to put any of our driver, and especially our crew and safety workers, at risk here at the end.
Yeah, and you don't want to forget about that. On a wet track when the cars, suddenly start flying around, you've got corner marshals that are out in harm's way and other, as you said, the EVs and the like, and you've got to be mindful of them. And the other concern is that front that we've been following, the worst of it is not hit here yet. And I think that's what they're also concerned about is, there's more potentially imminent weather coming, and to just get everybody off the track safely and everybody gets ready to get in the garage and dry off and get ready for the next round of the championship.
So this will solidify the finishing order, and as it shows, Camden Hibbett will indeed come away with the win for round 3 racing, finishing on the top after drama happened farther down. Jackson Lee will manage second, and Jason Alder eventually gets up into third. Gorshkov, despite that late wreck, holds on to that 4th place. Carter Pease has to settle for 5th. Nimbus Racing, with both their 77, the 80, retired early. They will not score on this one. That is in the ZP2s. Down in the ZR2s, Ryan Hall for 9-4 Motorsports takes the win. Retro Rockets were not able to go back-to-back on this one, but still a second place for that 41 team. Camburn Performance will take a podium with that 178, and the 9-4 Motorsports number 9 car only got a couple laps in. Camburn Performance sees Tom O'Gorman and his teammate managed to bring this one home with a win, as AOA Racing sees Hugo Becerra survive into that second place. Their 14 car of Christian Blevins will finish out their podium. 9-4 Motorsports finishes 4th with Matt Million. AOA Racing's Bassam Abdallah was 5th. HQ Autosports was 6th, and Harrison Motorsports was 7th, although they did not start this race. Rockwell Autosports, they are the ones that are able to get a double win this weekend in the number 12, as Powell Racing finishes 2nd behind them, and then Lagunatic Racing, the only other one that's going to be able to score points, in 3rd in that class. Sounds like Sloan is ready with some of our winners.
Understood. You want me to bring it home then? And Suplee, the plan is we will be right down there very, very soon to hear, and just wanted to mention that for everybody. Obviously, this has been, quite the weekend, no question about that. And there's still more to this series that is yet to unfold for sure. As we take a look at the schedule coming up, just a quick mention that next up, it's going to be Homestead, and that's Homestead Motor Speedway and Hopes of Miami Speedway, and that is going to be happening the weekend of Friday, September 4th, and then Saturday, September 5th. And again, that is going to be a 12-hour race on Saturday to get ready for that one. And then, of course, we're going to wrap up the season, and there's a little bit of a gap before we get to Daytona for that final race of the season. And that will start on Friday, October 30th. And then we have Saturday and Sunday, the 31st, which would be Halloween. And then on Sunday, November 1st. And that's going to wrap up the season. So it'll all be carried for you here. And we look forward to that. But boy, I'll tell you, this has been one stout test. The track, the conditions, and the various teams have all responded with some exceptional action here, and just great to see. And of course, big congratulations to Camden Hibbett, Olivier Piatek, and Blemin for their win overall and in ZP2. And we are going to be heading downstairs in just a minute. As a matter of fact, we're going to head down to Sloan right now.
So much excitement, so many things have happened, but for right now, we're going to put the attention on Camden Hibbett. What a drive from you. It has been a weekend of complete battles, and now battling, not just cars, but the weather. I mean, can you just talk to me about what last year felt like, getting so close to the checkers, obviously having the race called a little bit early. What's kind of going through your head during these moments?
I don't know that we deserved this one today. I know Stratus was the fastest car, right? I mean, they were really solid, but part of this is endurance racing, and we got to make the cars last. And that gives a huge shout out to the entire round 3 racing group. This car has been on rails all weekend. We fought a little bit of a mechanical problem with the gearbox yesterday, but today the car was perfect. So I can't thank this entire crew enough for giving me a car that we can go not only compete, but also make it last all the way to the checkered flag, even if it's cut short by a half hour.
I mean, that's still a huge feat, especially in these weather conditions, too. You definitely did deserve this win, for sure. I know you've got your teammates back here, too. Congratulations. And definitely very, very well deserved.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah. Everyone's trying to stay dry. I'd love to come over here. Tomo in the garage, and I just started laughing. And then you got out of the car and we made eye contact. The floor's a little slippery, and you saved yourself there. So you did fall. But it's okay, you got up, and here we are. Oh my gosh. What a win. Both of you. Can you talk me through the past? I mean, first and foremost, you were so fast out there. You just kept setting lap after lap. Same thing like yesterday. But this time, you couldn't really see. The entire stream was like, oh my goodness, Tomo. Can you talk me through how do you navigate something like that?
That was one of the scariest things I've ever done, like in or out of a race car, for sure. That was the right call. I'm really glad that we didn't have to do anymore. As much as that's normally fun. But yeah, the visibility, I don't know, you kind of have the muscle memory of the racetrack built up, so there's a point where it looks really, really bad on camera, and it's still kind of in your brain in the car. When you get behind someone and there's spray and there's hydroplaning, you can't see where the puddles are. I mean, there were times between turn 7 and 8, or even down to turn 1, we were out of control for like multiple seconds at a time, just hoping the car stayed straight into a spray, knowing the car's in there somewhere. So that was very scary. But the tire rules, you get a penalty if you change it. So I think we made the dangerous call, and it paid off. But we got lucky that AOA got that last penalty. Otherwise, we would have been P2 best case. But they did an amazing job. They did a great job as well. You got a story for this track, right?
I do.
I'm throwing you in there.
About 20 years ago, I used to come here with my grandma. We were watching this race, so winning is a little extra special.
This track is so historic, and obviously the first Zenith race that we've had here, and this is the first Zenith race we've had in the rain too. So it is the art of racing in the rain. You have some troubles, and you have also some amazing memories that you've made this weekend. So congratulations to you both. Not an easy race to run at all, but you deserve the win, and we're excited to celebrate you guys on the podium.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you all for a great weekend.
Love the series.
Yeah. Alrighty.
Hang on. Stop. See if it works.
A little bit of a pause there. Sloan's going to go in search of other class winners. Guys from Rockwell Autosport. Absolutely phenomenal weekend for them, doing the double, which is no mean feat anytime. But Eric and Alex Rockwell and Doug Oakley got the job going. Let's get back down to Sloan.
Against the 94 car, do you feel like you need a break for leaning, or you just look cool like this?
Both, but I'm exhausted. That was awesome. The guys at 94 Motorsports just gave us a great car today, and we had a great battle with Nipper also this morning. It was fantastic. He's a good buddy from way back. And this race just couldn't end. Thank God. We were out there in the wet. We lost traction control, stability control. We lost 5th and 6th gear. I was hanging on for dear life. Dan got on the radio. I was like, AJ coming, and I'm like, all right, I'll try to drop the hammer. I'll try to pick up a little bit, and luckily right about that time, the red flag came out. So the racing gods were with us today.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say you and AJ like fighting back and forth. That 41 car was really giving you a run for your money. How do you handle and manage something like that, especially with these weather conditions?
It's tough. You know, all we can do is try not to make mistakes. You know, we control what we can control, so just trying to be smooth with our inputs, trying not to make any mistakes, trying not to have any stupid mistakes like Code 60 violations or pit lane mistakes. But just trying to drive super calm and super smooth. We've been at this for a long time, so it's fun when you're best friends. So AJ, Nipper, and I kind of go way back in the business a little bit. So to go toe to toe with them is fantastic. That's history. That's Watkins Glen for you. That's a lot of history here. So congratulations on this win. I'm glad that it was a safe fight to the end. I'm glad that it's over for you, and we're excited to celebrate you on the podium. Thank you so much. Thank you. All righty, here we are. Rockwell, again on the podium. Congratulations. Your track conditions. Can you tell me what you experienced from your point of view?
Track conditions deteriorated at the end of the day, as you guys know. You've seen it. But the first beginning of the day, it was really good, as good as it was yesterday. Actually better because it was a little bit cooler, the car was faster.
Do you feel like that gave you an advantage for today, so you understood the track more and you kind of knew what to expect, even though you couldn't fully see really well, or?
Yeah, seeing was a little bit of a problem. Yeah, absolutely. We know the track really well, we have many laps here. But again, it changes with every lap, so you have to look for dry spots. And we're lucky enough to find some good lines through it and not contact anybody or the wall.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good, clean race. And you're also a dentist, if I remember correctly, right?
I am, yes.
All right, good, clean race, good, clean teeth. That's kind of great, right?
Always helps, yeah.
Always helps. Look at that smile.
A little BOP. The less black, the lighter the car is. Yeah, sure.
Okay, well, congratulations on an amazing race. We're excited to celebrate you at the podium.
Thank you. We're excited to be here, and great series. Thank you, guys.
Well, they definitely put endurance into the endurance racing program today. What an event, what challenges they had to continually overcome and fight through. And they did it with a lot of integrity, a lot of commitment, and for some folks, just some absolutely amazing pace in sketchy conditions. What a race. What a race. What a weekend here at Watkins Glen. As I said, end of August, we will be at Homestead Miami Speedway, more accurately, for the next round, the penultimate round of the championship. And that one's going to be a big one. So we certainly hope you come and join us here as we continue our coverage of the Zenith Racing Series. We appreciate you tuning in. A big thank you, of course, to Joe Peak and, of course, Sloan in particular. Sloan doing an absolutely incredible job out and in the conditions. And I just received a notice to let everybody know that the podium will be uploaded onto YouTube because of the conditions out there and what's coming. We're not going to shoot it live right now. It will be covered and uploaded onto YouTube. So with that, a big thank you to everybody, a big thank you to the entire USAC team, and it's been a joy to be a part of it. Thanks so much for joining us, and we'll see you from Homestead.